Chapter 1. The first beast crashed through the herb stalls with a boar's skull and 6 human arms, and Shinrin knew 2 things at once. Hangu had opened the cages on purpose, and the girl bleeding beneath the fallen banner would die before anyone else in Dustgrave Market bothered to remember her face. "Run!" someone screamed. Everyone did. Merchants overturned tables. Porters dropped crates and fled into the alley mouths. A child lost one shoe and kept going. The stench of split spirit beast guts and hot lamp oil flooded the square as the monster barreled through baskets of bitterroot, trampling a man flat enough to make his ribs crack like snapped chopsticks. Shinrin had a sack of coal on his shoulder and blood already drying at the edge of one boot from the morning's labor. He could have thrown the sack aside and vanished with the crowd. Instead, he saw the girl trying to crawl. Her lower leg was pinned under a timber post from the broken awning. Dark blood soaked her green sleeve. She lifted a knife with shaking fingers toward the beast and failed to get the point higher than her own chest. Hangu stood atop a lacquered carriage 10 paces away, dry beneath a silk canopy, one hand braced on the rail. His guards held formation around him. They had crossbows. They had clear lines of fire. They were laughing. "Young master," one of them said, "that herb rat still isn't dead." Hangu's mouth curled. "Then let the market decide how much a life is worth." The beast turned toward the pinned girl. Saliva dripped from between jagged teeth. One of the stolen human arms on its flank twitched, as if still remembering prayer. Shinrin dropped the coal sack and ran. He heard 3 people curse him as he shoved past them. He vaulted a smashed tea stand, hit the ground hard enough to jar his knees, and slid beside the fallen banner. Up close, the girl's face was all grit, sweat, and fury. She couldn't be more than 19. "Can you stand?" he asked. "Does it look like I climbed down here for a nap?" He almost laughed. "Wrong time. Good sign." The beast charged. Shinrin braced both hands under the splintered timber and heaved. Wood bit into his palms. His shoulders screamed. The post lifted half a finger width, no more. The girl sucked in a breath sharp enough to cut herself on it and yanked her leg free. "Move." She tried. Her bad leg folded. Shinrin caught her under one arm and dragged her sideways as the beast slammed into the banner pole. Cloth exploded in a shower of red strips. A claw raked Shinrin's back. Heat burst across his skin. He tasted iron. They rolled through broken crockery and came up behind a cracked incense brazier. Hangu clapped lazily. "Well done," he called. "I had not noticed my market carriers came with heroic instincts." Shinrin looked up, blood running into one eye. "You loosed a stitched beast in a crowded square." "A beast broke loose," Hangu corrected. "You should learn the value of proper wording. It keeps heads attached." The guards laughed again. The girl pushed at Shinrin's arm. "Leave me. If it catches both of us, you're just stupid twice." "Keep breathing," Shinrin said. "We settle the debt after dawn." He hooked her arm around his neck and hauled her upright. There was an old shrine at the far edge of the market. Nobody prayed there anymore. The roof sagged. One stone lion had no head. But the doorway was narrow enough to bottleneck a charging beast, and Shinrin had measured enough alleys in Dustgrave to know every wall that still stood after rain. He did not run toward safety. He ran toward the ruin with the fewest ways to die quickly. The girl realized his plan one heartbeat in and hissed. "That temple falls if a dog sneezes on it. Then let's hope this one has manners." They lurched through the smoke and screaming. The beast hit a spice stand behind them and burst through it in a cloud of crushed pepper that made Shinrin's eyes burn. He could hear the slap of its mismatched limbs against the stones. Too close. Too fast. An arrow whistled past his ear and buried itself in the shrine door frame. Not at the beast. At him. Shinrin did not look back. Looking back only wasted the chance to hate somebody later. He slammed shoulder first into the shrine doors. Rotten wood split inward. Dust boiled up from the floor. The old idol inside had long ago lost its face. The place smelled of mildew, mouse droppings, and stale ash. He dragged the girl across the threshold, pivoted, and kicked a broken offering table down across the entrance just as the beast struck. The whole shrine jumped. The table shattered. One claw punched through and gouged a line across Shinrin's forearm. He grabbed a fallen iron censer and smashed it into the claw joints until something cracked. The beast shrieked. "Window," the girl gasped. There was one. Too narrow. Too high. Not with her leg. The front wall groaned. Shinrin scanned the room once, fast. Weight-bearing beams. Cracked roof. Rotten side braces. If the beast came through cleanly, they died. If he brought the roof down as it entered, maybe the rubble pinned it first. Maybe. The maybe was terrible. It was also the only thing he had. He seized a loose support pole beside the idol. "What are you doing?" the girl demanded. "Making the building choose sides." The beast drove its skull into the doorway. Stone spat from the frame. Qin Rin jammed the pole under a hanging beam and kicked the base out from under it. The roof lurched. A rain of tiles came down. The doorway collapsed in a roar of dust and timber. Something huge hammered through anyway. Qin Rin threw himself over the girl. The world became impact, blackness, and the sound of his own breath being crushed from him. When he came back to himself, the shrine was a coffin of leaning beams and red-brown dust. Moonlight squeezed through cracks in the rubble. The beast's bulk was trapped on the other side of a fallen roof slab, one arm still scrabbling through a gap. The girl was beneath him, colder than before. Hey. He slapped her cheek lightly. Stay with me. Her lips had gone gray. One shard of tile had cut deep into her side. Blood pooled sticky warm under Qin Rin's hand. Name, he said. She blinked once. Are you always this rude? Only when people try to die before introductions. The corner of her mouth twitched. Su-wan. He tore his sleeve and pressed the cloth to her wound. Too much blood. Too fast. She was fading, and he could feel his own strength leaking out through his back and arms. The beast outside kept slamming itself against the rubble. Each impact shook dust into their mouths. No help was coming. Not from Hangul. Not from the market. Not from any heaven Qin Rin had ever met. Su-wan's fingers clawed weakly at his wrist. Listen to me. In my pouch. Red vial. 3 drops. He found it by touch, yanked the stopper with his teeth, and tipped the medicine between her lips. The scent of burnt flowers filled the pocket of trapped air. Nothing changed. Her pulse stuttered under his fingers. Qin Rin's chest tightened so hard it hurt worse than the claw mark. He had seen this before. Different face. Same terrible slackening. His mother on the straw mat. Too much blood. Too little time. That old cracked bronze mirror pressed into his palm while she coughed red and told him never to let powerful people define what could be saved. His hand shook. He reached into his shirt and pulled the mirror free. The bronze surface should have reflected his dirt-smeared face. Instead it showed a thread. A thin line of dim red light ran from his heart to Su-wan's. He froze. Su-wan's lashes fluttered. Her eyes, fever-bright a moment ago, were sinking into darkness. Qin Rin had no technique, no sect inheritance, no teacher worth the name. Only a body half-broken from carrying other men's burdens and a hatred for leaving people where strong hands put them. The thread pulsed once. Instinct moved before reason. Qin Rin pressed his bloodied palm over Su-wan's heart and dragged in the roughest, deepest breath he could manage. Breathe with me, he said. The thread in the mirror brightened. Outside, the beast slammed the rubble again. Stone shifted overhead. Su-wan's lips barely moved. I can't. You can. Once more. He matched her broken inhale. Held it. Forced his own breath down, into the pain, into the heat gathering under his hand. Something opened inside his chest. Not a door. A wound. A furnace spark dropped into dry straw. Light spilled between his fingers. Su-wan arched with a cry. Needles of red-gold flame flashed across her skin like tiny feathers. Qin Rin felt a surge tear through his meridians, paths he had never known existed ripping awake with pain bright enough to make his teeth grind. His blood roared in his ears. He could feel her heartbeat. He could feel where it stumbled. So he pushed. Not with strength. With insistence. Live. The pulse under his palm steadied. The cut in her side smoked. Flesh knitted with horrible, beautiful slowness. At the same time Qin Rin's claw-torn back burned as if hot needles were sewing him from the inside out. The dust hanging in the shrine turned visible to him one grain at a time, each one limned in dim red light. Beyond the fallen stone, he sensed the beast not as shape, but as a knot of hostile heat. Su-wan's eyes flew open. Behind her pupils, a tiny phoenix made of ember-thin needles spread its wings. The trapped air trembled. Outside the shrine, a voice went sharp for the first time all night. Hangul, pull that rubble apart, he snapped. Now. Qin Rin stared at Su-wan. Su-wan stared back, breath ragged, wound sealed, one hand clutching his wrist with sudden strength. What, she whispered, did you do? Qin Rin looked at the glowing thread still burning in the mirror, then at the collapsed doorway, then at the beast trying to claw through while Hangul's men closed in to see what miracle had just happened in the dark. Something, he said, tasting blood and ash, that got us both in worse trouble. Chapter 2 The beast died first. Qin Rin did not kill it cleanly. Clean belonged to sect manuals and tournament tales. Dustgrave taught different lessons. The stitched monster shoved one human arm through the broken stone and clawed for his throat. Qin Rin caught the wrist with both hands, planted a foot against the fallen slab, and twisted until the limb tore loose in a spray of black blood that smelled like rotten copper. The beast shrieked. Before it could yank back, Su-wan raised 2 fingers. Red gold light flickered at her nails. 5 hair-thin needles of flame shot through the gap. The shriek cut off. A hiss rose from outside, wet and ugly. Burned flesh. Burned marrow. Qinren blinked at her. Suwon stared at her own hand like it had betrayed her. I did not know I could do that, she said. Try not to look so offended by your own usefulness. She gave him a flat look that would have had more force if dust were not caked across half her face. You're bleeding on me. Then sit farther away. He tried to push himself up and nearly blacked out. The glow inside him had not vanished after saving her. It moved in slow tides through his body, tracing hidden channels through his limbs. Every sweep of it sharpened something new. He could hear pebbles shifting outside the ruined doorway. He could pick out Hangu's voice from among his guards without straining. He could feel Suwon beside him with eerie precision, where her pulse jumped, where pain lingered in her leg, where heat gathered in her chest around that tiny phoenix of needles. When she winced, his own side twinged. Qinren went still. Suwon noticed. You felt that. He did not insult her by lying. Yes. She reached down and pressed hard against the bruise on her thigh. Pain flashed up Qinren's leg so vividly his heel kicked stone. They stared at each other in the dim light. That, Suwon said carefully, is not normal medicine. Good. I couldn't afford normal medicine anyway. Her mouth twitched. Then she looked toward the doorway, and the humor vanished from her face. If Hangu saw the light, he won't stop until he knows what happened. Then we don't let him know. He owns half this market. Then we rob him of the useful half. That got him a better look, sharp and appraising despite the exhaustion hollowing her cheeks. You always answer fear with theft. When possible. The cracked bronze mirror still lay in Qinren's palm. Its surface had gone dull again, no thread visible. He tucked it back under his shirt and crawled toward the sidewall, where moonlight slipped through broken masonry. Outside, men shouted. Iron scraped stone. Hangu was indeed trying to pry the shrine apart. Move if you can, Qinren said. Suwon tested her wounded leg. The muscles quivered. She hissed through her teeth, but got under herself. I can limp and insult you at the same time. A prodigy. He kicked at the side wall until old mortar cracked. Cold night air knifed through. On the third kick, a gap widened enough to squeeze through. After you, he said. If you collapse, I'll leave you. Lie prettier. She paused with one hand on the broken stone. In the moonlight, her eyes looked amber at the edges. I don't lie at all. Then she hauled herself through. Qinren followed into a reeking alley choked with wet straw and spoiled cabbage. His back screamed as torn flesh pulled. He nearly hit the ground, but Suwon caught his elbow before he fell. The contact sent a ripple through both of them. Not pain this time. Awareness. He knew, for one disorienting beat, that her mouth tasted faintly of the medicine he had poured between her lips. That her fear was hard and bright rather than panicked. That beneath it sat anger old enough to have roots. She jerked her hand away as if burned. You felt that too, Qinren said. Keep your voice down. So she had. He grinned despite himself. Trouble shared is cheaper. If you keep talking like that, I'm letting Hangu kill you on principle. They moved. Duskgrave Market at night looked like a carcass after dogs finished with it. Narrow lanes, leaning houses, cookfire smoke trapped low between roofs. Farther out, the rich quarter glowed with spirit lamps. Here, light came from tallow and moonshine on broken tile. Twice Qinren pulled Suwon into alcoves while patrols passed. Each time he knew they were coming a few breaths before boots scraped stone, as if some hidden part of him could feel hostile intent gathering in nearby flesh. At the third corner, Suwon whispered, Left. There's a canal cut there. You know this market? I know escape routes. Different profession. He wanted to ask more. No time. They cut through a tanner's yard where hides hung like flayed flags. The smell hit like a slap. Qinren almost missed the small hiss behind him. He turned. Suwon had gone rigid, fingers digging into the wall. The tiny phoenix light flickered beneath her skin. Her pupils had widened until her eyes looked almost black. What? He whispered. She swallowed. Do you hear that? He listened. Shouts. Distant boots. Water slapping stone. Hear what? A bell. There was no bell, but her whole body shook as if some invisible sound were drilling through bone. The phoenix glow flared brighter, and heat washed off her in waves. Qinren felt it through the link as fever, fear, and a strange grief that was not his own. Suwon. He caught her shoulders. Look at me. Her gaze dragged to his. Breathe with me. The words came naturally now. He did not understand why. He only knew the rhythm mattered. In. Hold. Out. He guided the pace with his own lungs, feeling the resonance between them settle from a violent rattle into a harsh but manageable pulse. The phantom bell faded from her face. She sagged against the wall. That has never happened before. Then we added to the list. Which list? Reasons tonight is getting worse. She actually laughed once, tired and unwilling. Then she pushed off the wall. Can you still run? Badly. Good. Me too. They reached the canal cut just as Han Gu's men sealed the main southern gate. Shinrin crouched behind a stack of old fish baskets and watched spirit lanterns bob over the bridge. 3 guards. 1 bowman. No clean path. He started checking the surroundings the way he checked loads before carrying them. Weight, angle, weakness. Fish oil pooled under the baskets. On the opposite bank, a butcher had dumped offal in a ditch. Beside the bridge, a shrine lamp burned under a paper screen. Shinrin looked at Su-wan. Can those needles do more than stab? She followed his gaze. You want fire. I want confusion. If I miss, we roast ourselves. If we stay, Han Gu buys your corpse by sunrise. She rubbed a thumb over 2 fingers, testing that new strange power like an herb grinder testing texture. Then don't jostle me. Shinrin took a broken tile and pitched it into the canal. The splash drew 2 guards to the railing. At the same breath, Su-wan flicked her hand. The red-gold needle streaked, so fast Shinrin barely tracked it. It pierced the paper screen around the shrine lamp. Flame bloomed. Oil caught. Then the ditch of butcher's offal ignited with a greasy roar and a stink foul enough to make the bowman gag. The fish baskets beside Shinrin flared next. Men shouted. One slipped in the mess and went down cursing. Another yelled that the beast had broken loose again. Now, Shinrin said. They ran low beneath the smoke, crossed under the bridge instead of over it, and splashed through knee-deep black water cold enough to bite the calves. Shinrin's back wound opened again. He felt the wet warmth at once. Su-wan stopped halfway through the canal. Shinrin turned, ready to drag her if he had to. She was staring at his back, at the blood spreading through his torn shirt. Her jaw tightened. Hold still. Not ideal. For once, try trusting the woman you kidnapped out of a collapsing shrine. Rescued. Debatable. She pressed 3 fingers between his shoulder blades. Fire entered him. Not the wild furnace from before. This was narrow, precise, and viciously hot, as if glowing threads were being drawn through ripped flesh. Shinrin bit the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste blood again. Steam rose from his shirt. The pain lasted 3 breaths. When she pulled her hand away, the bleeding had slowed to a seep. Shinrin stared. You were hiding that. No, I just didn't know my martial spirit had woken. She said it lightly, but her eyes had gone distant for a moment. Shinrin knew that look. A person checking whether the world they had yesterday still existed. He nodded once. Then we both have problems. Boots pounded on the bridge above them. Su-wan said, You first this time. If I fall, you'll hear me complain. He climbed the embankment and reached down to pull her up. The instant their hands locked, the hidden awareness sharpened again. He sensed, not in words, but certainty, the route her body wanted to take to avoid putting weight on the injured leg. He shifted before she slipped, and she landed beside him with her balance intact. She frowned. You moved before I did. You were going to slip. How did you know? Shinrin looked back toward the smoke rising over Dust Grave Market. Somewhere behind it, Han Gu was hunting them. Somewhere beyond it, whatever bound him to Su-wan had already changed the rules of his life beyond repair. I think, he said, you're not the only thing I dragged out of that shrine. Chapter 3 By dawn, Dust Grave Market smelled like rain over ash and spoiled grain. Shinrin and Su-wan crouched atop the roof of an abandoned dye house, while the city woke below them in patches of noise. Street vendors banged pans to announce breakfast porridge. A mule brayed. Somewhere in the richer quarter, a bronze chime called cultivators to morning exercise. Here in the lower alleys, people just glanced at the smoke-black sky and got on with staying poor. Han Gu's men did not. They spread through the market in squads of 4, searching courtyards, barging into stores, kicking over bedding in labor barracks. Shinrin counted routes, habits, blind turns. He had carried crates for Iron Bone Hall long enough to know which foremen cut corners and which guards drank too early. Su-wan, crouched beside the chimney, tied her hair back with a strip torn from her sleeve. Clean movements. Efficient. She had found a cracked basin in the dye house and washed the blood from her face. Without the gore, he could see she was not soft at all. Her features were fine, but her eyes stayed too sharp, too watchful, as if every room she entered had once tried to sell her. Stop staring, she said. Stop noticing. Hard to miss a man thinking loud enough to shake a roof. She was right. He was thinking too fast. The strange sense between them had not dulled with sleep, because neither of them had slept. Every time a patrol came near, Shinrin felt a pressure in his chest before he heard boots. Every time Su-wan shifted wrong on her wounded leg, his own thigh tightened in warning. The link was not just there. It was learning them. That should have been useful. Instead, it felt like walking around with a second pulse that was not his. Su-wan broke the stale heel of a steamed bun in 2 and tossed half to him. Eat before you fall over and make my morning worse. He caught it. Your bedside manner is precious. I'm not at your bedside. I'm on a roof with a thief. Porter. Failed porter. You stole me from Hangu's square. If he owns the square, steal was the moral option. That pulled a breath of laughter from her. Then it was gone again. She looked over the market. He won't stop. Men like that never stop when witnesses survive. Then we make surviving expensive. That isn't a plan. It's a slogan. Xianxia bit into the bun and chewed while he watched Hangu's men pin a fishmonger against a wall for asking a question. A slogan would have felt better. A slogan demanded less. He swallowed. The square beast wasn't random. Hangu wanted chaos, either to collect debts in the confusion or to cover some shipment moving through the market. Suwon glanced sideways. Why? Because rich men do not release beasts where they sleep, only where they can blame the dead afterward. And your proof? My proof is that he smiled while a child got trampled. Emotion, not proof. Xianxia liked her more and less for saying it. He pointed toward the eastern quarter. Also, his warehouse line changed. 3 carts left before dawn from the old boneyard. Covered. Guarded too heavily for spice or ore. She followed the direction. You saw that from here. I carried their loads for 8 months. You learn what weight does to axle sound. For the first time, Suwon looked at him with something close to respect rather than temporary utility. There it is. What? The part where you stop talking like a street idiot and sound like a man paying attention. Don't spread it around. I have a reputation to maintain. Below, a pair of guards stopped beside the dyehouse gate. One pointed up. Xianxia moved without thinking, dragging Suwon flat as a crossbow bolt snapped through the space where her head had been. She hit the tiles with an angry hiss. That was my good shoulder. Tell it to the bolt. The guard shouted. More boots answered. Xianxia rolled to the far side of the roof and ripped free a loose tile stack he had noticed earlier. It slid off in a clattering avalanche, forcing the bowman below to jump back. He grabbed Suwon's wrist and hauled her across the ridge line, just as a second bolt punched through the chimney. They dropped into the dyehouse courtyard. Purple water splashed up from old vats, staining Xianxia's trouser legs. A side door hung half open. He shoved Suwon through it, then jammed a beam under the latch. Back wall, he said. Already saw it. Good. She was still thinking ahead. They ran through a weaving room where damp cloth hung from rafters like rows of ghosts. Xianxia heard boots pounding into the courtyard behind them. He took one of the hanging sheets down in passing and threw it over a vat of half-dried indigo powder, then kicked the vat over. The sheet drank the dye into a heavy, slippery mess. The first guard through the door planted a foot on it and went down hard enough to break teeth. Xianxia did not stay to admire the work. He slammed open the back exit into a lane behind the tannery, then stopped so abruptly, Suwon nearly crashed into him. Hangu stood there waiting. No silk canopy this time. No laughing guards in a neat row. Just the young master in a pale blue robe, boot soles dry despite the muck, holding a short iron cudgel in one hand. 4 bodyguards fanned out behind him. The alley narrowed around them, bricks sweating with moisture. There was nowhere to turn that did not end in steel. Hangu clicked his tongue. You have made me walk, Xianxia. I dislike that. Xianxia eased one step in front of Suwon. Then next time send a litter. Hangu's gaze slid past him to Suwon. Greedy. Curious. Not lust alone. Worse. Assessment. So the little herb girl lived. How fortunate. Men pay highly for rare constitutions. Suwon's fingers twitched at her side. Tiny phoenix sparks flickered at her nails. Hangu saw them. His eyes lit. Ah, he breathed. There you are. That told Xianxia enough. This was not about a market witness anymore. Hangu wanted whatever had awakened in the shrine. Xianxia said, You knew. I suspected. Hangu tapped the cudgel lightly against his palm. My buyers speak of odd bloodlines. Hidden physiques. The kind of trash that becomes valuable only after pain shakes it loose. Usually the weak die before anything useful appears. Last night you embarrassed probability. Buyers. So there was someone above him. Xianxia filed that away and looked for the break in the alley. Left side guard favored his rear knee. Right side wall had old mortar. Roofline low enough to climb if he could create one breath of disorder. Hangu smiled at the silence. You think because you survived one beast that you were difficult to kill. You are still a carrier. She is still a commodity. Dust grave remains mine. Humiliation arrived, as it always did from mouths born cushioned. Xianxia tasted it, then built a plan around it. If this market is yours, he said, why are your men searching every rat hole like beggars who lost their purse? Hangu's smile thinned. If your beast did what you wanted, Xianxia went on, louder now. Why are you here yourself instead of counting profits? Unless something went wrong. Unless the cargo you wanted hidden is still moving and you can't afford witnesses. Windows cracked open above the alley. Faces appeared. Dust Grave loved fear, but it loved scandal more. One guard stepped forward. Hangu raised a hand to stop him. You think noise protects you? Hangu said softly. I think rich men hate questions. Hangu moved. He was faster than the beast had been. The cudgel whistled through damp air toward Qin Ren's temple. Qin Ren barely brought up his forearm in time. Bone rang with impact. Pain shot to his elbow. He stumbled back, and Hangu pressed in with another strike aimed at the ribs. Not a pampered fool, then. Cultivator. Qin Ren twisted. The cudgel smashed brick and sent shards across his cheek. Suwon's flame needles flashed past his shoulder. Hangu's bodyguard knocked them aside with a blade. But the alley flared bright enough for Qin Ren to see the old mortar seam on the right wall crumble. He drove his heel into it. The wall gave with a cracking groan. Loose bricks tumbled into the guard on that side. Qin Ren seized Suwon and lunged through the gap as the alley filled with dust. Hangu roared. After them. They burst into a dead storage court full of broken carts. Qin Ren's left arm hung numb from the cudgel blow. Behind him, Suwon sucked in air through clenched teeth. You can't keep doing this, she snapped. Doing what? Choosing the worst possible path and surviving by argument. He grabbed the shafts of an overturned cart and flipped it into the gap just as the first guard squeezed through. The cart jammed crosswise. It's working, he said. That is not the same as good. They ran again. By noon they had lost the immediate pursuit, but the cost had arrived. Qin Ren's arm had swollen from wrist to elbow. Suwon's leg had reopened. Hangu's men had posted reward sheets at 3 intersections with crude sketches and the words stolen sect property beneath her face. They crouched in the shade of a grain shed while flies circled a split sack of millet nearby. Suwon tore one reward sheet down from a wall and read it with her jaw tight. Property. Qin Ren watched her crumple it. Who was going to buy you? Silence stretched. Then she said, Green Flame Valley. Not a lie. He felt the truth of it in the bond. But not all of it. I was an outer disciple, she said. I studied field medicine and spirit herb identification. We treated caravans, poor villages, anyone who could pay a little or promise a favor. I thought that meant the valley was clean. Her laugh held no warmth. Then I learned where the inner court sent the pretty disciples with rare constitutions. Not to heal. To be auctioned to patrons who wanted wombs, attendants, test subjects. They called it alliance marriage if the buyer had enough rank. Qin Ren's swollen hand closed around the edge of a crate until splinters dug in. Suwon kept speaking because if she stopped, she might shake apart. I stole records. I ran before dawn. Hangu's people caught my trail 2 days ago. So he loosed a beast into a crowded market for one woman. For records too. She tapped the pouch at her belt. I still have names. That changed things again. No. It clarified them. Hangu was not just a butcher with leisure. He was a link in a chain. If Qin Ren fled Dustgrave now, he might keep breathing another week. Hangu would still own the square. The buyers would still buy. Suwon would spend every day running until someone faster cornered her. Suwon saw the thought land in his face and swore under her breath. No. No what? That look. I know that look. It is the look men get before they do something noble and stupid. Sometimes those are the same thing. I need to get out of Dustgrave. And Hangu needs his teeth kicked down his throat. Qin run. He met her stare. If we run now, he hunts us on his terms. If we make him answer in public, he bleeds first. She looked away toward the market lanes, toward the reward sheets fluttering on walls, and the people pretending not to read them. You're proving my earlier point. Which one? Stupid twice. He rose, flexed his numb fingers once, and felt the new strange current move through his arm like a hidden stream searching for a path. The pain did not vanish. It sharpened. He could tell where the bruised bone ended and the swollen muscle began. He could sense where Suwon's heat steadied his circulation just by standing near her. New way of seeing. New problem. He looked east, where Hangu's old bone yard crouched behind high walls. Good, Qin Ren said. Because I have a plan. Chapter 4. The man sleeping under the bridge looked like he'd been assembled from old straw mats, wine fumes, and bad decisions. That was how Elder He Tingsong liked it. Qin Ren kicked his boot lightly. Old man, wake up. The drunk's hand shot out fast as a snake and caught Qin Ren's ankle. Not drunk, then. Or not enough. One bleary eye opened. If you're here to rob me, be ashamed. I have reached an age where even thieves should show respect. If you're here to smell like a brewery forever, congratulations. The old man snorted and let go. Market boy. The one who keeps carrying double loads because his back is willing and his brain is defective. Qin Ren crouched. Under the stench of wine and river mud. There was something else about the old man today. Singed copper. Like struck spirit ore. Elder he sat up slowly and peered past Qin Ren to Suwon, who remained 3 paces away with one hand near her pouch. The instant his gaze settled on her, it sharpened. Then it moved back to Qin Ren's chest. Well, Elder, he said softly. That is inconvenient. Qin Ren's shoulders tightened. You can see it? A blind pig with half a nose could smell it. Resonance. He rubbed at his beard. I had hoped never to catch that scent again before I died. Suwon's fingers twitched. Again. Elder, he rose with more stiffness than frailty and limped toward the shadowed side of the bridge. Walk if you want answers. Stay if you want hunters. Qin Ren and Suwon exchanged a glance, then followed. The old man led them through river tunnels and storage crawl spaces to a room behind a collapsed pottery kiln. It was dry, hidden, and unexpectedly clean. 3 jars of water sat against one wall. Bundles of herbs hung from rafters. A rusty spear leaned beside a stack of old sect manuals with their covers torn off. Suwon noticed the books first. You're not just a drunk. I've worked very hard at being underestimated. Elder, he said. Do not ruin it. He pointed Qin Ren onto a low stool. Shirt off. Buy me dinner first. The old man slapped the back of Qin Ren's swollen arm. Pain burst white behind his eyes. That was rude, Qin Ren hissed. That, Elder, he said, was a lesson. Do not joke with a broken circulation. Suwon moved in at once, anger sharpening her voice. His arm isn't broken. Bruised, torn, overstrained. His back is worse. Elder, he gave her a long look. Phoenix needle spirit. She went still. Do not bother denying it. The heat around your meridians is pecking my eyebrows. He clicked his tongue. And him. Resonance Physique. You two found one another in the gutter, did you? Qin Ren's silence answered well enough. Elder, he exhaled once through his nose. Then the major sects will kill you if they confirm it. The lesser sects will cage you first and kill you later. The market clans will sell your location to whichever offer comes with more silver or less paperwork. Qin Ren had expected danger. Hearing it arranged into a neat list still tightened something under the ribs. Why? Suwon asked. Elder, his gaze drifted to the torn manuals. Because a man who grows stronger by saving women and a woman who grows stronger by choosing him is an insult to every structure built on keeping both useful and separate. Qin Ren looked at him sharply. You know too much. I know enough to still be alive, which is much the same thing. The old man set a chipped bowl over a spirit coal brazier and crushed bitter leaves into it with the heel of his palm. The smell that rose was sharp as pine resin and old smoke. Listen well, he said. Your body was not trained for what it just did. The bond opened channels in your meridians by force. Right now the two of you are like a house lit from one end with the shutters nailed closed. Pressure will build. Heat will seek the weakest crack. If you keep using whatever instinct saved her, either your vessels split or her spirit burns wild. Suwon folded her arms. That is the sort of warning men usually give before pretending only they know the answer. Elder, he looked amused. I don't need to pretend. I do know the answer. He flung a rolled manual at Qin Ren's chest. Qin Ren caught it one-handed and winced. Ember-tide breathing. Read the faded strip on the cover. Not a sect treasure, Elder, he said. An old caravan method for stabilizing borrowed fire essence in hostile terrain. Hidden because no grand sect cared about techniques that helped common people survive more than they helped nobles show off. Useful because it teaches rhythm before force. Qin Ren opened the manual. The first diagrams were simple. Breath, pulse, focus points along the chest and lower abdomen. Nothing grand. Nothing impossible. That made him trust it more. Why help us? He asked. The old man's hands paused over the bowl. For one instant his face looked older than river stone. Because once, I was not fast enough. No more came after that. None needed to. They began. Elder, he made Qin Ren sit cross-legged on the kiln floor while Suwon knelt opposite. He tapped their sternums with a charred wooden pointer and made them inhale together. Hold. Release. Again. Again. Again until the motion scraped away awkwardness and exposed structure beneath. At first Qin Ren felt only pain. The swollen arm throbbed. The claw marks across his back prickled as salve sank in. His lower back cramped from bad posture and worse habits. Suwon's breathing was ragged on the 3rd cycle and angry on the 4th. Too fast, Elder, he snapped. He's dragging my pace, Suwon snapped back. Then stop letting him. Qin Ren might have enjoyed that if his chest did not feel like a furnace chimney. By the 12th cycle, something changed. He no longer felt only his own inhale. He felt where Suwon's breath caught before the wound side expansion. He adjusted unconsciously. She matched. The next cycle ran smoother. On the next, he noticed heat gathering not randomly, but in loops. One through him. One through her. Then a crossing current between their hearts that flashed at the moment their breathing aligned. The world did not grow vague. It grew exact. He could tell which herb bundle hanging above them had moisture trapped inside. He could tell Elder his pointer had a crack halfway up the grain. He could tell Suwon was irritated less by the pain than by needing guidance at all. His eyes opened. Red motes drifted over Suwon's skin, tiny ember-bright specks. In his own chest, a dim knot of warmth pulsed in answer. "Keep going, Elder," he said quietly. Xianxia obeyed. The knot descended with his breath toward the base of his abdomen, then rose again with the exhale like a tide pulling sparks through dry reeds. When it crossed the bruised channels in his arm, pain flared so hard his fingers curled inward. He almost broke rhythm. Suwon spoke through clenched teeth. "If you stop, I throw this stool at your head." He barked a short laugh despite the pain, threatening the injured. Cruel healer. Breathe. So he did. The current surged once more. Something granular, old, and stubborn inside him cracked. Not bone. Limitation. He felt the shape of his body differently after it happened, not as muscle and skin alone, but as a network of passages that could now carry more than exhaustion and hunger. The kiln room sharpened around him. Dust settled in slow, visible spirals. The brazier heat pressed against his face with layered texture. He heard two men outside on the far street discussing reward silver and knew, without seeing, that one was lying. Mortal tempering. Not a name in a book. A new angle on the world. Then the cost landed. Blood ran from Xianxia's nose and spattered onto the manual. His swollen arm seized. The heat in Suwon's chest flared violently in response, and she doubled over, one hand clutching her ribs, as if his breakthrough had yanked on the bond like a hooked line. "Enough, Elder," he barked, slamming the wooden pointer between them. The current broke. Xianxia pitched forward, catching himself on both hands. The kiln floor felt cold and rough under his palms. He sucked in air that tasted of ash and herbs. Suwon straightened slowly, wiping blood from her own lip. Xianxia looked up sharply. "You bled too." "Which means," she said, still breathing hard, "that if you charge ahead like an idiot, I get dragged with you." There it was. The first clear cost neither of them could ignore. Elder, he crouched and grabbed Xianxia's jaw, forcing his face up. "Hear me, boy. Strength gained through resonance is not yours alone. Every reckless surge shoves consequence into two bodies. If you want to live, you learn control. If you want her alive, you learn restraint." Xianxia swallowed metallic saliva. "Not my best trait." I noticed. Outside, footsteps splashed through a puddle near the hidden entrance. Voices passed. One said, "Hangu doubled the bounty. The girl is worth sect money." Suwon reached for the knife at her belt. Xianxia was already rising. "Elder," he made a disgusted sound. "Sit back down. Hunters. And you will face them with one fresh rank and a nose full of blood." The old man jerked his chin toward the far wall. "There is a hidden vent crawl to the alley. Use that. But first, take this." He tossed Xianxia a small bone whistle etched with faded lines. "What's it do?" "Calls one man in this market who still owes me a favor and knows how to keep his mouth shut. Tai Songhai. Blacksmith. Crippled leg. Worst temper. Do not waste it unless things become expensive." Xianxia tucked the whistle away. Suwon was already limping toward the crawl space. "The bounty has my face on it. We need food, cloth, and somewhere Hangu won't search twice." Xianxia grabbed the manual and rose. "I also need to know where those covered carts went." Elder, he looked at him as if considering whether to strike him again just on principle. "There it is. The defect. The plan," Xianxia corrected. "Same thing in your case." But the old man did not stop him. Chapter 5 Rain started at dusk, thin and cold, tapping across the patched roof of Tai Songhai's forge like fingernails on an old coffin. The forge stood in the market's crooked edge where smiths, corpse washers, and charcoal burners rented space, too smoky for respectable merchants. Heat pressed from the furnace mouth in waves that smelled of coal, hot iron, and wet leather. Tai Songhai himself hammered a spirit nail on the anvil with one arm bare to the shoulder, the muscles on that side thick as braided rope. His left leg dragged when he moved. His right eye was clouded white. He heard Xianxia and Suwon come in through the rear curtain and did not turn. "If he Tingsong sent you," he said, "he's either feeling charitable or cruel." "Both seem likely," Xianxia said. Tai snorted. "Then shut the flap. You're letting my heat out." Suwon closed it behind them. The storm noise softened at once, leaving only the ring of hammer on iron and the hiss of rain striking the outer quench trough. Tai Songhai finally looked over. His good eye went first to Xianxia's swollen arm, then to Suwon's healing leg, then to the faint red shimmer that seemed to live in the air whenever the two stood too near each other. He set the hammer down. "Ah," he said. "So it's that kind of trouble. We need a place for one night," Xianxia said. "And news. One costs food. The other costs honesty. Which can you afford?" "Food. Then you get floor space." Suwon spoke before Xianxia could. "We can pay more if you help move people." Tai's thick brows rose. "People. Girls from Hangu's square and whoever else he's caged," Suwon said. "He is selling them." Tai leaned his hip against the anvil. expression unreadable beneath soot and old burned scars. That is accusation. That is certainty, Shinrin said. Tai's eye rested on him. And certainty gets many good idiots killed. Then help us be effective idiots. For 3 breaths the blacksmith said nothing. Then he bent, lifted a kettle from the furnace edge, and poured steaming water into 3 cracked cups. Drink. After that, tell me everything. And if I decide you are too foolish to survive, I will say so in detail. The tea tasted of rust and bitter bark. Shinrin drank anyway. Heat spread into the hollow places left by the last 2 days. They told Tai enough. Not about the mirror. Not all of Elder He's words. But enough about the shrine, Hangu, the buyers, the reward sheets, and Suwon's stolen records that the blacksmith's face hardened by degrees until the rain outside seemed gentler than his silence. Boneyard, Tai said at last. Not warehouse. Boneyard. Old slaughter pens behind Iron Bone Hall's fighting ring. Covered carts go there before midnight and leave before dawn. No common laborers allowed inside after sunset. Shinrin had guessed right. The knowledge felt like a nail sinking true. How many guards? He asked. Enough that a frontal attack is a prayer for cremation. Tai took a sip of tea. Why not run? Suwon answered before Shinrin could. Because if we run, the records die with us and the next girls go into the carts. Tai looked at her with more approval than he had given Shinrin all night. Good. You speak like a person who has buried consequence. Shinrin said. I also want Hangu embarrassed. Tai barked a laugh. There. That's the market boy I expected. Suwon rubbed at the heel of her palm, gaze fixed on the furnace. I need the records copied first. Shinrin turned to her. You planned that already. Of course I planned it already. Her tone sharpened. If we only expose one ledger and it burns, then we die for smoke. I want names split in 3 copies, hidden in 3 places. I want one ready to sell to people who hate Green Flame Valley more than they hate us. I want one held where Hangu cannot buy it. And I want one on my body in case all of you fail. There it was again. She did not orbit him. She had her own road and would walk it whether he approved or not. Shinrin respected that. He also hated the last part. You assume failure quickly. Suwon looked at him. The furnace light painted copper along her cheekbone. I assume men with private beasts and sect buyers have survived longer than 2 days on arrogance alone. Tai Songhai grunted. Sensibly cruel. I like her better. Shinrin accepted the hit because she was right. The plan took shape between hammer blows and rain. Tai knew a refuse channel that ran under the old fighting ring. Shinrin knew the labor routes and shift whistles. Suwon knew what records mattered and which names could rupture alliances if spoken in the right hearing. Elder He had been right about the breathing method. Even sitting on rough blankets behind the furnace, Shinrin could feel the resonance settling more cleanly each time he and Suwon matched their breaths for a few cycles. Not romance. Necessity. Still, the space between them had changed. When Suwon's fingers brushed his wrist while taking the copied slips from him, he felt not only her pulse but the shape of her concentration, narrow and hard as a blade edge. When Shinrin tested the injured arm, she flinched before he did as the ache rippled across the bond. Annoying, she muttered. Useful, he corrected. Mostly annoying. Tai dragged over a crate of scrap iron and dumped it at Shinrin's feet. If you're going to do something suicidal, at least stop looking like a porter with grievances. Inside lay broken chain, 2 short hooks, an old spearhead, and a pair of forearm guards with cracked spirit inscription channels. Shinrin picked up the guards. These won't hold essence. No, Tai said. But they'll stop a cudgel once if fortune owes you. He paused. It doesn't. So don't rely on it. Hours later, night sank fully over Dust Grave. Rainwater ran from the roof edges in silver lines. Hangu's patrol lanterns moved through the market like slow predators. Shinrin stood near the back furnace with ember-tied breathing manual open on a barrel lid. He had read the same 3 pages so often he no longer needed the text. Only the reminder that rhythm before force could still be true, even when his instincts demanded motion. Suwon came to stand opposite him. Again, she said. They inhaled together. Heat gathered, crossed, descended. This time Shinrin did not chase it. He guided it. The current slipped through his bruised channels with less violence than before, and when it pooled in his abdomen, he understood, suddenly and physically, what Elder He meant about tempering. This rank was not strength piled on strength. It was the body learning to become a vessel instead of a sack of meat dragged from one crisis to the next. The forge sharpened around him. He could feel the furnace breath in waves, each push of hot air distinct from the next. He could hear rain striking different metals by tone. He could sense, behind him, Tai Songhai pausing his hammer because he had noticed the shift. Shinrin exhaled. The warmth rose through his chest and out his limbs. His swollen arm loosened. Not healed. Aligned. He became aware of leverage in his own body the way a carpenter knows weight in wet wood. If he put force through the floor a certain way, he could move faster without wasting motion. If he met a blow at the angle he now sensed in the forearm guard, he could turn impact aside instead of merely enduring it. Mortal tempering peak waited one step beyond where he had reached with Elder He. The question hanging since the shrine had been simple. Could he gain enough control before Hangu cornered them again? Now the answer came. Rin drew one more breath with Su Wan. The tiny phoenix behind her sternum flared. Heat lanced through the bond. His own pulse answered. The air over the furnace warped, and a ring of red dust shivered outward from beneath both their feet. Rin felt the last stiffness in his arm burn away into a deep ache that promised repayment later. He opened his eyes. The world had edges now. Not just objects. Intentions. Weight lines. Weak points. Tai Songhai set his hammer down with a low whistle. There. Now you look like a poor decision with conviction. Blood dripped from Rin's sleeve where old wounds had reopened under the strain. His vision darkened for half a blink. Su Wan staggered and caught herself on the barrel, pressing a hand to her chest. Cost? Tai asked. Rin answered through gritted teeth. Shared. Su Wan shot him a look. If you break through again without warning, I will poison your tea. You say that like you haven't considered it already. She almost smiled. Then the expression vanished as fast as it came. Listen. Voices outside. More than a patrol. Boots in mud. Men moving with purpose. Tai swore once, low and specific. He limped to the slit in the forge wall and peered out. Hangu's hounds. Too many for coincidence. Rin's first instinct was immediate. Fight here. Defend the forge. Do not let danger reach the people sheltering them. It was the same instinct that had dragged him across the square and into a falling shrine. And for the first time, Su Wan grabbed that instinct by the throat. No, she said. He turned. Her eyes were bright in the furnace glow, furious and afraid in equal measure. If you stand here and trade blows, Tai loses his forge, I lose the records, and Hangu still controls the ground. You wanted a plan. So use it. We strike the boneyard while his men search the wrong place. The words hit harder than Hangu's cudgel because they were correct. Tai Songhai nodded once. Girl has iron in her head. Keep her. Rin looked from the back door to the slit in the wall to the packet of copied names in Su Wan's hand. Outside, a guard shouted for the forge to open. Rain hammered harder. Heat breathed from the furnace at his back. Humiliation, pursuit, danger. This time he answered with a plan. Tai. Rin said, fastening the forearm guards. When they come in, give them smoke and noise. Make it convincing. My favorite kind. Su Wan, take the copies and the red vial. If the boneyard has cages, you choose who gets moved first. Not me. Her chin lifted a fraction. Good. And if I do something stupid, he said, say so before it becomes expensive. She tucked the records into her inner sleeve. You really don't know when to stop, do you? Rin picked up the old spearhead and slid it through his belt. Outside, someone kicked the front door. He smiled, slow and mean. Not before dawn, he said. Chapter 6. The front door of Tai Songhai's forge exploded inward under a ram of bundled timber. Smoke met the men first. Tai had kicked half a basket of powdered charcoal onto the furnace mouth before the door even cracked. Black grit rushed through the room in a hot wave. It bit the eyes. It filled the nose. Someone outside coughed and started swearing. Too eager, Tai called, voice cheerful as a butcher cleaning hooks. If you wanted ironwork, you could have knocked like decent thieves. Rin and Su Wan were already gone through the ash chute. The tunnel behind the furnace was narrow enough to force Rin sideways. Wet soot smeared his shoulders. The brick was warm near the forge wall and clammy farther down, where the old waste channel sloped under the street. He could hear men overturning tables above them, boots pounding, Tai roaring something obscene about compensation. Su Wan crawled ahead with the copied records tied against her inner arm and a shuttered lamp clenched in her teeth. When she pulled it free, the light painted her face in amber strips. If he gets killed buying us time, she whispered, I will stab you first. Reasonable. That wasn't agreement. That was a threat. Still reasonable. She gave him a look and kept moving. The waste channel spilled out behind an abandoned kiln yard 2 lanes over. Rain came down in slanting lines, cold enough to sting Rin's cheeks where brick dust had abraded the skin. He pulled the rear grate into place behind them and crouched in the shadow of a broken cart while Su Wan checked the lanes. No immediate pursuit. Tai was earning his floor rent. Rin pictured the boneyard again. He had not seen the inside, but he knew the fighting ring above it well enough. Hangu liked sport. Men like that always built their secrets beside their entertainments because they confused convenience with invincibility. North wall, he murmured. Drain channel. Their refuse from the beast pits empties into a lime trench behind the ring. Suwon nodded once. You distract. I find the records and cages. No. You gave me authority 5 breaths ago. Over who gets moved first. Not over walking into the cages alone. Her jaw tightened. Rain beaded on her lashes and rolled down without softening anything about her. Those women won't trust a strange man covered in soot and bad intentions. Fair. And if I hear one of those bells again, I need you close. That silenced him. He did not like that the point was good. He liked even less that she knew it. Fine, Shinrin said. We go in together. If there are too many guards, we mark the route and come back. Suwon stared. What? You said something sensible while bleeding. Try not to rely on it. I may recover. They cut through back lanes until the market changed shape around them. Dustgrave's poor quarters sprawled. Ironbone Hall's district was tighter, better lit, more carefully cruel. Spirit lamps burned under oiled hoods. The paving stones were newer. No beggars slept close to the walls because Han Gu's guards used them for target practice when drunk. The fighting ring rose behind the bone yard like a squat, circular beast. Red banners drooped wet from the storm. The outer walls of the yard were not elegant. Thick brick. Reinforced gates. A place meant to hide ugly labor rather than display authority. Shinrin watched from beneath a shattered awning across the lane. 3 guards on the north side. One by the drain. One smoking by the wall. One under the eave, trying to keep his robe dry. From within came the smell of wet straw, blood, and the sour reek of old marrow boiled for grease. Not enough for what he values, Suwon said. Shinrin nodded. Because he thinks everyone dangerous is at the forge. He pulled the old spearhead from his belt. Not a weapon yet. A tool with ambitions. Wait for my signal. Suwon caught his sleeve. If you improvise past reason, I will not praise your corpse. Then I'll stay inconvenient. He slipped away along the wall. The drain guard noticed the movement too late. Shinrin came out of the rain low and close, one forearm guard slamming into the man's mouth to stop the shout. Teeth cracked under iron. Shinrin drove the spearhead into the cord tying the guard's alarm clapper and ripped it free before the man could swing his club. Not strength alone. Edges. Weight lines. Weak points. He felt where the club would travel from the man's shoulder and stepped inside it, elbowing the ribs just below the floating joint. Breath burst from the guard in a hot grunt. Shinrin seized the back of his neck and shoved his face into the runoff trench until the man went limp. The smoker under the wall turned toward the sound. Suwon's needle caught him in the throat. No broad flare, just a pinpoint glow. The man dropped his torch and clawed at smoke rising from inside his collar. The third guard spun toward her. Shinrin vaulted the trench, caught the eve beam, and kicked sideways. His heel hit the man's temple. They both went down in mud. The guard was heavier, trained, not drunk enough to be easy. He jammed a knife for Shinrin's stomach. Shinrin trapped the wrist, felt the angle of force through his newly tempered body, and shifted just enough to let the blade bury in the ground instead. The man headbutted him. Stars burst. Shinrin bit back a curse. The guard lunged again. Then the phoenix bond flashed hot through Shinrin's chest. Suwon. Not words. Warning. He dropped flat. A crossbow bolt hissed through the space where his throat had been. Archer on the wall walk. Shinrin grabbed the fallen torch, rolled, and hurled it up. He was not aiming to hit. He was aiming for the basket of oiled reed bundles stacked by the wall. The torch struck. Flame climbed in a greasy rush. The archer flinched from the burst of heat. Suwon's second needle took him in the wrist. The bow clattered down. Signal enough? She called under her breath. For now. He stripped keys from the muddy guard and went for the side postern. The inside of the bone yard felt colder than the ring. Lime pits smoked faintly along one side. Hooks hung from rafters in the processing shed. Animal bones should have explained most of the stacked crates. The human anklets in the corner explained the rest. Suwon's face went white, then hard. She did not stop moving. Office first, she said. Shinrin wanted the cages. Wanted the nearest throat. Wanted Han Gu in the mud with both eyes open to what he had built. Instead he nodded. Plan first. The office sat above the pit pens, warm with lamp oil and dry incense, obscene in its comfort. Shinrin eased the door open a finger width. No voices. Just the rustle of paper in a draft. Inside were ledgers, contracts, wax seals, a small locked cabinet with green Flame Valley sigil burned onto the metal. Suwon crossed the room fast enough to limp only once. Her hands shook as she opened the first ledger. Here, she whispered. Transfer records. Spirit constitutions. Ages. Shinrin read one line and felt his stomach turn. Female. 14. Bone forging viability uncertain. Sell before winter. He closed the book too hard. The wood cover snapped. Suwon was already at the cabinet. Locked. He drove the spearhead into the hinge seam and levered down. The metal squealed. The cabinet sprang open. Inside lay a packet wrapped in green silk, 3 jade name slips, and a document bearing Han Gu's red thumb seal beneath an elegant signature not his own. Madame Shui Rui. The name meant nothing to Qin Rin yet. The title did. Madam, not junior sister or deacon. Someone with status. Buyer, he asked. Su Wan's mouth thinned. Not just buyer. Recruiter. Green Flame Valley uses her to handle things we are not supposed to name aloud. A sound carried up from below. Not beast. Not rain. A muffled cough. Then another. Qin Rin was already moving toward the trap stair when Su Wan said, "Wait." He stopped because her tone was wrong. She stood with one hand on the desk, staring at nothing. The lamp flame had turned thin and blue. Under her skin, ember lines flickered wild and uneven. Su Wan, do you hear that now? He heard only the rain on the eaves. But through the bond he felt it. Not a sound in the ears. A vibration in the marrow. Hollow. Vast. A bell struck somewhere impossible. Su Wan folded at the waist with a raw, involuntary cry. The phoenix spirit behind her ribs flared bright enough to paint the office walls red gold. Needles of light lashed out around her, punching smoking holes through ledgers and curtain cloth. Qin Rin caught her before she hit the floor. The bell note tore through him secondhand, weaker but poisonous. For one heartbeat he saw an image that was not his own. A sky full of ash. Women kneeling beneath something enormous and ringing. Then it was gone. Su Wan thrashed. The light from her spirit burned his palms. Outside the office, voices rose. Guards. Too many. Trap. Or rather, trap discovered because his fatal defect would never let him choose the cleaner road. Had he come only for the ledgers, they could still flee. Had he gone only for cages, they might already be free. He had tried to take both. Now the cost was in his arms, convulsing, while the bone yard woke around them. Look at me, he said harshly. Her eyes were open but wrong, full of reflected fire and some distant terror. Su Wan, breathe with me. The bell kept pounding through the link, like grief-given sound. He forced his own breath deep and slow, even as boots hit the stairs below. In. Hold. Out. Again. At the 4th cycle, the phoenix flares steadied enough for him to see. At the 5th, she sucked in a ragged breath that belonged to the room again instead of the nightmare. At the 6th, Qin Rin realized something else had happened while he fought to anchor her. He could feel every guard below them through the agitation in the air. Not faces. Positions. Hostility like sparks pressing against wet cloth. Borrowed sense. New capability. Too late for comfort. Right on time for survival. Qin Rin grabbed the ledgers, kicked the desk into the stairwell, and hauled Su Wan toward the rear shutter. Can you move? She swallowed hard. I can hate moving. Good enough. Behind them, someone shouted, upstairs. Qin Rin looked at the shutter bars, the drop to the pit roofs, the angle of the nearest cage shed, and chose the one path that was not safe enough to tempt regret. We're not assassinating Han Gu tonight, he said. Su Wan's face had not fully regained color, but her voice was iron. No, we're robbing him first. Chapter 7. The women in the cages did not scream when the office shutter burst outward. They recoiled. That told Qin Rin more than noise would have. He and Su Wan landed on the slanted roof of the lower pen shed in a spray of rainwater and splinters. Qin Rin's boots skidded on wet tile. He caught the gutter edge with one hand and swung back up hard enough to wrench his shoulder. Below them, the cage corridor stretched in 2 rows beneath iron-grated awnings. Girls and women huddled inside, some barefoot on straw, some in torn servant robes, one with both wrists wrapped in filthy bandages that had never been changed. Torchlight flared at both ends of the corridor. Guards closing. Keys, Su Wan said. Qin Rin tossed her the ring and dropped through the roof, hatch into the corridor. The first guard reached him at the same breath. Big man. Crooked nose. Heavy cudgel. Not quick in the feet, but comfortable hurting people in small spaces. Qin Rin recognized the type from fighting ring labor detail. The cudgel came down. Qin Rin did not block. He stepped inside the arc and felt the path of force before it landed, his body reading pressure the way a smith reads heat. He let the forearm guard glance the haft aside and drove the spearhead up under the man's arm, where armor leather ended. The man bellowed and slammed his forehead into Qin Rin's face. Pain burst across his brow. Qin Rin staggered. The second strike should have broken his collarbone. Phoenix heat flashed through his arm first. Not his fire. Su Wan's. The bond answered his need before he could name it. Warmth flooded the bruised channels from shoulder to wrist. His muscles tightened, lighter and sharper than his own strength alone. Qin Rin caught the descending cudgel on the reinforced guard, twisted, and for one startling instant saw the man's balance as if drawn in red lines across the floor. He hooked the haft, stepped through, and used the man's own lunge to send him headfirst into the bars. Iron rang. The women inside the nearest cage shrank back. "Open them," one finally shouted, voice raw. Suwon dropped from the roof hatch to the upper rail and slid along it with more grace than her wound should have allowed. Keys flashed in her hand. "Only if you can run," she snapped. "If you can't, tell me now and don't waste my breath." Good, Chinrin thought. Not comforting. Useful. One cage opened. Then another. A gray-haired woman crawled out first and started pushing two younger girls ahead of her without waiting to be thanked. Another prisoner snatched a dead guard's knife through the bars and cut the ankle rope of the woman beside her before the door even swung wide. Named characters did not have to be the only ones with will. That much Dustgrave had taught him. Then the enforcer arrived. He stepped through the far torchlight broad as a door and shaved bald except for a greasy queue braided with bone beads. He wore a butcher's apron over leather scales. One hand held a hooked cleaver. The other dragged a chain weighted with ringed spikes. Old scars crossed his lips so thickly his mouth looked sewn. The chainman smiled at the open cages and spat to one side. "Young master said you might come for the livestock." Chinrin felt the women behind him go still. Humiliation again. Not aimed at him alone. He answered it the way he had promised himself he would. "Then tell your young master," Chinrin said. His livestock learned to bite. The chainman swung. The weighted spikes screamed through the corridor and smashed a cage bar flat where Chinrin's ribs had been a blink earlier. He moved on instinct and resonance both, feeling the incoming path as hot pressure before it crossed the air. But prediction did not make the corridor wider. The second sweep clipped his thigh and tore flesh to the bone through wet cloth. He hit the wall hard enough to rattle his teeth. Shared pain snapped through the bond. Suwon hissed above him. "Again, and I charge you for every drop." The chainman laughed, ugly and wet. "Pretty little healer. Young master will like you conscious." He drove forward. Not a brawler. Trained. The cleaver hurted while the chain killed. Chinrin gave ground. Not because he wanted to, but because the corridor did not belong to him yet. Think. The chainman watched the center. Knew how to cut escape lines. Left foot slightly heavy when the chain recoiled. Hooks on the ceiling for hanging carcasses. Lime buckets along the pen wall. Chinrin kicked the nearest bucket. Powder burst up white and stinging. The chainman cursed and turned his face. Chinrin lunged through the cloud. Not enough room for a spear thrust. He jammed the broken spearhead into the chainman's forearm instead. The man roared and smashed his forehead into Chinrin's nose. Warm blood flooded Chinrin's mouth. He tasted lime and copper. The chain looped around Chinrin's waist. The enforcer yanked. Bars, hooks, wet stone, women barely clear of the cages. In the half-breath before impact, Chinrin felt Suwon's fear spike through the bond like a pulled wire. Then her martial spirit answered. Heat surged from the center of his chest into his right hand. Not just warmth. Shape. 5 lines of fire, narrowing toward the fingers. Borrowed traits. Elder he had warned might be possible one day. One day had become now because the chainman intended to pulp him against iron. Chinrin caught the chain. Steam rose where his palm closed. The iron links glowed dull red under his grip. The smell of burning grease filled the corridor. The chainman stared, just one beat too long, as Chinrin planted his feet and yanked back. This was not merely stronger. It was different. He could feel the heat inside metal the way Suwon felt fever in flesh. Weak points glimmered. Stress lines brightened. Chinrin drove all that borrowed fire into one link and twisted. The chain snapped with a crack like split bone. The broken length whipped back into the chainman's own face. He reeled. Chinrin seized the fallen torch from the floor and rammed it under the butcher's apron. Old tallow and grease went up at once. The man howled, swinging blindly now, cleaver burying in a cage post instead of Chinrin's skull. "Move!" Suwon shouted. The freed prisoners surged. Some ran. Some dragged others. One girl with cropped hair and blood on one temple snatched the chainman's dropped spiked weight and smashed a pursuing guard's knee with all the hate left in her. Chinrin saw her only in flashes as the corridor erupted. He caught one cage door, bent the warped hinge with still lingering phoenix heat, and hauled out a woman too weak to stand. Then a voice from the cage nearest the exit rasped, "Don't leave the little ones." Back shed. Below. Chinrin froze. Trap? Maybe. Real? Also maybe. Boots thundered at both ends. Suwon had one arm around a limping prisoner and blood on her sleeve that was not hers. Chinrin. His flaw arrived in plain clothes and looked him in the face. He could take the women he had and get some clear. Or he could go lower, into unknown rooms, because one more voice had said there were children beneath. The cost of that choice landed before he made it. Suwon read his expression and swore so viciously even the prisoners glanced up. No. If there are children below. And if there aren't? Then we lose all of them because you needed every door open before dawn. He knew she was right. He also knew he would go anyway. That knowledge disgusted him because it felt too much like destiny and not enough like judgment. Take them to the north wall, he said. Her stare could have peeled bark. I said no. And I said back shed. For one hard heartbeat, he thought she might strike him. Instead, she shoved the red vial into his hand. If you die, do it where I can insult you first. Then she turned and started forcing the women toward the escape route, cursing at anyone who hesitated long enough to freeze. Shinrin ran for the back shed. He hit the locked door shoulder first. The frame held. He felt the shouts behind him, the fire spreading, the chainman's screams guttering into wet gasps. He used the borrowed heat still trapped in his palm. One strike to the latch, one to the hinge seam. The metal gave with a shriek. Stairs. The smell below was different. Not straw and sweat. Alchemy. He descended into a low cellar lit by green jars. Bones lined one wall, sorted by size. On the opposite side stood 6 iron cages no larger than dog kennels. 3 held children. Girls. The oldest could not be more than 10. The youngest stared at him through bars with eyes too dry to cry anymore. Shinrin's throat closed. Trap or not, that part no longer mattered. Keep breathing, he said, voice rough. We settle the debt after dawn. He had just reached for the first lock when the floor above thundered with heavy feet, and Hangu's voice cut through the smoke. Burn the lower shed, the young master called. If he wants the scraps, let him roast with them. Chapter 8. Fire crawled through the cellar beams before Shinrin got the second cage open. The children did not scream. They had lived too long among men who punished noise. That made Shinrin move faster and angrier than was wise. The youngest girl clung to his soot-black sleeve the instant he pulled her free. Her fingers were bird-light. The oldest shoved the other loose child toward him first before trying to crawl out herself, because some people learn leadership by surviving places that would have killed gentler temperaments. Above, timbers popped. Burning pitch dripped through the plank ceiling and hissed against stone. 3 more cages. No time. He dropped the red vial Su-Wan had given him into the lock of the nearest. The alchemical acid frothed and ate through the mechanism with a smell like boiled eggs and blood. Shinrin tore the door wide and reached for the next. A beam crashed across the stair mouth. No exit that way now. He looked at the barred drainage slit near the far wall. Too small for him. Maybe big enough for children if widened. The mortar around it had gone damp and soft from years of runoff. Shinrin planted the oldest girl by the slit and put the spearhead in her hand. Pry there, he said, pointing at the seam. Not the middle, the edges. She did not waste breath asking why he trusted her. She shoved the point into the mortar at once. Good. He broke open the last 2 cages by brute force and leverage, fingers splitting at the knuckles as iron cut skin. The final child could not stand. Fever burned along one calf with old formation scars. He slung her over one shoulder, took another under an arm, and kicked at the drainage slit where the oldest had weakened the edge. Brick burst outward into storm water. Cold rain and night air punched into the cellar. Out, Shinrin said. The smallest girl wriggled through first on her belly. Then the others, one after another, coughing and scraped raw by brick. Shinrin pushed the feverish one ahead of him and got stuck at the shoulders exactly as he had expected. Heat rolled over his back. Smoke flooded low. Too slow. He exhaled, twisted sideways, and felt the shaped awareness of his tempered body again. Bones, angles, leverage. Not strength. Understanding. He shifted one shoulder down, one hip back, and forced himself through with skin left behind on the brick. He spilled into the runoff trench as the cellar behind him collapsed in sparks. For half a beat, he lay there in black water, rain slapping his face. Then one of the freed children grabbed his collar and shook with all the ferocity in her tiny frame. Get up, she said. They'll come. So he got up. The north wall route had gone bad. Shinrin knew it before he reached the lane because the bond with Su-Wan had changed color inside him. Not literally, but the sensation had sharpened from hot focus to jagged distress. Pain. Motion. Rage being held together by discipline. He cut across the rear yard and emerged into the open slaughter square just in time to see why. Hangu had turned the rescue into theater. Freed women knelt in the mud beneath drawn bows. Guards ringed them with torches and hooked poles. Su-Wan stood in front of them, wrists bound behind a blood-smeared post, face pale and expression murderous. Tide Songhai had not merely made convincing noise. He had arrived himself with an iron hammer and a split scalp, only to be forced to one knee under 3 spears. Half the market was gathering under the eaves and awnings around the square because Dustgrave never ignored spectacle, especially when the rich promised blood. Hangu stood on the fighting ring steps in a dry cloak, smiling as if the rain answered only to him. There he is, he called when Rin came into view with 5 soot-covered girls behind him. Our carrier hero. I was beginning to think you had died doing something charitable. The crowd turned. Humiliation, now with an audience. Good. Public shame worked in 2 directions. Rin pushed the children behind an overturned trough and stepped into the open. You burned your own cellar to hide evidence. Honggu spread his hands. I burned disease stock. You stole women from lawful holding, murdered my guards, and set fire to my property. A few in the crowd muttered, some with fear, some because the lie was familiar enough to pass if said by a rich mouth. Honggu pointed at Suwan. This one is stolen sect property. She fled contracted service. The others were purchased from debt holders and criminal households. Ask their families if you doubt me. One of the kneeling women made a broken sound, part laugh and part spit. A guard hit her across the mouth with a staff. Rin's fingers curled. No charging. Not yet. He looked at the crowd instead. Fishmongers, porters, washerwomen, men who gambled on the ring, mothers whose daughters had disappeared one by one while everyone learned not to ask where pretty poor girls went after dark. He needed their eyes before he wanted their courage. Lawful, Rin said, loud enough to carry off the wet stone. Then why hide children in bone cellars? Why sell by constitution quality? Why mark ages in ledgers beside alchemy values? Honggu's smile sharpened. Bring him down. Not yet. Too soon. He still had the packet. Rin reached into his soaked shirt and pulled out the torn ledger pages and the silk-wrapped contract packet taken from the office. Rain plastered the paper to his fingers. He held them high. Because law doesn't need secret signatures, he said. Then he threw the pages not at Honggu, but into the crowd. That was the plan. Not accusation from one hunted man. Evidence in 100 wet hands. Porters snatched at the pages. A butcher's wife caught one against her chest and stared. A fishmonger bent close to read by torchlight and went gray. Someone said a familiar name. Then another. Then one woman in the back made a sound like an animal and pushed forward shouting for her missing daughter. Honggu's composure cracked. Seize those pages, he snapped. The mistake came with the order. His guards moved toward the crowd, not Rin. That told everyone present what mattered more. Rin pointed at him. Read the names aloud. The butcher's wife did. Voice shaking, but loud. Lan Sui, 16. Sold to Green Flame Valley Intermediary. Another voice picked up. Miao Fun, 13. Bone forging viability uncertain. Then a third, furious now. Debt settlement? She was 7. The square changed shape. Not physically. Socially. Fear curdled into a different thing when given words. Honggu drew his cudgel. Kill him. Guards surged. Rin moved to meet them, but he did not move alone. The first kneeling prisoner tore the hooked pole from the man guarding her and drove the butt into his knee. Tai Songhai came up off one knee with a blacksmith's roar and shattered a spear shaft across another guard's wrists. Suwan, still bound to the post, flicked her fingers and sent a phoenix needle through the cord at her own wrists, then another into the torch basket beside Honggu's left flank. Fire leaped. The crowd scattered and collided. Mud churned under boots. Rain turned torch smoke into greasy clouds. Rin hit the first guard low, shoulder to stomach, and sent them both sliding through muck. He came up with the man's saber, turned, and parried a cudgel strike with a jarring clang. Honggu himself stepped down into the fight. You should have stayed a carrier, he said, swinging for Rin's jaw. Rin took the blow on the cracked forearm guard. Iron shrieked. The guard split. Pain lanced up to the elbow. He answered with the saber pommel to Honggu's mouth. Blood sprayed red across Rain. Not enough. Never enough. Honggu retreated one step, eyes blazing. You gutter rat. And yet, Rin said through his own blood, you keep tripping over me. He could have chased. Instead, he saw the wider field. Archers on the ring rail. Crowd bunching near the fish carts. Tai Songhai bleeding from the scalp. Suwan cutting bonds with fire, while one of the freed women dragged the children toward cover. Strength would not win the square. Direction would. Market well. Rin shouted. Fall back to the market well. Stone cover. The command carried because he gave people a shape for panic to become. The freed prisoners and bystanders who had turned now had a destination. They moved. Honggu realized the same thing a blink later and bellowed for the archers. One arrow flew. It hit not Rin, but the butcher's wife still clutching a ledger page. She collapsed against the market well stones, paper sticking to the blood on her hand. The crowd saw. After that there was no quiet version of the night left. Chapter 9 They made the well square and nearly died there. It was a stupid place to hold if measured by comfort. Open from 3 lanes. Waist-high cover at best. Mud slick as tallow around the stones. But Rin had chosen it because wells were for everyone. Even cowards hesitated to shoot freely into the place their children drank from. Gu's men hesitated only once. Then they came anyway. The first rush hit like a wave of clubs, short spears, and armored boots. Shinrin met it at the edge of the well platform with a scavenged saber in one hand and a snapped spear haft in the other. Beside him, Tai Songhai swung his forge hammer in brutal arcs that broke more weapons than bones, because even now the blacksmith measured effort like iron stock and refused to waste motion. Suwon worked behind them, not hidden, not safe. She tore strips from her own ruined sleeve to bind the butcher's wife's shoulder, then burned a pursuing guard across the face without pausing her treatment of a feverish child. The freed women did not simply cower. Two held fish knife blades taken from the stalls. One old laundress kept shoving bricks into anyone's hand who looked ready to throw. Good. If they survived, it would not be because Shinrin had stood above them. It would be because Gu had finally taught the square its own teeth. An archer loosed from the roofline. Shinrin felt the danger before he saw the glint. He pivoted, knocking the shaft away from Suwon with the broken spear haft. The second arrow came a heartbeat later and buried in his side. The impact was blunt before it was sharp. Then heat spilled under his ribs. Shinrin sucked in air through his teeth and nearly lost the next exchange. A guard with a hooked axe took advantage, chopping low for the knee. Shinrin barely cleared it and answered with the saber across the man's forearm, opening leather and tendon. Pain roared through the bond. Suwon looked up from the wounded child and went pale. Arrow. Busy, Shinrin said. Idiot. Gu strode through the rain beyond the melee, cloak gone now, blue robe soaked dark and clinging to one shoulder. He held a ringed cudgel in both hands and spoke loud enough for the square to hear. You see, he called to the market. Give gutter filth one night of defiance, and he turns your streets into a grave. There was blood enough on the stones to make the accusation tempting. Shinrin hated that. He hated more that Gu had aimed it where people were weakest. One of the freed women beside the well panicked and bolted for the south lane. Wrong direction. Gu's reserve line waited there. Shinrin saw the trap and moved without thinking. He left the well line. That was the flaw. Not abstract compassion. A body choosing motion before strategy could catch it. He tackled the fleeing woman just as spears thrust from the lane mouth. One scraped down his back. Another punched through the meat of his upper arm. The woman screamed beneath him. Shinrin twisted, dragging both of them behind an overturned grain cart while the defensive line at the well faltered without his weight. The cost landed at once. 3 guards smashed into tight Songhai together. The blacksmith blocked 2 and took the 3rd spear through the calf. Suwon shouted Shinrin's name, furious rather than frightened. Behind her, the butcher's wife's little sister was clipped across the temple by a stray cudgel and dropped senseless. Too many points of collapse. All because he had abandoned the line for one life. The woman under Shinrin gasped. I thought I could make it. He wanted to say something kind. Something wise. What came out was harsher. Next time think before your legs do. Then he shoved her toward the cover and forced himself back to the well, each step jarring the arrow shaft in his side. The square looked different now. Not as positions alone. As a furnace. Pressure in one place could be fed elsewhere. Panic was fuel. Pain too. The bond with Suwon blazed hot enough to blind if he let it. Her phoenix spirit had been answering every crisis by throwing heat where it was needed. Healing flesh. Cutting ropes. Burning bowstrings. Scorching fear into motion. Shinrin understood the missing piece because he had failed. Mortal tempering taught structure. What the square demanded now was combustion. Could his body become not just a vessel, but a furnace that refined incoming violence into force? That question had been stalking him since Elder. He slapped his broken circulation and called rhythm before force. It sharpened the instant Shinrin saw his own blood washing pink around the well stones. He grabbed the arrow in his side. Suwon saw and shouted, Don't you dare yank that out in the middle of, he pulled. Agony tore white across his vision. Blood spilled hot over his waist. The world lurched. Then every hurt in him answered. Bruised arm. Split knuckles. Cut back. Spear wound. Exhaustion. Humiliation. Rage. Not separate pains. Fuel. Shinrin slammed the bloodied arrowhead against the well stones and dropped into ember tide, breathing while the battle still roared around him. In. Hold. Out. Not calm. Containment. The heat from Suwon surged through the bond and struck the furnace he had built at mortal tempering. This time it did not shred him on entry. It fed the blaze. His blood hammered in his ears. The rain around his body hissed, as if falling too close to a forge mouth. Steam curled off his shoulders. The stones beneath his boots trembled. Tai Songhai, half fallen, barked a laugh bloody enough to sound like choking. There. That's more like an expensive mistake. Shinrin opened his eyes. The square was red. Not literally, but every living thing now held heat signature meaning. He saw which guards were tiring by the dimming in their limbs. He saw where Han Gu's circulation favored the right shoulder before each cudgel strike. He saw the nearest torch basket shedding sparks into an oil puddle no one had noticed. Blood furnace. A new way to read battle. Not distance and weight alone. Vitality. Flow. Ignition. The cost came with it. His wounds did not stop hurting. They burned deeper. If he pushed too hard, he would cook himself from the inside with borrowed fire and his own blood as oil. Xianxia smiled anyway and kicked the torch basket. Fire sheeted across the oil puddle in a low orange wave, cutting Han Gu's reserve line from the left flank. The man with the hooked axe turned toward it. Xianxia was on him before the reaction finished. Inside the guard stance, saber hilt smashing nose, broken spear half jamming the knee, body moving on lines of heat and collapse instead of guesswork. One down. He pivoted and drove his palm into another man's chest. Phoenix heat lanced through contact. The leather over the guard's sternum smoked. The man screamed and stumbled back into his own allies. Not just borrowing Suwon's flame now. Conducting it. Han Gu saw it, and for the first time looked like a young master who had found the world insufficiently obedient. Kill the healer, he snapped. 3 archers on the ring roof pivoted towards Suwon at once. Xianxia moved before thought. This time he did not leave the line badly. He understood the field. He seized the chain weight dropped earlier in the mud, whirled once, and threw not at the archers, but at the bell rope of the market rain awning above them. The rope snapped. Oiled canvas crashed down over 2 bowmen. Suwon's needles took the third in the eye. Then Han Gu came in person. Their weapons met with a clang that jarred Xianxia to the spine. Han Gu was stronger than before. Circulation opened wider now that anger had stripped laziness away. The ringed cudgel hammered down in short, vicious arcs meant to break limbs, even through blocks. Xianxia gave ground once. Saw the overextension in Han Gu's shoulder flare hot. Stepped back in. Their faces came close enough for Xianxia to smell the clove wine on the other man's breath. You think this makes you noble? Han Gu snarled. These people will sell you by sunrise if I pay enough. Xianxia drove his forehead into Han Gu's nose and felt cartilage fold. Then I'll make you too expensive to buy from. Han Gu reeled. The crowd, seeing him bleed, found its courage in ugly pieces. Bricks flew. Fish knives flashed. Someone overturned a cart into the flank of Han Gu's men. A porter Xianxia vaguely recognized from coal loading jammed a pole through 2 spear shafts and ripped them away. The square tipped. Han Gu realized at the same moment Xianxia did. He backed toward the ring steps, not in panic yet, but in calculation. Retreat to regroup. Claim innocence. Rebuild with whoever bought children through him. Not enough. Xianxia had not bled this much to let the story end in a private vengeance no one could hear. He shouted to the crowd, voice raw and carrying. Bring his office ledgers. Bring every page. Read them all. The butcher's wife, pale and bleeding through her bandage, lifted one stained ledger above her head. I can read, she yelled. Then make him listen, Xianxia said. She did. And Han Gu, standing in the rain with blood from his broken nose dripping onto his silk collar, had no answer that sounded richer than the names of the daughters he had sold. Chapter 10. By dawn, Han Gu was on his knees. Not because Xianxia had beaten him to the stones. That would have been simple and too small. He knelt because the market would not stop reading. The rain had faded to a mist by then. Smoke from burned Shui Rui smiled beneath the veil. You nearly secured something far more profitable than product. Han Gu's relief returned for exactly one breath. Shui Rui raised one hand. A green silk ribbon slid from her sleeve, as if alive. It cut the air with a whisper and wrapped Han Gu's throat. He made a wet sound, clawing at it. The ribbon tightened. There was no dramatic struggle. No drawn-out plea. Just a hard snap from the neck, a spill of blood from the mouth, and Han Gu dropping sideways into the mud with the confusion still in his face. Duskgrave Market went silent. Xianxia watched the corpse and understood 2 things. First, Han Gu had never been more than a tool. Second, the woman who killed him did not kill from rage. She killed to erase failed bookkeeping. Shui Rui withdrew the ribbon. It returned to her sleeve without a stain. My apologies, she told the square. Ironbone Hall's heir clearly exceeded his authority and brought shame upon respectable cultivation society. Green Flame Valley will assume custody of all implicated victims, provide proper healing, and compensate families according to sect law. There it was. The theft, refined into rescue. Some in the crowd looked tempted. Sect law sounded safer than Duskgrave mud. Compensation sounded like food. Healing sounded like something no market could afford on its own. Xianxia stepped forward before the temptation hardened. Your seal was on the contracts, he said. Every I returned to him. Shui Rui tilted her head slightly. And you are? The man your buyer failed to bury. Her gaze lingered on him. on the nearly invisible red shimmer between him and Su-Wan. More interesting than I expected. Su-Wan's voice cut in cold as steel washed in snowmelt. You taught intercourt matrons to call slave lists alliance marriages. The riders behind Shui Rui shifted at the accusation, but Shui herself only sighed. Child, ideals look very fine until frontier walls break. Then everyone begs practical people to dirty their hands. She turned her horse a fraction, so her words carried to the whole square. Listen well. The border provinces are bleeding men. Sect lineages are collapsing. Beast tides do not care about your market grief. Women with useful spirits cannot be left to random marriage, random death, random affection. They must be organized, trained, placed where their gifts preserve the greatest number. Her eyes returned to Qinren. And men like you must be controlled before instinct ruins strategy. He almost laughed, because if anyone deserved that accusation it was him. But not from her. You mean caged, Qinren said. I mean given purpose. Shui Rui's tone never rose. You have no idea what you are. Yet, around them, the freed women and townsfolk shifted uneasily. Some recoiled from her. Some leaned toward her words because they contained hard truth folded around poison. Qinren hated that more than open villainy. Open villainy was easy to oppose. Competent cruelty wore the face of necessity. Shui Rui lifted a finger toward Su-Wan. That one comes with me. She was sect-trained. She can still be made useful. The red shimmer in Qinren's chest sharpened to a blade. No, he said. Simple. Public. Final. Shui Rui's gaze did not leave him. And you interest me more. A common-born man with a resonance signature strong enough to wake a dormant phoenix needle spirit. Rare. Dangerous. Valuable. Her smile deepened by half a degree. Come to Green Flame Valley as my hidden consort. Quietly. Hand over any women already bound to you. In exchange, I will keep the great sects from dissecting you for answers. The square inhaled as one body. Humiliation again. Deliberate this time. Not merely to insult. To classify him in front of everyone as an asset to be bedded, bred, and owned. Qinren felt Su-Wan's rage strike through the bond like a thrown knife. He answered humiliation the way he always did. With a plan. He bowed. Low enough to make half the square think for one dangerous instant that he might accept. Su-Wan made a small, shocked sound behind him. Shui Rui's riders relaxed. Qinren straightened with a smile that showed blood at one corner of his mouth. Madam speaks generously. I do when profit is good. Then perhaps, Qinren said, voice mild as old rope. I should see the caravan before I decide how much I'm worth. Her eyes narrowed the smallest fraction. Good. He wanted her suspicious, not certain. Sensibly greedy, she said. That is healthier than false heroics. My camp lies east of the market. Present yourself by noon. Bring the girl. Resist, and Duskgrave will learn how many legal definitions suffering can wear. She wheeled her horse. Her riders moved with her like leaves on one branch. No one tried to stop them. Not because they were cowed. Because now the threat had changed shape. It wore sect silks and lawful language. The market did not yet know how to fight that kind. Qinren watched Shui Rui ride out through the broken square until rain and smoke swallowed the last flash of white. Tide Songhai let out a breath. You bowed to a snake. I know. You smiled too. I know. Su-Wan stood. Her face was pale from spent essence, but her voice was sharp enough to cut dry hide. Tell me the plan before I decide whether poisoning you now saves time later. Qinren looked east, where Green Flame Valley's caravan waited with all the confidence of a hand reaching for ownership. He wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. She wants me in her camp by noon, he said. So before noon, I intend to rob her blind. If Qinren breaking chains and Duskgrave has you hooked, subscribe before another sect claims the signal. Hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and like the story to keep this resonance alive. The stronger this story grows, the harder it is for the powerful to bury it. Chapter 11. By mid-morning, Duskgrave Market had split itself into three kinds of silence. The first silence belonged to the dead. The second belonged to the frightened. The third belonged to the women Shui Rui had offered to save. They sat in the back room of Tide Songhai's forge on stacked grain sacks and folded tarps, wrapped in borrowed shawls and old coats that still smelled of coal soot and vinegar. Some stared at the floor. Some watched the door, as if every bootstep outside might become a chain. One little girl from the cellar slept curled under the forge table with a hammer handle clutched in both hands. Qinren stood by the cracked shutter and looked east. Beyond the low roofs and hanging wash lines, Green Flame Valley's temporary camp had taken over the old caravan yard beside the road. White tents, green banners, 2 spirit wagons plated in lacquered wood and silver trim. Orderly, wealthy, clean in all the ways the bone yard had not been. Which made it worse. Suwon knelt beside a woman with a swollen ankle, rubbing salve into the joint with more care than her expression suggested. She had slept perhaps 1 hour. Her face had gone pale under the soot, but her hands stayed steady. "Stop looking at the camp like hunger in human form," she said without glancing up. "I'm counting routes. You're glaring at silk." "Efficiently." Tai Songhai snorted from the anvil. "He glares the way rich people spend. Excessively." Shinrin ignored him and looked over the room again. This had been the simple part in his head. Free the captives. Expose Hangu. Rob Shui Rui. Keep moving. Reality had inserted complication. 3 of the freed women had already asked whether Shui Rui's camp truly offered transport north, medicine, and sect protection. One of them, a broad-shouldered woman named Jiao Sanyang whose front teeth were chipped from some older beating, had asked it without shame. She had 2 younger cousins in the room and a mother coughing blood in the corpse washer's lane. Freedom, Rin was learning, sounded noble until it needed a roof. Sanyang stood now from where she had been helping bandage the children. "Say it plain," she said. Her voice always sounded like gravel in a bucket. "If we refuse the sect, where do we go?" No one else spoke. Even Tai paused his filing. Rin knew a dozen half-answers. Hidden alleys. Smuggler routes. Elder he's buried caches. None of them were futures. They were delays. Suwon did not rescue him from the silence. Good. She wanted the answer honest. "If you refuse the sect," Rin said, "you live hunted for a while. Maybe longer. I can get people out of Dustgrave in small numbers. I can hide records. I can make pursuit expensive. I cannot promise comfort." Sanyang held his gaze. "And if we go with her? Then maybe you get fed," Rin said. "Maybe your families get silver. Maybe she trains you and says it is duty while tightening a chain you can no longer see. Maybe," Sanyang shot back, "my little cousin stops sleeping with hammer handles." The words landed where they needed to. Suwon rose slowly, wiping excess salve on a rag. "He isn't lying to you because you don't need another liar. Shui Rui can shelter you. She can also use you. Both are true." One of the older women near the wall said in a trembling voice, "Use us for what?" Suwon's mouth flattened. "Whatever serves Green Flame Valley more than it serves you. That is still more than Dustgrave gave us," Sanyang said. Rin opened his mouth. Suwon cut across him first. "Then choose with your eyes open." The room went still again. Rin looked at her sharply. She met his stare with one of her own, all fatigue and stubborn fire. "What? Did you think rescue meant ownership?" "No." "Then stop wearing that expression." Tai Songhai laughed once under his breath. "Good girl." It irritated Rin because she was right, and because he hated that rightness. He had dragged people out of cages and into a harder question. What now? That was the part heroics never fed. Elder he entered through the side flap with rain still in his beard and 3 rolled maps under one arm. "Good. Everyone looks miserable. Means you're finally thinking." He spread the maps over a crate. "Shui Rui's wagons stand here and here. Spirit locked. Heavy warding. Likely carrying personnel, medicine, and some form of holding seals. Camp perimeter is for show on the south side, thinner along the dung pits because sect ladies don't believe danger smells." Rin leaned in. "I don't want the wagons alone," he said. "I want whoever she's already collected. And proof." Elder he gave him a dry stare. "Your appetite remains diseased. Evidence matters. So does not dying." Suwon stepped to the map and tapped the camp's rear supply lane. "They'll have water jars and spirit beast feed outside the ward line. Caravans always keep those where laborers can reach them without entering honored space. We hit the wagons from there." Sanyang spoke from behind them. "If we go for everyone." Rin turned. "You don't know." "No," she said. "Listen first. If some of us decide to take the sex offer, we still go on our feet, not in their boxes. And if there are girls in those wagons who haven't seen what we saw, I want their chains cut before they choose." There it was. Her own goal. Not gratitude. Agency. Rin bowed his head once. "Fair." Another woman, older, skin lined by wind and wash water, shook her head. "Fair won't fill stomachs." Tai Songhai jabbed a thumb at himself. "My forge holds 6 if everyone breathes politely. He Tingsong has holes in the ground. The Washer clan owes me 2 old sheds. Enough for a short while. Not enough for all. So decide with speed or the choice gets made by whichever faction arrives first." Short while. Again, the ugly truth. Rin looked around the room and realized something had shifted while he was busy planning raids. People were not waiting for him to bless their futures. They were measuring him against them. Good. Uncomfortable, but good. "Then we rob the sect first," he said. "After that, anyone who still wants to go with Shui Rui goes because she convinced you, not because she loaded you half-conscious." Suwon folded her arms. "Better." Sanyang bared chipped teeth in something not far from a smile. "About time you sounded useful." They moved before noon. Qin Ren went in dressed like a labor runner. Mud on the hem, cart rope over one shoulder, head slightly bowed in the specific posture of men trained to be ignored. Blood furnace gave him more than heat reading now. He could trace the circulation in nearby guards well enough to guess who was alert and who was lazy from how evenly spirit force moved through their stances. The sentries at the dung pit side were indeed contemptuous of their own posting. Good. Suwon walked 10 paces behind him under a cloak with her face shaded, carrying 2 water buckets on a pole. San Yang and 2 other freed women circled wide with crates meant for the beast pens. The first gate guard stopped Qin Ren with the butt of a spear. Name. Temporary labor. Qin Ren muttered, eyes down. Madam, said Hall Water, keep breathing. Don't ask questions. The guard smirked. Wise woman. Qin Ren let him enjoy that. The less a man thought of you, the cheaper he sold his own attention. Past the gate, the camp smelled of medicinal herbs, oiled wood, horse sweat, and expensive cleanliness. Order ruled, even the mud. Tent cords were aligned. Fire pits were ash-swept. The 2 spirit wagons sat under awnings painted with green Flame Valley sigils, each wheel fitted with silver runes that pulsed faintly through the damp. Not just transport. Mobile cages. 2 women in sect green stood beside the nearer wagon speaking in low tones. Qin Ren could not hear the words, but he saw enough in the heat flowing through their meridians to know they were real cultivators, not caravan ornament. Suwon's bucket pole dipped once behind him. Signal. Left wagon occupied. Qin Ren angled toward the water jars instead, counting breaths. Around them moved drivers, servants, and hired blades who assumed their ranks made the world legible. At the far edge of the yard, a line of women sat under a canvas lean-to with steaming bowls in their hands. Some wore old slave collars. Some did not. All were being fed. Several looked up as Qin Ren passed. No cries. No sudden hope. Only calculation. One mouthed, very slightly, should we run? Qin Ren did not answer. Not yet. Because the answer had teeth. Chapter 12. The sabotage began with feet. Suwon tipped one water bucket into the beast troughs and the other into a drain line beside the spirit wagon. To everyone else it looked like ordinary labor. Qin Ren knew the moment her medicine hit the mixture because the bond carried a faint sting to the back of his tongue. Phoenix ash purgative. Harmless to people in small doses. Catastrophic for spirit beasts with overbred guts and delicate circulation. The sort of tool a healer learned when forced to survive under sect hierarchy without ever being allowed to call it poison. One of the draft lizards bolted first. It reared against its traces, yellow eyes wild, and vomited a stream of half-digested mash over a servant's boots. The second beast answered with a shriek and snapped its own rein chain. Men shouted. A driver lunged for the bit. Someone kicked over a lamp. Order cracked in all the right places. Qin Ren dropped his rope and moved to the nearer wagon. The warding sigils along the wheel hubs brightened as he approached, threads of silver light tightening over the lacquered wood. Not a lock that yielded to muscle. A lock that listened for spirit signatures. Suwon joined him under cover of the panicking beasts. Can you break it? She asked. Not neatly. Try untidy. He pressed one palm to the wheel rim. Blood furnace let him read the warmth moving through bodies. The ward was colder than that. Different. Structured in tension sealed into metal. But the resonance in his chest reacted anyway, perhaps because the wagon held women inside, perhaps because whatever gift had awakened in the shrine hated cages with too much specificity. He felt the sigil searching him. Common laborer. No. Sect token. No. Then the bond with Suwon flashed. The silver lines around the rim trembled. Qin Ren understood in that instant that the ward did not merely guard cargo. It sorted women by sanction. Useful, measured, categorized. That anger gave him the shape of the weakness. Not in the center of the sigil. At the point where acceptance and ownership had been written as the same thing. He drove the spearhead into that seam. The ward burst in a fan of silver sparks that sliced his knuckles open to the bone. Pain lit his arm. The wagon door sprang wide. Inside sat 7 women on padded benches. 3 looked drugged. 2 clutched each other. One elderly matron in clean robes looked at Qin Ren and said, calm as winter, "You are not part of the valley." "No," Qin Ren said. "Come if you want to leave." Nobody moved. The matron's gaze flicked to the camp, the panicking beasts, the fleeing servants, the sect disciples gathering their wits. And go where? There it was again. The same blade turned a different way. Qin Ren put one boot on the wagon step. Away from this. Away to what? She asked. He hated how little he had ready. Another younger woman, pretty in the bruised way of recent fear, looked past Qin Ren to Suwon. Will she give us medicine? Food. Suwon answered before he could. Yes. Some. Not enough. Not forever. The younger woman flinched at the honesty. Valley training is hard. the matron said. But hard is not always worse than nowhere. Around them, the camp chaos sharpened. Men chased the loosened lizards. One sect disciple dragged a crate clear of a spreading spill. Another shouted for ward repair. Time narrowed. Shinrin heard himself ask, "Did they drug you before loading you?" The matron's eyes did not shift. They offered sleeping tea. Some drank. Some didn't. Did they tell you your options? Enough. He did not believe that. But belief was irrelevant if the woman in front of him still measured sect discipline as survivable. Sanyang appeared at the rear wheel, knife already in hand. "If they stay, she demanded. Shinrin looked at the women in the wagon, then at the lean-to line of others waiting for bowls and assignments, then at the second spirit wagon still sealed. This was the chapter's knife, and he knew it. Rescue without future was another form of abandonment. He could yank these women out and call it victory. Then by tonight they might be hungry, hunted, and cursing his name between breaths. Or he could free only those who chose uncertainty with eyes open. Harder, smaller, more honest. "If you stay," Shinrin said, voice roughening, "stay because you chose. Not because she put you half asleep in a box." He stepped back from the wagon door. That startled them more than any dramatic speech would have. The younger woman gripped the bench edge. "If we come out now, will you force us to hide with you?" "No." "If we stay, will you hate us?" Shinrin thought of the little girl under Ty's table, sleeping with a hammer. "No," he said, "but I will hate the hands that made this your choice." The matron stood first, not to leap free, to test him. When he did not touch her, she descended the step on her own and moved away from the wagon. Another followed, then two more. Three remained seated, one too drugged to stand, one openly terrified, and one staring at the sect tents as if memorizing their lines. Sanyang cursed under her breath. "Take them all. Decide later." Suwon snapped back. "And drag them where?" "Into hunger." The argument might have flared hotter if the camp had not gone abruptly quiet. Madame Shuerui stood at the center lane between tents with rain pearls in her hair and not a fold of her robe disturbed by the bedlam around her. No horse now. No veil. Her face was beautiful in the way carved jade was beautiful. Smooth. Cool. Precious because other people cut themselves acquiring it. "I wondered," she said, "whether you were greedier than brave." Her gaze moved from the broken wagon ward to Shinrin's bleeding knuckles, and then to the women stepping free. "A pity," she said. "You chose offense." Shinrin turned fully toward her. Around the camp, green flame disciples formed a loose ring, not attacking yet, just narrowing space the way a skilled butcher narrowed an animal toward the hook. "You offered purchase dressed as mercy," he said. "No. I offered structure to those too weak to survive your ideals." Sanyang bared her chipped teeth. "Say weak again, silk woman. See if your jaw keeps it." Shuerui did not even glance her way. "You prove my point." Suwon stepped forward one pace. "You sold disciples. I allocated resources." At last, Shue's eyes flicked to her. "Do not confuse your wounded conscience with policy. Men die in war. Sect lines collapse. Border cities burn. But every fool grows sentimental when the resource in question has a voice." The words should have revolted everyone evenly. Instead, Shinrin saw something worse in the faces around him. Recognition, not agreement, but the ugly familiarity of people who had seen necessity used as a blade before. Shuerui knew how to speak into catastrophe. That was why she was dangerous. "You think I enjoy this?" she asked, and for the first time there was heat in her voice. "I have watched fortresses run out of men and villages sell daughters for a sack of grain because nobody organized what power remained. If bonded cadres can be formed, regulated, trained, and deployed, then perhaps the next province does not vanish. Perhaps fewer women die because one man with a cursed gift cannot stop throwing himself into every pit he sees." The accusation struck home because it was half right. Shinrin felt Suwon's attention cut sideways toward him through the bond. Shue felt it too. Her gaze sharpened. "Yes," she murmured. "There it is." The resonance between him and Suwon thrummed like a plucked wire. Shuerui smiled, small and knowing. "You don't need a camp, Shinrin. You are a camp. A mobile source of consolidation. A dangerous answer heaven forgot to suppress in time." That was the first thing she said all day that made Elder He, hidden somewhere beyond the feed crates, swear aloud. "Take him alive," Shue said. Then she lifted one hand, and the camp attacked. Chapter 13. Shinrin had expected blades. He had not expected paperwork. The first things Green Flame Valley threw at him were silk scrolls. 4 of them snapped open in the air like white whips, spilling lines of green script that glowed above the mud. The characters did not strike his body. They struck the space around him. Ownership terms, custody seals, transfer authority written in cultivation ink and backed by spirit force. Law is net. Shinrin felt the trap forming one breath before it tightened. Blood furnace did not read only flesh now. In the same way heat told him where a strike would land, intent told him where a seal wanted him to stand. He moved left. The first scroll lattice slammed shut where he had been. Mud hissed. Grass yellowed. Break the ink line. Elder He's voice barked from somewhere behind a cart. Shinrin saw it then. Every seal circle had a living anchor, a disciple feeding spirit forced down one brush-written stroke thicker than the others. If that line broke, the formation stuttered. He kicked a trough over into the nearest anchor line. Water and beast mash smeared the script. The disciple cried out as her seal splintered and backlash blackened 2 fingers. Suwon was already moving toward the second wagon. Not now, Shinrin shouted. Especially now, she shot back. If they regroup, these doors won't open again. Sanyang and the other freed women took that as instruction and not caution. They dragged half-loaded feed sacks into the lane, overturning order wherever green flame laborers tried to form ranks. One servant girl, perhaps no older than 16, made a run for Shui Rui's rear tents with a warning horn. The matron from the wagon intercepted her with a bowl of scalding broth to the face. Not gratitude. Choice. The second spirit wagon's ward was stronger. Its runes had already shifted into alert patterns, silver lines layered under green in a braided seal. Suwon slammed one palm against the sideboard and winced. This one keys to disciple blood, she called. It knows I was valley trained and hates me for leaving. Shinrin could not get to her yet. 2 beast handlers came in from the right with hooked poles and caged hounds whose muzzles dripped spirit venom foam. Shinrin seized a fallen scroll staff and met them head-on, not to overpower but to disorder. First pole low. He stepped inside, staff jammed beneath the handler's wrist, and let the second man's hound lunge into his own partner's thigh. The scream that followed was high and immediate. Venom spread in violet lines under the skin. The hound whipped toward Shinrin. He saw the heat in its muscles gather before the pounce and drove the staff crosswise into its jaws. The impact numbed both hands. The animal's breath smelled of rot and nettles. It shook with enough force to rip the wood free if he fought it directly. So he twisted down instead, using its momentum to drive its head into the iron wheel of the wagon. Bone cracked. The hound fell twitching. Shinrin turned in time to see Shui Rui's silk ribbon lance for Suwon's throat. He moved before thought, every line of the camp redrawing under pressure. Not the ribbon itself, the point from which it was guided. Shui's right hand. 2 fingers. Wrist angle almost still. He threw the broken staff not at the silk, but at her hand. Shui's sleeve flicked once. The ribbon changed course in the air and split the staff into spinning fragments. One shard buried in a post beside Suwon's cheek. Shui's eyes lifted to Shinrin with interest sharpened by offense. You learn patterns quickly. You rely on them too much. Patterns are what keep nations alive. She gestured again. 3 disciples rushed him with hooked short blades and bamboo talismans pinned to their sleeves. Sect combat. Coordinated. 1 pressed center, 2 flanked. Shinrin did not try to match their technique. He broke their shape. He kicked a feed crate into the mud under the center disciple's foot. As she slipped, he caught her sleeve and ripped the talisman free. The paper stung his skin with cold spirit energy. He slapped it onto the second disciple's chest. The talisman activated on contact. Green chains of light wrapped the wrong target. The second disciple hit the ground cursing. The third got in close enough to slice Shinrin across the ribs, opening yesterday's wound wider. Blood soaked hot down his side. Pain spiked through the bond. Suwon sucked in a breath and nearly lost her own concentration at the wagon seal. Shared cost. Always there to collect. Shinrin trapped the bladed wrist, drove his forehead into the disciple's brow, and felt something crack. He shoved her into the half-broken ward wheel. At last he had an opening. He ran to Suwon. She had both palms on the wagon now, face white with effort. Under the lacquered wood, red-gold phoenix lines pushed against the green seal script like embers under wet paper. It's not just locked, she said through clenched teeth. It's listening. To what? Consent. The word hit him like a kick. Of course it did. The Valley would never craft a cage that looked like a cage. They would craft one that recorded acceptance in the moment a frightened woman stepped inside for safety, then use that memory to call all resistance hypocrisy after. Shinrin pressed one hand beside hers. The bond blazed. Not soft. Not romantic. Furious. What the ward called consent, Resonance knew as something far more dangerous and far more sacred. Choice had to remain alive after fear. Otherwise it was just polished coercion. He felt the seal's structure not as cold lines now, but as lies layered into logic. There, Suwon whispered. The heart knot. Shinrin found it. Not by seeing script. By feeling the place where the ward stopped asking and started assuming. He drove his bloody thumb into that point. The whole wagon rang. Not like wood, like a bell struck underwater. Silver-green light burst outward in a circular wave that flattened nearby servants into the mud and split 3 tent poles down the lane. Qinren's thumb burned to raw meat. Suwan cried out as the backlash scorched both her palms. The door flew open. Inside were not more willing refugees. Inside were files, scroll tubes, identity slips, transfer registries, sealed packets, and one half-burned page pinned under a jade paperweight, the top line reading in charred script. Widow Sky Purge Protocols. Qinren had no time to understand that before 3 more sealed packets spilled loose, each marked with the same notation, resonant male infant. Disposal confirmed. For the first time that morning, his anger faltered into something colder. Not because children had died. He already lived in a world that tolerated that. Because someone had systematized it. Suwan snatched one packet, broke the wax, and went rigid. They've been killing them. Not hiding. Not losing. Killing. Shui Rui's voice came from 5 paces away. Yes. They turned. She had walked through the breaking camp without hurrying, silk ribbon coiled loose at one wrist, green spirit light drifting around her like willow leaves in a current. Behind her, the disciples had reformed. Not enough to dominate the yard again. Enough to make running costly. Why? Qinren asked. Shui looked at the broken seal, the exposed files, the page pinned with blackened edges. Because unregulated resonance destroys every institution near it. Temples, sections, armies, families. Women choose one man, and then whole lineages begin war over the consequences. Better to kill the seed than bury cities later. Suwan's face had gone blank with a kind of lethal calm. So you sold girls to buy enough time to murder boys. I did what kept the arithmetic survivable. Arithmetic. Qinren felt the word settle into his memory as something he would hate for a very long time. He tucked the charred page and one packet into his shirt. Then he smiled, because plans often began best from the point where disgust became clarity. Thank you, he said. That caught Shui's attention more than fury would have. For what? For explaining where to cut next. Then he grabbed the wagon's sect seal stamp from the document shelf and bolted. Chapter 14. He made it 3 tent lengths before Shui Rui decided to stop being amused. The silk ribbon hit his back like a heated blade. Not cutting. Binding. Green script flared along the cloth the instant it touched him. Qinren felt his limbs drag as if the camp mud had climbed to his shoulders and hardened there. His right knee almost buckled. Shui's voice came calm from behind him. That seal in your hand identifies my inspectors. You are not educated enough to know how useful that makes you. Qinren looked at the carved stamp in his fist. Jade handle. Valley mark. Spirit ink trace along the base. Useful, yes. If he lived long enough. He twisted, trying to break the ribbon. Wrong instinct. It tightened around his ribs and cut breath in half. Blood furnace flared in reflex. He saw his own heat spike against the silk restraint and understood the immediate problem. The ribbon was not raw force. It drank struggle and turned it into contract pressure. Stop fighting directly, he thought. Dispute the terms. An absurd thought in the middle of battle. Then again, Shui had been trying to kill him with paperwork all morning. Qinren. Suwan's shout came sharp through the camp haze. He followed the bond and saw her engaged on the left flank with 2 beast handlers and a disciple carrying a green lantern full of binding moths. Every time Suwan loosed flame needles, the moths tried to swallow the heat and turn it back into sealing powder. She could not break free cleanly. Tai Songhai, who had apparently entered the camp by way of stubbornness and a wagon axle, crashed into one of the handlers from the right and took a blade across the forearm for his trouble. Everything widening. Everything costing. Shui Rui glided forward another step. Kneel, she said. Qinren spat blood into the mud. You first. The ribbon tightened again. Pain arced down his spine. Then the camp's outer edge erupted in shouts. Not his people. Dust-grave refugees. Women from the square, old washermen, 2 tanners, 1 furious fishmonger, and the butcher's wife with her arm in a sling all came pouring through the half-broken side fencing carrying poles, hooks, and enough dirty courage to ruin formal tactics. They were not a trained force. They were not supposed to matter. Which was exactly why Shui's disciples had not sealed for them. Sanyang had gone and fetched them. Qinren did not have time to admire the decision. He only marked it and used the opening. He stopped fighting the ribbon with muscle and instead dragged all the blood furnace heat inward, down toward the center of his body. Pain sharpened. The restraint loosened a hair as the force it had been feeding on vanished. 1 hair was enough. He slammed the jade seal stamp against the silk where it crossed his chest. The spirit mark in the stamp bit into the ribbon's own valley script. For one violent blink, the seal could not tell whether Qinren was captive or authorized personnel. Contradiction split the binding. The silk blew apart in green sparks and sliced his chest with its retreating ends. Hot blood splashed the mud. Xianxia inhaled like a drowning man clawing up through a river. New understanding again. Not more power. A new way to interact with hostile techniques. Not resist them head-on, but find the claim they made and poison it with their own logic. That insight should have felt triumphant. Instead, it came attached to an immediate cost. The severed ribbon lashed sideways and wrapped around Su Wan's left wrist before unraveling. Her hand jerked hard enough to dislocate with a sick pop. One of the binding moths swarmed her exposed forearm and bit deep. She dropped to one knee, teeth bared so hard blood appeared at the gum line. Xianxia moved. No caution, no plan complete enough to be wise. Straight through the camp, because she was in danger and that was the oldest law inside him. Shui Rui saw him coming and smiled like a tutor watching a student prove the lesson. Trap. Of course. The beast handlers fell back by design, herding Xianxia into the center lane between the feed stacks and the herb tents. Talismans flared under the mud at his feet. A suppressive formation. His flaw had cost him again, right on schedule. The camp floor erupted in green chains. They wrapped his ankles, waist, and throat at once, pinning him upright in a cruciform of light, while every disciple in the yard fed essence into the formation. Shui Rui approached slowly. There. That is the danger of men like you. Show you one woman in pain and strategy dies in your throat. Xianxia strained against the chains. The more he fought, the more the talismans brightened. The formation wanted panic. So he stopped. Not because he had suddenly become patient. Because blood furnace let him feel how the formation circulated. Every line fed through him toward the array core beneath the lane. Every feed pulse crossed his meridians for a blink, tasted them, measured them. Measured. That meant exchange. Su Wan was still on one knee beyond Shui, cradling her limp hand to her chest while the binding moths crawled toward her shoulder. Tai Songhai bellowed and got speared back by two disciples at once. Duskgrave's people were brave enough to enter the lane and wise enough not to survive it. Xianxia had one ugly choice left. Let the formation keep taking hold until his body understood it well enough to answer. He hated answers that required injury. He used them anyway. One pulse. He mapped the throat line. Second pulse. The waist anchor. Third pulse. He understood the array's arrogance. It treated the body as territory to be partitioned. Xianxia gathered Su Wan's heat through the bond and did something he had only half done before in chaotic scraps. He invited it deeper. The phoenix fire flooded his meridians, not as needles now, but as a liquid blaze. The suppressive chains tried to catalog it and failed. Flesh was one thing. Shared resonance was another. The lines around Xianxia's throat turned from green to hissing gold. The mud beneath the lane began to steam. Shui Rui's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Then Xianxia pulled. Not on the chains. On himself. He dragged the borrowed fire through every wound, bruise, and blood-rich vessel in his body. Blood furnace answered. The suppression lines, still touching his circulation, became channels instead of shackles. Fire raced down them into the array core. The ground convulsed. Tent pegs blasted from the earth. Herb jars burst. A shockwave of hot wind slapped every disciple in the lane backward. The chain around Xianxia's throat shattered first, then the rest in a cascade of sparks and molten script. The world looked different again when he landed. Not merely living heat now. Conduction. He could see where force traveled through contact, through earth, through weapon shafts and cloth restraints alike. A battlefield was no longer separate opponents. It was one connected argument. Shui Rui's expression changed by a degree. Respect, perhaps, or a recalculation of how expensive killing him would become. Xianxia crossed the lane in 3 steps and scooped Su Wan up by the waist before the moths reached her neck. They bit his forearm instead. Ice spread through the flesh. Binding venom. His fingers numbed at once. Put me down. Su Wan snapped through pain. No. I can walk. Badly. Arrogant corpse. He almost smiled. Then Shui Rui lifted both hands, and the beast pins behind the herb tents exploded outward. 3 armored marrowhounds lunged from the wreckage, jaws draped in silver saliva, iron plates riveted along their spines. Not beasts bred for transport. Or stock. Tai Songhai's voice cut over the chaos. Boy, if you die to a dog after all this, I will climb out of hell to mock you. Xianxia set Su Wan down behind a tipped water trough. Can you still send fire? He asked. She flexed her ruined wrist once, face going paper white. If I miss, complain later. Good enough. The first hound hit like a hammer. Chapter 15 Marrowhounds did not bark. They hit. The first one came low, iron-plated shoulders splitting the wet earth, jaws opening wide enough for Xianxia to see old blood in the seams of its metal teeth. He saw the conduction lines through it at once now that blood furnace had shifted again. Spirit force ran from the beast core in the chest plate to the jaw hinges and forelimbs in 3 pulsing channels. Break one, and the whole lunge would go crooked. Shinrin sidestepped not by inches but by intention, planting one foot on the trough edge and driving the jade seal stamp straight into the seam beneath the hound's left jaw. The beast hit the trough instead of his torso. Water exploded upward cold enough to sting. The hound's bite closed on wood and iron, splintering both. He ripped the stamp free. Green Valley script from the tool bit into the beast's chest channel. Not enough to control it. Enough to interrupt the flow for a blink. Suwon's needle caught that blink and buried in the exposed seam. Phoenix fire flashed inside the plated throat. The hound convulsed and smashed sideways into a tent pole, bringing half the herb awning down with it. The second beast came from the right. Faster. Smarter. Trained to punish focus. Shinrin had just enough time to see that, and not enough time to evade cleanly. The jaws clamped onto his forearm guard, crushing iron, then dragged him through mud until his shoulder nearly tore from its socket. Conduction lines raced through the beast's teeth into the guard and into his arm. Bad. Unless he answered through the same route. Shinrin slammed his bloodied palm against the beast's snout and pushed Phoenix heat down the metal bites that still held him. The hound shrieked and released with molten spit hissing in the rain. It still came back. He did not meet it head on the second time. He caught a tent line, yanked, and let the collapsing canvas drop over the beast's head. For one half-breath the hound fought blind. Tide Songhai's hammer came down on its spine plates with the sound of a struck shrine bell. 1. The blacksmith roared. The third marrow hound ignored Shinrin entirely. It went for Suwon. Of course it did. Shui Rui knew the shortest road to Shinrin's errors. Suwon tried to rise and almost fell from the ruined wrist. The phoenix flare around her right hand sputtered and surged, unstable from pain. Shinrin launched himself across the lane. No calculation of safety. No higher strategy. Straight line. Again. He knew it was a flaw even as he moved. Knew Shui wanted exactly this. Knew the camp's remaining disciples were shifting to close around the same point. He did it anyway because the beast's jaws would reach Suwon before any cleaner choice. The hound hit him mid-leap. They went down together, rolling through shattered herb jars that burst under their weight and drenched them both in bitter green slurry. Teeth snapped inches from Shinrin's throat. He jammed both forearms into the jaws and felt the beast's bite grind the cracked guard into his skin. No leverage. No room. He could smell the hound's breath, copper and grave dust. Here Suwon struggling somewhere just beyond the beast's shoulder. Here Shui Rui saying something calm to her disciples, as if this were all bookkeeping. Then a new sound cut through the lane. Steel singing. Not a heavy saber. Not a sect greatsword. A thin, hungry note. The hound's right ear flew off in a spray of blood and metal filings. The beast jerked. Shinrin rolled free by instinct and came up on one knee just in time to see a woman in prisoner rags land barefoot atop the feed trough behind the hound. Young. Lean. Hair hacked short on one side and tied back on the other with what looked suspiciously like stolen bowstring. Her wrists still wore broken manacle marks. In one hand, she held a narrow sword missing half its guard. Her expression suggested the world had disappointed her for years and would continue to do so. You fight like a man trying to rescue every idiot in the province, she said. Then she dropped on the hound again. The blade in her hand moved unlike anything Shinrin had seen this close. No grand arcs. No wasted flourish. Just efficient lines that cut tendons, joints, and exposed flesh between plates, as if she had spent a lifetime studying where strength stopped pretending to be immortal. The hound turned to take her. She wanted that. She stepped onto its lowered snout, ran one pace along the iron skull, and drove the sword point through the seam behind the eye. The marrow hound collapsed at her feet. Shui Rui's brows rose the smallest degree. So, that one escaped too. The swordswoman spat blood from the corner of her mouth and never took her eyes off the sect leader. Escaped is a pretty word. I gutted a lock and walked. Shinrin did not waste the opening. He caught Suwon under the good arm and pulled her upright behind the trough. Friend of yours? He asked. If she were, she'd look more disappointed, Suwon said through clenched teeth. The woman on the trough snorted. Correct. She flicked blood from her blade. Name's Yen Zixiao. I was in your pretty valley cages 2 tents over. I don't much care who wins as long as someone ruins Madame Silk's day first. Temporary alliance? Shinrin said. Don't flirt while bleeding. Despite everything, Suwon made a noise that might have been a laugh if pain had not sat on it first. Shui Rui regarded Yen as one might regard a dog that had learned a door latch. You murdered an elder of your previous sect, evaded 2 retrieval teams, and now throw yourself into market filth. Yan Zixiao rolled one shoulder. Correction. I murdered a slaver with a title. Then she vanished from the trough. Not metaphor. Speed. Qin Rin's newly sharpened perception caught only the line she drew through the rain. A narrow heat flash angling for the disciple, carrying the control whistle for the remaining beast handlers. The woman fell with her throat open before the note even sounded. The entire lane staggered. Yan's presence changed the battle in a way strength alone had not. She created cuts in momentum. Vacuum spaces. Moments where formal lines could not settle because somebody uninvited kept removing the hinge of the next movement. Qinren understood that instantly and shifted to use it. Tai, he shouted. Drive left. Make them turn. The blacksmith answered by hurling a wagon axle through a tent pole and collapsing the disciple's support line on that side. Sanyong. Qinren yelled. The woman with chipped teeth looked up from where she had just headbutt a caravan clerk. What? Take every woman willing to run and get them through the dung pit break now. About time. She did not ask for permission twice. Half the camp started moving in directions Shui Rui had not assigned. That mattered more than any single kill. Shui saw it too. Her voice remained even, but her silk ribbon came out again with no softness left. Enough. This time the ribbon multiplied. 3 green-white lengths split from one motion, lashing for Qinren, Suwan, and Yin at once. Qinren saw the conduction routes through the silk before it landed. Shui was not merely aiming to bind bodies now. She was aiming to pin the battle's centers and let the rest collapse around them. Yin cut one ribbon, and her sword smoked where it passed. Suwan burned another and nearly dropped from the backlash. The third wrapped Qinren's waist. He seized it with both hands. Every wound in him screamed. The silk was alive with contract force, trying to define him again. Asset. Captive. Dangerous property pending transfer. Not this time. He planted his heels in the mud and fed blood furnace through the conduction line, not merely burning, but disputing. The jade seal stamp in his offhand pressed against the ribbon. Shui's own administrative authority and his stolen inspector's seal bit against each other through him as the bridge. For one shattering instant, Qinren felt the full structure behind Green Flame Valley's camp techniques. Custody forms, lineage law, transfer marks written on the bones of the weak and called civilization. Then he tore. The silk ribbon split in his hands with a shriek like rending glass. Shock rippled out through the camp. 2 lesser disciples coughed blood and fell to their knees from broken link technique. Shui Rui finally stopped looking merely interested. You are wasted in a market, she said. You are wasted on mercy, Qinren answered. He did not charge her. Not yet. Because in the corner of his vision, beyond the collapsing tents and fleeing women, he saw movement that did not belong to the battle. A wagon in the far rear lane. Unmarked. Heavy. Guarded by valley drivers, not disciples. Crates loaded too carefully. Inside one of the open slats, he glimpsed small hands. Children. Another transport. The flaw returned, hungry and immediate. Save them now. Drop everything. Run. He nearly did. Then he remembered the well square. The spear through Tai's calf. The chaos caused by every time he let his body choose before the field. He ground his teeth hard enough that blood touched his tongue. Then he made himself do the harder thing. He did not run for the wagon. He pointed instead. Yen, he barked. Her blade flashed out of a disciple's shoulder seam. What? Rear lane. Unmarked wagon. Children. She glanced once and saw enough. Fine, she said. If I die doing your rescue work, I'm haunting you naked and loud. You already sound loud. Rude. She went. Fast enough to become rain-cut silver again. That choice cost Qinren something too. Every part of him wanted to be the one moving toward danger. To put his own body between teeth and the vulnerable, because that was how he understood righteousness. Instead he stayed. Held center. Protected the wider break. Maybe that was growth. Maybe it was just necessity dressed better. Shui Rui's gaze tracked Yan's departure, then returned to Qinren with new coldness. There it is. Compassion can be redirected, but not removed. That isn't the insult you think it is. No, she said. It's the weakness I intend to own. Around them, the camp had become a ruin of split wagons, freed captives, shouting market people, beast carcasses, and overturned sect order. But Shui was still dangerous because she remained composed inside the fracture. Qinren felt that, measured that, stored it. This battle was not ending with her corpse. Not yet. But when Yin Zixiao cut open the rear transport and a fresh wave of women and children started spilling into the rain, even Shui Rui's calm took its first real wound. Go! Qinren shouted to the fleeing captives. North sheds. Follow Sanyang. The camp answered with motion. And for the first time since Shui Rui entered Dustgrave, her order was losing. Chapter 16, they did not celebrate when Shui Rui's camp broke. Celebration belonged to people with surplus. Qinren's people had blood, stolen records, limping children, and perhaps half a day before Green Flame Valley decided Dustgrave required a lesson large enough for neighboring provinces to hear about it. By twilight, the survivors were scattered through 3 hiding places. Tide Songhai's forge held the wounded, who could still sit upright. Elder he sealed 2 cellar hollows under a ruined dye house for the children and women too exhausted to run again. The Washer clan, grumbling all the while, opened their steaming shed to the rest because even poverty had lines it still recognized when crossed. Shinrin moved between all 3 until his legs shook. The camp battle had left him cut from shoulder to ankle. The wound in his side had sealed badly. Every time he bent, something hot and liquid shifted inside him as if his organs were being stirred with a hooked spoon. Blood furnace still simmered under the skin, unstable after he had forced it through Shue's logic, and then beast armor and silk bindings besides. Suwon caught him in the washer shed while he was pretending the world remained level. She hooked 2 fingers into the front of his shirt and dragged him onto an overturned laundry stone. "Sit," she said. "Busy. Bleeding. Temporary." She looked at him for a long moment. "You really believe saying things in one word makes them less stupid?" "Efficient speech. I will set your hair on fire." He sat. The washer shed smelled of lye, damp cloth, and boiled herbs. Steam beaded on the rafters and dripped on the floor in patient ticks. Outside, someone was crying softly through a wall too thin to hide it. Suwon knelt between Shinren's boots and cut away the bandage at his side with a knife, so sharp he barely felt the cloth part. Then the air hit the wound. "That he felt," he hissed. Suwon's expression did not change. "Good. If it hurts, you're still inconveniently alive." She cleaned the cut with spirit wine. Fire raced through his ribs. "Merciful healer," he muttered. "I never claimed mercy." Her ruined wrist had been braced with 2 carved splints and wrapped to the elbow, but she still managed the work one-handed with insulting competence. When she pressed a salve-soaked cloth against the wound, phoenix warmth seeped through his skin and found the torn tissue below. The pain changed shape, from tearing to knitting. Through the bond, he felt her fatigue like a second pulse under his own. "Rest after this," he said. "No, that wasn't a request." And that sounded almost like authority. "Try again when you can stand without listing to the left." He might have answered something equally useless if Yan Zixiao had not appeared at the shed door carrying 3 stolen belts, a sack of dried meat, and the expression of someone who had robbed a tax office for exercise. "Your market is very emotional," she said by way of greeting. Tide Songhai, from the far corner where his bandaged leg lay up on a stool, grunted. "You say that like it's a defect. It is if everyone insists on crying on my boots." She tossed the belts onto a crate. Small knives. A vial case. One insignia token Shinren recognized from green flame drivers. "Useful?" she asked. Shinren's gaze landed on the token first. "Where did you get that?" "Off a man who no longer requires administration." "Yen," Suwon said flatly, "your poetry is ugly." "My poetry survives." She leaned one shoulder against the door frame, looking as though the whole world had offended her long before this room joined the list. Shinren noticed then that she'd changed out of the prisoner rags and into scavenged guard trousers, but her sword remained the same half-guarded thing. "Practical, ruthless, personal. Talk," Tide Songhai said. "If you're staying on my floor, speak before I charge rent." Yin shrugged. Green Flame isn't retreating clean. Madame Silk's immediate camp broke, but she shifted what mattered before the center collapsed. Rear convoy. 6 wagons. 2 decoy supply trains. 1 real transport. She flipped the insignia token once between her fingers. "And tomorrow before dawn, she's moving north through Hollow Reed Ravine with enough elite guards to make a frontal attack sound like self-butchery." Shinren went still. "What's in the real transport?" he asked. Yan's mouth thinned, almost imperceptibly. "Children. 12, maybe 14. Mostly girls. 2 boys with spirit mark burns on the neck. Also crates of seal paper, medicine, and something in iron caskets heavy enough to need spirit beasts." Suwon's head snapped up. "Boys." Yin nodded once. "Small. Drugged. Breathing." The room compressed. "Those disposal files from the wagon. Resonant male infants murdered quietly before they could grow into trouble. If Shue had live boys in transport now, then either she had not yet decided how to classify them, or they were headed somewhere worse than a ditch." Shinren felt the decision rising inside him before thought caught up. Suwon saw it and closed her eyes for one heartbeat. "No," she said. "If there are children, there are always children once you start looking for them." The words should have sounded cruel. They sounded tired. Yin watched both of them with open curiosity. "Good. An argument. Means neither of you is saintly enough to be boring." Tide Songhai shoved himself upright with a curse. "Girls' right to object. Boys' right to want the convoy. Problem is simple. We don't have bodies for a clean hit. Elder, he entered at that moment carrying a tray of steaming bowls and heard the last line. Then we stop planning clean hits. Those are for sect manuals and men who can afford funerals. He set the bowls down and looked at Qinren. You already chose, didn't you? Qinren exhaled. Yes. Suwon's shoulders tightened. You haven't heard my plan. You haven't made one yet, she said. You just named the danger and called that decision. He could have denied it. The bond made lying feel obscene. Fair, he said. She stared at him, waiting. So he did the work aloud. Hollow Reed Ravine narrows in 3 places. The first 2 are obvious ambush points. She'll expect attack there. The third bend runs above an old or wash cut. If the spring floods still move through it, the ground beneath the road is softer than it looks. We don't meet the convoy at strength. We split it. Kill the road, force separation, free the rear transport while the elite guard is busy stabilizing the front. Yan's brows lifted. That's less stupid than your face suggested. High praise. Tai scratched at the scar along his jaw. Need more than road collapse. Need confusion enough that the wrong wagons get defended. Elder, he slid one of the steaming bowls into Qinren's hand. Then let them believe their real cargo rides in plain sight. Suwon looked at the insignia token in Yan's hand. Then at the valley seal Qinren had stolen. Then at the copied transport records tucked inside her robe. We can counterfeit a transfer order, she said slowly. Not perfect. Convincing enough for drivers who don't want responsibility. Route 1 decoy wagon into the lead. Make Shue's people defend the wrong cart first. Yin grinned without softness. There. The healer has larceny in her bones. Suwon did not return the grin. If we do this, we only free who can be moved. No heroics in the middle of the ravine. No charging Shue because she looks insultingly calm. Qinren said nothing. She jabbed a finger at his chest. That silence is how people end up carrying your weight. He caught the finger gently before she could pull back. Through the bond, he felt how close she was to spent, how tightly she had wrapped fear in competence all day. I heard you, he said. That was not the same as agreement. She knew it. So did he. That was why, when the room finally exhaled and roles were assigned, she walked with him to the back of the shed instead of trusting distance to do the work. Moonlight silvered the puddles outside. Voices from the hidden rooms murmured and broke and rose again. Suwon stopped beneath the eave where water dripped in steady lines. You are going anyway, she said. Yes. Even if the ravine becomes a trap. Yes. Even if I tell you the right answer is to take the children we already have and run. He swallowed. Yes. For a moment, he thought she might slap him with the good hand. Instead, she stepped in close enough that her forehead nearly touched his chest. Then at least go hard enough that I don't have to regret backing you. She rose on the balls of her feet and kissed his cheek, quick and fierce and gone before tenderness could make it weak. Qinren went still. So did she. Then Suwon stepped back, face tightening as if she'd made a tactical mistake and intended to discipline herself later. That, she said, voice clipped, was luck. Nothing more. Qinren touched his cheek. Your luck bites. Good. She turned toward the door. Try not to die flattered. Chapter 17 Hollow Reed Ravine earned its name from the sound wind made in the dry stalks above the stone. At dawn it sounded like 1,000 men whispering through broken teeth. Qinren crouched in the ore wash cut beneath the third bend and watched Green Flame Valley's convoy approach through gaps in the reeds. Mist clung low in the ravine, damp and mineral thick. The ground under his boots had a soft rot to it where old runoff had undermined the roadbed. Good. Elder, he had not been guessing. Ahead of him, Sanyang and 3 washermen had spent the last dark hour quietly sawing half through the retaining roots on the cut wall. Tide Songhai had wedged spirit iron spikes into the weakened seam. Yin Zixiao had vanished sometime before moonset and returned only long enough to mutter. Lead outriders count with their eyes and not their brains. I hate that it works. Their fake transfer order had worked even better. One decoy wagon now rolled third in line instead of fifth, its painted seals adjusted overnight by Suwon's steady hand and the stolen valley stamp. If the lead guard responded by markings alone, they would protect the wrong cargo at the first break. If plans always contain that poison. Suwon knelt beside Qinren now, breath slow and controlled, cloak dark with ravine damp. Her braced wrist rested against one knee. The other hand held 3 phoenix needles between the knuckles. You don't look calm, she murmured. I am busy. That wasn't the question. He looked at her. She looked back. No softness in the expression, just clear accounting. Through the bond, he could feel her fear, not in wild surges now, but in a thin drawn line that had been stretched across the whole morning. Under it sat something hotter. Trust, perhaps, or commitment after reason had already objected. If the rear transport falls into the gorge, he said, I go after it. I know. If Shui appears before the split, I know. If, she leaned over and kissed him again, harder this time, brief but not accidental, mouth tasting faintly of bitter herbs and sleeplessness. When she pulled back, Qin Ren forgot the ravine for a full breath. That, Suwon said quietly, wasn't luck. Then she looked away toward the road, cheeks not red exactly, but warmed enough to make the admission real. Qin Ren's chest tightened in a place no wound had touched. He had no clever answer ready. Yan's whisper slid out of the reeds behind them. I hate to interrupt whatever awkward village legend this is becoming, but your convoy is here. The first wagons rounded the bend. Green banners. 2 outriders. Led beast teams in lacquered harness. Shui Rui was not visible. Good and bad at once. If she rode elsewhere, they had room. If she had gone ahead, then the real danger might be waiting at the ravine mouth. Qin Ren counted the line. 1. Medicine. 2. Feed. 3. Decoy with altered seal marks. 4. Guards. 5. There. Rear transport. Unmarked side planks. Heavier will sink. 2 drivers too sober for common freight. He touched Tai's shoulder. The blacksmith drove the first spirit iron spike home with a muffled hammer blow. The cut wall shuddered. Second spike. Crack. Third. The road beneath the second and third wagons collapsed in a roar of wet earth and broken roots. One lead beast screamed as its forelegs plunged through the crust into empty wash. The feed wagon slewed sideways. The decoy struck its rear and tipped, spilling crates across the lane. Chaos arrived exactly where they wanted it. Qin Ren was already moving. Suwon's needles flashed from the cut and cut the traces of the rear transport before the drivers understood the attack was behind them. Yin dropped from the reeds onto the lead outrider and slit the man's throat so quickly his horse ran 3 lengths riderless before the body slid off. Qin Ren hit the rear transport step and buried the Valley Seal stamp in the locking plate. Green flame transfer, he shouted in the harsh bored tone he'd heard labor overseers use. Rear cargo reassigned. Front breach priority. One of the drivers actually turned to look toward the collapsing front. That was all Qin Ren needed. He headbutted the second driver off the bench and yanked the reins free. Suwon's phoenix fire licked down the transport sideboards, not burning the wood, but tracing the ward channels hidden under them. Left hinge, she shouted. Qin Ren drove his heel into the seam. The ward flashed. Too strong. He felt it not as force alone, but as an argument. Contained cargo, justified urgency, no unauthorized interference. Not enough. He hooked the reins around the brake lever, jammed the stamp into the left hinge, and forced the transport beast to rear. The sudden torque split the weakened seam with a sharp crack. One side panel blew outward. Children. Girls and boys tied in pairs with silk cord. Eyes glazed from sedation. Too old enough to understand enough to be afraid even through the tea. Qin Ren cut the nearest ties. Then the front of the convoy erupted. Not from the collapse. From Shui Rui. She stepped from the mist at the ravine mouth as if the road itself had invited her out. White robes untouched by mud. Silk ribbon coiling around her wrists. For beast handlers and 6 inner disciples at her back. She had expected the convoy to be hit. Of course she had. The trap within the trap. I wondered, she said, voice carrying down the ravine, whether you would prioritize women, children, or humiliation first. Qin Ren cursed under his breath. She smiled. The answer appears to be all 3. Then she snapped the ribbon forward. The ravine answered in green light as hidden seals flared all along the stone walls. Chapter 18. The convoy road became a cage. Seal script burst from the ravine stone in vertical columns, turning the mist green and trapping sound in hard echoes. Horses screamed. One of the washermen from the cut took 2 steps toward open ground and rebounded as if he had hit glass. The lead wagons jammed tighter in panic, beasts straining against broken traces while disciples shouted conflicting commands. Qin Ren felt the full scale of Shui Rui's preparation at once. She had not hidden a formation for a duel. She had turned the whole ravine into a ledger line and everyone inside it into accounted assets. Children in the transport, his people at the cut, her disciples at the front, even the wounded beasts. Partitioned. That was her strength. Make the world legible enough to own. Qin Ren, elder, he shouted from the wash. Break the outer markers, or we all die lawful. Useful advice. No immediate path. 3 inner disciples rushed the transport with hooked blades while the rear drivers recovered their wits. Yin met the first 2 in a blur of silver and wet red. Her sword style looked faster in the confined ravine because there was nowhere for the eye to rest between cuts. One man lost fingers. Another his balance. She did not finish either, because finishing was slower than ruining. Suwon, braced one-handed against the transport wheel, set the nearest cord-bound children free and shoved them toward Sanyang. Take them to the wash, she ordered. Sanyang gathered 2 under each arm like grain sacks and snarled at the oldest girl, "Run ugly and fast." Qinren dropped from the transport and hit the mud at a sprint. Not toward Shui, toward the ravine wall. He had seen the formation light through conduction lines now. Every column fed down through carved stone tags buried at intervals in the wall seams. Break the tags, the field would stutter. 2 beast handlers cut him off. The first swung a hooked pole for Qinren's knees. Qinren leaped the hook, caught the shaft, and used the man's own pole to drive him face first into the glowing wall. Seal backlash ran over the handler's skin like green worms. He dropped convulsing. The second handler brought a chain net. Shui's people loved things that counted and sorted. The net spread wide, weighted corners spinning for Qinren's shoulders and throat. He saw every line of its flight, but the ravine gave him little room to evade. So he stepped into it instead, grabbed one weighted corner, and turned his own rotation through the mesh. The chain wrapped his forearm. Cut skin. Held. Qinren planted his foot against a boulder and yanked. The handler had expected retreat, not collision. He flew forward off his own stance. Qinren met him with a knee to the sternum and drove the man flat under the descending net. Then he stamped the chain corners into the mud with the seal stamp and ran on. At the wall seam, the first carved tag shone faintly through wet stone, not accessible by bare hands. He drew the broken spearhead and hammered it into the crack. Nothing. Wrong angle. Think. The formation did not merely draw force from the tags. It told them which side of the conflict each body belonged on. It was an extension of Shui's worldview, categorized first, saved, or sacrificed second. Qinren pressed one bloody palm flat to the wall and felt the stone's cold lines as if they were veins. The wall did not hate him. It simply assumed it had already named him. Unauthorized mail. Containment priority. He drove blood furnace through that assumption and answered with the stolen inspector's seal. Contradiction hit the wall. The tag cracked with a noise like a tooth splitting. One whole section of green barrier flickered. Sound rushed through. Someone at the wash shouted in relief. Another column remained. Good. He knew how to hurt it now. The cost came immediately. Shui Rui reached him. Her ribbon wrapped his throat and yanked him backward hard enough to lift his feet from the ground. Stone and sky spun. Qinren slammed down in the road beside the wrecked feed wagon. Her heel hit his wrist before he could bring up the seal stamp. Something snapped. White pain burst to the shoulder. Still climbing walls, Shui said, calm as tea service. Still mistaking interruption for victory. She had chosen this ground perfectly. Her disciples held the front pressure. Her hidden arrays locked the exit. Her philosophy gave her patience because she was willing to lose some pieces if the ledger still balanced. Qinren coughed blood and forced words through the ribbon at his throat. Your ledger leaks. Shui glanced toward the rear transport where children were still spilling out under Sanyang's curses and Su Wan's burn-cut ropes. Temporary. She twisted her wrist. The ribbon constricted. Qinren's vision tunneled. Then Phoenix fire slammed through him from the side. Su Wan. Not a needle this time. A flood. She stood 30 paces away with both feet planted in the mud. Good hand extended, ruined wrist tucked tight to her chest. Every line of pain in her body turned into one furious act of refusal. The phoenix spirit behind her shoulders unfurled in flaming needle feathers and poured heat down the bond into Qinren's circulation. The ribbon around his throat glowed from within. Shui's eyes widened by the smallest fraction. Good. Qinren grabbed the silk with his functioning hand and did not try to tear it. He threaded the borrowed healing fire into his own damaged blood, down through the broken wrist, across the crushed throat muscles, into places no sane person would ever force power while standing. The pain was beyond clean language. It felt like having his skeleton rewritten by a blacksmith who considered screaming proof of alignment. Then the world opened. Blood Furnace had taught him to read vitality, to turn pain into fuel. But there had always been a limit. Heat stayed in the blood, in the flesh, in the immediate cycle. Now, with Su Wan's healing fire moving through him instead of merely beside him, Qinren understood what lay beyond containment. Meridians were roads, not pipes. Paths routes power could travel with intention rather than eruption. He saw them in himself all at once. Some clogged, some torn, some barely traced before tonight. He saw how the ribbon's force entered at the throat and spread down across the chest. Saw how Shui's own technique connected her pulse to the silk and from there to the ravine formation. Not one fight. A network. Meridian opening. The breakthrough hit the world outside him hard enough to show. The puddles around Qinren leaped into the air in rings. Reed stalks along the ravine walls bent away from him. Steam burst from his skin. The ribbon at his throat went transparent for one instant as newly awakened channels in his body lit from collarbone to wrist like red gold rivers beneath the flesh. Shui felt it through her silk and let go at once. Too late. Qinren rose in the same motion, not because he was unhurt, but because he now knew where hurt could be moved. He redirected the pressure from his throat into his opened arm channels, then out through his palm into the silk itself. Phoenix, healing fire and blood furnace heat braided together around his forearm in the shape of a lance head made of burning threads. Not larger force. Borrowed form. He struck. The Phoenix lance construct drove through Shui's ribbon knot and into the formation marker behind her in one line of blinding red gold. The ravine wall exploded. Stone, script, and green light blew outward. Half the containment field collapsed. The wind trapped inside it rushed free in a howl that nearly knocked men from their feet. Beast teams reared. Children screamed for the first time. Qinren staggered 3 steps after the strike. The cost hit all at once. Every newly opened meridian in his arm and chest felt flayed from within. Blood ran from his nose, both ears, and the corner of one eye. Suwan dropped to one knee as the rebound from lending that much fire through the bond punched through her too. Shared. Always shared. Shui Rui had been driven back, robe scorched, one sleeve burned away to reveal skin lined by an angry red welt for the first time in the story. And for the first time, her composure cracked. Not much. Enough. Enough, she said, and now the word held temper. I offered you a controlled life. Qinren wiped blood from his mouth. You offered a pretty prison. Chapter 19. Once the first wall seal shattered, the ravine stopped pretending to be orderly. Mud sucked at boots. Freed beasts tore harnesses. Children bolted in wrong directions until San Yang and the washermen caught them by collars and wrists and shoved them toward the broken wash cut. Yin Zixiao fought like a knife dropped into a crowded kitchen, appearing at one point to hamstring a driver and at another to sever the reins of the lead guard wagon, so the panicked team jackknifed it across the road. Qinren used the chaos. Meridian opening changed the field more violently than blood furnace had. He no longer merely saw lines of heat and conduction. He felt routes. How borrowed force could be threaded through himself without always exploding outward. How movement itself could carry intent if his open channels fed the muscles in sequence rather than raw surges. He tested at the instant a disciple lunged for the children with twin short spears. Qinren stepped. One step only. But the open meridians along his calves and spine answered in order, not in a clumsy flood. Power traveled from heel to hip to shoulder in a clean line that made the world seem to pause around the action. He crossed the distance before the disciple's second spear had finished leaving guard. Not teleportation. Not speed without cause. Explosive movement built on a road through his own body. He drove the broken spearhead into the disciple's shoulder joint and pivoted away before the blood even hit the mud. New capability. Immediate price. His right leg nearly buckled when the channel backlash tore through muscles not yet used to that clean violence. He caught himself on the wrecked feed wagon and forced breath back into rhythm before trying it again. Too much too soon would cripple him. Remember that. He almost did not. Because Shui Rui had shifted targets. She no longer aimed at him or Su Wan. She went for the retreating children. Of course she did. The practical cut where devotion turned stupid fastest. Her silk ribbons spread into a fan, not to strangle but to corral, driving the freed orphans and rescued children toward the unbroken side of the ravine where the remaining seals still held. If she could trap them again, she could force negotiation even from defeat. Qinren saw the line of that tactic at once. So did Elder He. Boy, the old man shouted from the wash, blood running down one temple. The evidence. Burn it hot. Qinren's hand slapped to his inner shirt where the stolen packets and charred protocol page sat wrapped in oiled cloth. Right. Killing Shui here meant something. But ruining her everywhere meant more. He changed plans in motion. Yen, he shouted. She was standing on the hood of the overturned guard wagon, sword red to the wrist. Busy. Need a path to the high ridge. That one costs extra. Bill me later. She laughed once, savage and delighted, and leapt from the wagon into the disciples holding the left ridge path. Not to defeat all three. To make a corridor. Her blade cut one sleeve, one cheek, one tendon, and she was already past before the men understood they had been rearranged rather than fought. Qinren ran. One explosive meridian step. Another. Pain screaming up the reopened channels. He hit the ridge scramble as Shui realized what he was doing. Stop him, she snapped. Too late. Su Wan, breathing hard and pale as torn paper, sent 3 phoenix needles over his shoulder without looking. One burned through a banner rope and dropped cloth into the path of the nearest pursuers. Another lit a driver's oil flask. The third sank into the hilt of Qin Ren's broken spearhead just as he hauled himself up the ridge. The metal glowed. Useful woman, he thought with a wild pulse of gratitude, and something more dangerous. At the ridge top, the wind hit cold and hard. Dust graves spread in the far distance like a bruise under cloud. The ravine below looked smaller from here. Smaller and meaner. Qin Ren tore open the oiled cloth packet. Transfer lists. Disposal confirmations. The burned title page of the Widow's Sky Protocols. Shui Rui signed contracts beneath Hangu's seal. Enough rot to poison more than one sect's reputation if seen by the right eyes. Elder, he had been preparing for this. On the ridge waited a basket of signal talismans tied to one old scouting kite frame and 3 jars of forge oil. Qin Ren laughed once despite the blood in his mouth. You sneaky old drunk. Below, Shui saw the setup and for the first time lost stillness. No, she shouted. That was the correct sound. Qin Ren poured oil over the papers, tied the scouting talismans through the frame, and shoved the bundle into the updraft rolling off the ravine. Suwan's fire needle struck it in midair. The whole frame burst into green-gold flame and rose. Not one paper burning unseen in a cellar. A public pyre lifted on wind. Each scouting talisman recording copies as the evidence consumed itself in the sky over the convoy route. Drivers, disciples, washermen, escaped captives, even panicked beasts all looked up. Shui Rui stared at the burning proofs going where every scout charm in the district could catch them. Qin Ren shouted down the ridge, voice raw but carrying. There, that's your arithmetic. The words were crude compared to the work. Good. Let the work speak better. Shui's nearest retainers hesitated. Not from morality, from career instinct. Scandal climbed faster than loyalty in sects like hers. One inner disciple actually stepped backward from the road, glancing between her mistress and the burning talisman frame rising toward the clouds. That hesitation broke the field more thoroughly than any spear thrust had. Sanyang got the children through the wash gap. Tied Songhai and 2 tanners overturned the last service cart into the remaining seal marker and cracked it under sheer, filthy, stubborn leverage. Yan Zixiao used the moment to knife through the traces of the final guard wagon and sent the whole team thundering riderless downslope, forcing 3 more disciples to choose between pursuit and self-preservation. Shui Rui saw the battle gone. Not lost forever. She was too practiced to bleed all her future into one ravine. But gone for today. Her gaze found Qin Ren on the ridge with an intensity colder than rage. You think exposure is death, she called up. It is merely delay. The greater sects will now come themselves. Qin Ren, chest heaving, answered honestly. Good. I was getting tired of your underlings. You would pay for that line later. Probably in blood. Still worth it. Shui gave one short gesture. Retreat. Not a rout. And ordered severance. She abandoned 3 wagons, 2 beast cages, and every prize of humanitarian custody, gathering only core disciples and what portable records remained. Even in defeat, she cut cleanly. That too Qin Ren stored away. Never mistake a retreating strategist for a broken one. The last thing Shui Rui did before turning her horse at the ravine mouth was point 2 fingers at him in formal acknowledgement. Next time, she said, I kill the heart before the hands can gather. Then she was gone into mist and distance. The ravine exhaled. Qin Ren's knees stopped pretending. He went down hard on both of them, hands sinking into wet grit. Below, Yan Zixiao looked up from where she was cutting the final cord off a wagon child and shouted, If you die after winning, I'll assume you did it for drama. He laughed once, then coughed blood down his chin. Victory. Ugly. Expensive. Incomplete. Real enough for one morning. Chapter 20. They almost left Yan Zixiao behind. Not because anyone meant to. Because triumph had the same texture as confusion when bodies were tired enough. The freed children and women moved first through the wash break and up the older trail. Sanyang led them with the authority of a woman who had decided nobody else would get to call her cargo ever again. Tied Songhai, an elder, he stayed long enough to strip what medicine and grain they could from the abandoned wagons. Suwan walked the line with 2 older girls, checking who could keep moving and who needed lifting. Qin Ren forced himself down from the ridge and into the retreat by momentum alone. Meridian opening had remade parts of him in the ravine. It had also torn him raw. The channels in his legs and right arm burned with each step. His wrist had swollen around the joint where Shui had stamped it. He could still feel the opened roads under the skin, new and dangerous, like a map carved with a hot blade into meat. He kept going because stopping in the open after beating a sect convoy was how legends got short. The ore trail narrowed along the side of the gorge where old miners had once cut a shelf into the rock. Loose gravel skittered under boots. Wind curled up from the depths carrying cold river smell and the faint metallic tang of wet stone. Suwon reached back at one point without looking and caught Qin Ren's sleeve before he misstepped. The touch steadied more than his balance. Still alive? She asked. Annoyingly. Good. I am not explaining your corpse to every person you just made homeless. He might have answered if a cry had not split the trail behind them. Not one of the children. Older. Sharper. Furious. Yin Zixiao. Qinren turned. Two of Shue's retreating rearguard riders had not fled after all. They had circled low through a side cut and come up beneath the trail, waiting for the column to stretch. One had hooked Yan's ankle with a chain as she brought up the rear, cutting trace lines off abandoned gear. The other drove a short spear toward her ribs from below the ledge. Yin cut the spear shaft in half. The chain dragged her anyway. Rock gave way under her boots in a spray of gravel. Don't you dare make me rescue you, she snarled at the world in general. Then the ledge broke. She dropped over the side. Everything in Qin Ren went simple. Distance. Angle. Wind. Loose rock. Suwon's hand still on his sleeve. The children. The trail. And a woman falling. Trap? Maybe. Fatal flaw? Certainly. He moved before the rest of him finished naming it. Qin Ren. Suwon shouted. Too late. He tore free and jumped. The gorge wall rushed up rough and gray. Yin hit one outcropping shoulder first, bounced, caught a jut of rock with one hand, and lost it when the chain still around her ankle jerked tight. The rearguard rider below had looped the other end around his saddle horn and was trying to drag her into open air like hooked prey. Qin Ren slammed into the cliff face hard enough to split skin from both palms. Pain flashed white. Meridian channels in his legs lit in wild reflex. He kicked off the rock and drove himself sideways through open space. New movement. New understanding. Desperation wearing a breakthrough like borrowed armor. He caught Yin around the waist. Momentum spun them both. Her sword almost went through his throat before she recognized him. You? She barked, furious even mid-fall. I was handling it. Poorly. Liar. The chain yanked. They swung in a sick arc toward the cliff. Qin Ren slammed his good hand into a crack as they passed. Fingers wedged to the knuckle. The joint in his wrist screamed. Stone tore skin. Their combined weight ripped his shoulder half out. Stopped. For one heartbeat. Then began to slip. Below them the gorge river flashed white over black rock. Too far. Too fast. Yin twisted, saw the chain still biting her ankle and the rider above trying to brace his mount for another pull. Let me go, she said. Qin Ren looked at her. Hair full of grit. Blood at one brow. Eyes sharp and angry and very, very alive. No. You don't even know me. You keep saying that like it's a defense. She stared at him as the ledge above shouted and boots scrambled. Then the cliff crack under Qin Ren's hand widened with a dry snapping sound. Time for choice. He could hold them both another breath, maybe two. Not enough. He could climb with one hand and open meridians while carrying dead weight. Impossible. Unless. The bond with Suwon burned on the trail above, frantic and bright. He could feel her leaning over the edge, trying to reach through distance that was still too far. Healing fire answered his panic. Blood furnace answered hers. Qin Ren understood one final thing about meridian opening in that impossible hanging moment. Open roads were not only for his own power. If the connection was real enough, and the danger mortal enough, he could guide borrowed force through himself to another. He did not think about consequences because there was no room left for anything but action. Yin, he said, voice hoarse with strain, look at me. She did. Keep breathing. We settle the debt after dawn. He slammed his forehead against hers. Not hard enough to injure. Hard enough to focus. Then he reached through the open roads in his own body, through the bond blazing above with Suwon, through the immediate edge of death hanging below, and pushed. Heat tore out of him. Not phoenix fire exactly. Not blood furnace alone. Resonance, raw and lawless, crossing from his heart through his open channels and into Yin Zixiao. At the instant both their bodies knew one slip meant death. The world rang. No visible bell this time. Only the feeling of one. Yin arched with a curse that broke in the middle as silver-black light erupted across her shoulders in the shape of a swallow made from blade edges and hunger. Her pupils sharpened to knife points. Qin Ren felt a second pulse strike into existence beside the one he shared with Suwon. New bond. Wrong moment. The only moment it could ever happen. The force of it hit both of them. Yan's chain snapped where the resonance traveled through it. Qin Ren's grip on the stone failed. They dropped. For half a breath the gorge opened under them. Then Yin moved. Not like a falling woman. Like a drawn blade deciding the shortest path home. The silver-black swallow spirit flared behind her and dragged them sideways with impossible cutting speed. Qin Ren saw the route as she did through the newborn bond. Not air and rock, but lines of least resistance. She slammed one foot against the cliff, drove her half-guarded sword into a seam. and turned their fall into a brutal scraping slide down the wall instead of a plunge into the river. They hit a lower ledge in a shower of sparks and broken steel. Shinrin rolled, taking most of the impact across his back. The world dimmed. The taste of blood filled his mouth again. Above, voices shouted. Suwon's first, then Tai's, then Elder He cursing heaven, rock, and young men with equal contempt. Yin shoved herself up onto one elbow and looked at Shinrin with something close to horror buried under irritation. What? She said, breathless. Did you do? Shinrin laughed once because it was that or pass out. Something, he said, staring past her shoulder. Up on the trail, beyond the jut of rock and the reaching hands and the frantic faces, the cracked bronze mirror had slipped from his torn inner shirt and come to rest on the ledge. Its dull surface no longer reflected only him and Suwon. Now it held 3 threads. And behind them, for the span of one impossible blink, countless women stood in layered shadow, as if waiting just beyond the edge of the world. A distant, invisible bell tolled once. Chapter 21. When Shinrin opened his eyes, the ceiling above him was made of old ship planks and smugglers' bad repairs. Salt had crusted white along the beams. A rope net sagged in one corner. Somewhere nearby, water slapped wood in a slow, hollow rhythm that told him they were close to a cave mouth or a hidden dock. The air smelled of brine, damp stone, old lamp oil, and blood washed badly out of cloth. He tried to sit up. Every bond in his life objected. Pain flared first through his own ribs and open meridians. Then a second sharp line crossed from Suwon. Then something leaner and colder flicked through his right shoulder with the exact emotional texture of irritation sharpened into a knife. Yin Zixiao. Shinrin froze. 3 pulses. Not imagined. Not fever. 3. If you rip your channels open before breakfast. Elder, he said from somewhere to the left. I will personally drag your soul back just to beat it again. Shinrin turned his head. The old man sat on an overturned crate with a clay bowl of crushed herbs in one hand and the expression of someone deeply offended by young bodies wasting his medicine. A smuggler lantern swung behind him, throwing yellow light over the walls of the cave room. Beyond the doorway, Shinrin glimpsed dark water and the rib cage of a moored junk. How long? Shinrin asked. 2 days. That landed harder than he liked. The children. Federal. Dust grave. Still behind you, which is as much of a blessing as such a place can manage. Shinrin breathed once, careful. Suwon. Busy not sleeping. Yen. Elder He's brows climbed. Already asking after the sharp one before the healer hears about it. Brave. Shinrin glared. Elder He looked pleased to have earned it. The old man stood, hobbled to the pallet, and shoved the bowl into Shinrin's hands. Drink. It tastes like dead bark and regret. That means it's working. Shinrin drank. It tasted exactly like that. The bitterness hit the back of his tongue and rushed down his throat hot enough to feel medicinal only because it was cruel. He swallowed twice and felt the concoction spread through the newly opened roads in his body, snagging on damaged places, smoothing some, setting others aflame. You reached meridian opening and then used it like a drunk discovering ladders. Elder, he said. Your body survived because heaven was inattentive. Do not rely on that. Shinrin lowered the bowl. How bad? Bad enough that if you try to sustain 2 active resonances at once without training, your meridians will split and both women tied to you may get dragged halfway to the grave with you. There it was. The real price of Chapter 20, finally said aloud. Shinrin looked at his hands. Bruises yellowing at the joints. Burned silver pink where Shue's ribbon had scored him. He could feel the open channels under the skin still, not as power this time, but as tenderness. Roads cut before the earth settled around them. And Yen? He asked again. Alive. Angry. Which for that one may be the same as blooming. Shinrin almost smiled. The smile died when the second pulse flared. Suwon. Not mortal danger. Pain. Frustration. Controlled enough to be surgical. The bond carried it to him anyway. She's treating someone, he said before thinking. Elder, he gave him a long look. Yes. You can feel it too? No. I'm old, not magical. I heard her shouting at a smuggler with a shoulder infection. The old man's mouth twitched. But now you know what the next problem is. 1 bond nearly killed you by accident. 2 will kill you by enthusiasm if you stay ignorant. Shinrin pushed himself upright more carefully this time. The cave room shifted. Not spinning. Layering. With meridian opening active even in weakness, he could feel the place as routes and pressure currents. Moisture traveling through stone. A lantern draft sneaking under the door. 2 bodies beyond the threshold. 1 warm and flame-edged. 1 thin and poised, like a blade balancing on the point. Suwon. Yen. You need training, Elder, he said. We need movement. You need both. Shinrin swung his legs over the pallet edge. Then we do both moving. The old man snorted. There. That's the defect in full bloom. He did not stop him. Outside the room, the cave widened into a smuggler basin cut into sea stone. A single junk bobbed in a black inlet where tidewater pushed through hidden channels from the open coast. Nets hung drying from hooks. Crates of salt fish, lamp fuel, and stolen cloth lined the walls. For children Qin Ren recognized from Shui's convoy, slept in a pile of blankets near a brazier under San Yang's watchful eye. And near the cave mouth, beneath a shaft of late afternoon light, Su Wan and Yin were arguing over a shoulder wound. The patient was a narrow-faced smuggler boy who looked deeply regretful about all his life choices. Hold still, Su Wan said. She's holding the knife like she plans to remove my whole arm, the boy said. Yin, leaning on the cave wall, glanced down at the blade in her hand. Wasteful. I only want the pus. Comforting, the boy whispered. Qin Ren stopped 3 paces away and watched them a moment. Su Wan still moved with a healer's clean economy, but the brace on her wrist had forced adaptation into every gesture. Yin watched everything in the cave without seeming to move more than her eyes. The new bond with her felt different from Su Wan's from the first moment. Su Wan's phoenix pulse ran warm even in anger. Yan's sword-swallow spirit came in flashes. Direction, tension, sudden insight shaped like a cut. Yin noticed him first. Alive after all, she said. Disappointing the dramatic outcome. Su Wan turned. Relief flickered across her face before discipline strangled it. You should still be unconscious, she said. I tried. It got boring. That's because you use recovery like a personal insult. The smuggler boy made the mistake of laughing. Su Wan pressed the wound wash into his shoulder harder. He yelped. Yan's gaze stayed on Qin Ren. So, explain. Which part? The part where I now know when your left knee aches, and when she hasn't eaten. Su Wan looked sharply between them. Qin Ren exhaled once. The bond formed when we fell. I had gathered that much, miracle boy. I meant why? Because I jumped. Because I can't watch women die when my body can still move. Because whatever cursed gift I carry answers mortal danger with chains that call themselves rescue. Instead, he said, same way as with Su Wan. Life and death. Shared pulse. Choice. Yin laughed once with no mirth in it. Choice. That's a lovely word for something that happened while I was falling off a cliff. Fair. Su Wan set down the knife and faced Qin Ren fully. She has a point. The bond between Qin Ren and Su Wan flared with old pain and newer unease. He could feel her trying not to turn that into accusation, which somehow made the accusation sharper. I didn't plan it, he said. Yin folded her arms. That is not a defense. That is your whole problem. Also fair. Elder He, who had apparently followed purely to enjoy discomfort, cleared his throat. Argue later. Survive now. Shui Rui's scandal reached farther than Dustgrave. The great sex will search roads and ports. We have one narrow window before every proper authority in 3 provinces remembers it hates unregistered movement. San Yang stood from her blanket post. And my people need a place that isn't a cave full of thieves. Smugglers, corrected a voice from the dock, offended. The owner turned out to be a woman in a blue headwrap with 1 gold tooth and a ledger tucked under her arm. She looked at Qin Ren as if assessing whether he would stay in the cave. Grey Harbor will take coin, lies, or useful violence, she said. You lot currently have 2.5 of those. Elder He spread a hand. Captain Luo Fan owes me. I owe you enough to offer transport, the woman replied. Not enough to die for romance and sect scandals. Qin Ren looked at the hidden inlet. Smuggler Cave. Sea route. Grey Harbor. A place where identities could be bought and erased. And with Shui's files burning across the district, exactly the sort of place where men like him would be hunted in every honest lane. He stood straighter despite the pain and made the next active choice because waiting any longer would turn movement into panic. We go to Grey Harbor, he said, under false names. Quietly. Anyone who wants out gets out there. Anyone who stays, stays because they chose more trouble. Yin snorted. At last. A plan with less cliff involved. Su Wan's eyes narrowed. You say quietly as if the world ever listens. Qin Ren met her stare. Then we make it listen to the wrong story. Chapter 22 Grey Harbor announced itself by smell before it showed its walls. Salt, tar, old fish, wet rope, lamp oil, sewage, and expensive incense all met over the water like rival merchants forced into one room. By the time Captain Luo Fan's junk slipped through the outer kelp maze and into the hidden smuggler's lane beneath the harbor cliffs, Qin Ren's tongue tasted brine and smoke. He stood under a patched sail and watched the city rise. Grey Harbor did not look like Dustgrave. Dustgrave sprawled. Grey Harbor layered itself. Stone quays climbed into stacked markets and warehouse balconies stitched together by rope bridges, registries, and hanging banners. Every gate had 2 things, a guard post, and a clerk's desk. That told Xianxia enough. Blade trouble still mattered here. Paper trouble ruled longer. You hate it already, Yin said beside him, leaning on the rail with the ease of someone who considered docks a form of knife. I prefer enemies who carry their threats visibly. Then you prefer idiots. Suwan came up from below decks, carrying the medicine satchel and a small wooden token Captain Luo had given them. Her face had regained some color on the voyage. Her wrist remained bound. The pulse between them felt steadier now that Xianxia was awake and not bleeding himself half dead by the hour, until she looked up at the harbor registries. Then the bond tightened with distaste. You were right, she said. I hate it too. Captain Luo spat over the side. Good. Means you see clearly. In Gray Harbor, nobody owns you until the paperwork says they do. Comforting place, Xianxia said. Didn't claim comfort. Claimed usefulness. She handed over 3 folded permits with names that did not belong to any of them. Xianxia is now Qiao Shun, caravan runner. Suwan is Lin Ke, apothecary widow. Sharpmouth becomes Hyan, deckhand. Luo Fun's gold tooth flashed when Yin made a noise of offense. Complain, and you can try the official gates with your own names. Yin took the permit and squinted at it. Hyan? That sounds like the alias of a woman who stabs gambling debts in alleys. Then behave naturally. The junk bumped against the hidden quay. Gray Harbor hit them all at once when they disembarked. The boards were slick with fish scales and sea spray. A customs gong hammered somewhere above. Men shouted prices in 3 dialects. Women in merchant aprons hurried under awnings with account tablets held under their sleeves to protect the ink. 2 laborers hauled a crate of spirit grain past them under the eye of a registrar, who stamped each movement with board authority. Xianxia liked the density of it. He distrusted the same thing. Crowds hit. Crowds also recorded. Captain Luo led them through a lane so narrow Xianxia's shoulder brushed damp brick on one side and stacked crab pots on the other. The group behind them had been pared down during the voyage. San Yang and most of the freed, dust-grave women had chosen different routes north under smuggler escort. A few children remained with Elder He for now. Tide Songhai had stayed behind with the Forge refugees, grumbling that someone needed to keep Dust Grave from becoming only a memory and ash heap. That left Xianxia, Su Wan, Yin, Elder He, and 6 rescued girls old enough to keep their own feet. Not a caravan. A knife point of survivors. Luofen stopped in front of a warehouse wall covered in faded salt stains and struck a coded rhythm on the side door. The hatch slid open. One dark eye looked them over. Then the door did. Inside waited a counting room larger than Xianxia had expected and cleaner than the lane deserved. Tall shelves lined the walls. Ledger towers leaned in ordered piles. At the center table sat a young woman in pale jade robes with abacus rings on 3 fingers and a stylus tucked behind one ear. She did not look surprised to see smugglers. She did look faintly amused to see Xianxia. Captain Luo, she said, voice crisp as clipped paper. You bring me driftwood often. This time it appears to be armed. Luofen jerked a thumb at Xianxia. Useful driftwood. Needs temporary shelter, false extension stamps, and a warehouse lane permit before the registries notice they arrived breathing. The woman set down her brush. And what do I get in exchange? Xianxia answered before Luo could. Depends on what was stolen from you. That sharpened the room by a degree. The woman looked at him anew. Not impressed. Interested. Mu Qingli, she said. Jade Abacus Consortium. Temporary steward until my father remembers daughters can be more than marriage dowries. And you? Xianxia almost gave the false name. Almost. Then decided there was no point lying badly to a woman whose whole room was built around catching that. Xianxia. Mu Qingli's stylus stopped over the paper. So the market scandal with the burning contracts has decided to acquire legs. Yin muttered, friendly city. Mu's mouth twitched once. I did not say unwelcome. Only expensive. She rose and circled the table with measured grace. Not flirtatious, not deferential. Merchant blood moved differently than sect blood. She looked at clothing quality, posture, bandage placement, and the girls behind them in a sequence Xianxia recognized, because he used similar thinking when checking loads. You are hunted, she said. The healer is skilled. The swordswoman is one insult away from murder. The old man smells like poor decisions preserved in wine. The girls need protected registration within a day or harbor law will classify them as unclaimed dependents and sell their labor by weekend. Suwan stepped in at once. How much? Mu Qingli's gaze shifted to her. For emergency shelter? Nothing. Xianxia did not relax. Mu noticed. For what comes after? Probably quite a lot. She returned behind the table and unrolled a dock manifest. A spirit grain shipment bound for famine prefectures vanished 2 nights ago. Officially river thieves. Unofficially, Cloud Banner sect choking independent merchants until we beg for their protection. I need the shipment back before the consortium board uses the loss to justify binding our warehouses under sect debt. Elder, he barked a short laugh. There it is. Nobody in this city offers a room without also offering a war. Mu Qingli dipped her brush. On the contrary, I offered a room first. The war is optional. Qinren studied her. Not because she was beautiful, though she was. Beauty was common enough in dangerous places. What mattered was the way she held the room. Like every item inside it had an assigned future, and she resented surprises only because they wasted inventory time. You knew we'd say yes before we stepped through the door, he said. No. Mu's eyes flicked to the girls behind him. I knew you could not afford to say no. Humiliation. Polished, accurate, and not entirely malicious. Qinren felt the bruise of it, and answered the same way he always did. With a plan. Temporary shelter first, he said. Then we talk routes, thieves, and who benefits if famine grain goes missing on paper, but not in storage. Mu Qingli smiled properly then, small and pleased. Good. I dislike men who accept terms before counting the hinges. She clapped once. 2 warehouse girls entered from the rear with blankets, registry ink, and bowls of hot eel porridge. Feed them, Mu said. Then bring the harbor permit maps. If Qinren is going to involve himself in my theft problem, I would at least like him literate in local corruption. Yan leaned toward Qinren and muttered, I hate her already. Suwan, taking the first porridge bowl from a warehouse girl with tired gratitude, said under her breath, No, you don't. Yan sniffed. Fine. I hate that she's useful. Qinren did not answer. He was busy watching Mu Qingli annotate a shipping chart with 3 strokes and expose, without saying it directly, that half the harbor's trade routes were just another kind of battlefield. This city might kill them with seals instead of spears. That only meant he needed different weapons. Chapter 23 The written vow took Qinren half the night, because every draft sounded either too noble or too stupid. Gray Harbor never quieted fully. Even at midnight the warehouse district muttered with pulley squeals, distant hull knocks, drunken arguments under plank bridges, and the wet slap of the tide under the pilings. Qinren sat in Mu Qingli's borrowed storage loft with a ledger board across his knees and a lamp burning low beside him. His reopened meridians still ached under the skin. The room smelled of ink, hemp rope, and old tea leaves. He tore up the 5th attempt. From the corner pallet, Yan Zixiao said, If you're writing poetry, kill it now before the healer sees. It's not poetry. Then why do you look more miserable than when Shue's hounds had you by the arm? Qinren stared at the blank strip of paper. Because this matters. Yan lay on her back with one ankle crossed over the other, hands folded under her head, as if smuggler's lofts and stranger danger were both beneath concern. Her voice came easy in the dark. That usually means you're about to make a bad decision with excellent phrasing. He should have ignored her. Instead he said, You hate the bond. Silence. Then Yan rolled to sit up. The lamplight cut her face into gold and shadow. Without blood and cliff dust on her, she looked younger than she behaved. Not softer, just younger. Hate is a strong word, she said. You use strong words like pocket knives. And you collect mortal women like weather. So perhaps neither of us is built for moderation. There it was. Sharp. Defensive. True enough to cut on contact. Qinren set the brush down. I didn't choose the bond with you. No. Yan's mouth bent in something not quite a smile. You chose the falling. Also true. The bond between them carried more than pain or position now. It carried flashes when emotion struck hard enough. Her resentment came through as cold steel drawn slow from a sheath. Under it sat something uglier, memory of ownership, of sect elders, of punishments justified as correction, of being named useful and treated accordingly. Qinren looked back at the blank page. That's why I'm writing this. Yan's expression shifted by the smallest amount. Not softened. Re-aimed. Writing what? He hesitated, then answered plainly because this chapter would turn rotten if he tried to sound grand. Limits. What I won't ask of a bonded woman. What I won't claim. What I can't decide for you just because the world tied our lives together in a bad place. Yin stared at him. Once. Twice. Then barked out a laugh harsh enough to wake the mice in the wall. You think paper stops power? No. Then what? Qinren met her gaze. I think people start by naming the cage differently. That landed. She looked away first. From the ladder hatch below, Suwan's voice floated up dry as smoke. If you're both talking philosophy after midnight, one of you should at least be brewing tea. She climbed into the loft carrying a tray with 3 chipped cups and a kettle wrapped in cloth. Her hair had come mostly loose from its tie. She wore Mu Qingli's warehouse shawl over one shoulder and looked, to Qinren's tired eye, far too calm for a woman sharing a city with legal officials, sect spies, and one newly bonded swordswoman who distrusted breathing. Suwan set the tray down and glanced at the torn papers. Ah, she said. Failure. Encouraging. Accurate. Yin leaned back against a crate. He's writing a vow. Suwon's brows rose. Oh, that one syllable held surprise, interest, and a very small measure of alarm. Show me, she said. Chinren handed her the least embarrassing draft. She read in silence. Her eyes moved quickly. Once she huffed under her breath. At the end she looked up. The first half sounds like a magistrate trying not to be indicted. The second half sounds like you swallowed a shrine inscription. Yin grinned wolfishly. I told you it was poetry adjacent. Chinren pinched the bridge of his nose. Useful criticism. Thank you both. Suwon sat cross-legged opposite him and handed back the page. You're trying to write principles as if they are law. Law gets twisted. Write it like speech. Like something you'd actually say before doing something reckless. Which narrows my style more than you'd think. Good. She tapped the brush toward him. Again. So he did. This time he wrote faster. I will not command because of the bond. I will not touch what is not freely given. I will not decide your future because I once kept you alive. If you walk away, I do not call that betrayal. If I act and drag danger over you, I do not pretend fate made the choice for me. The scratching of the brush sounded small in the loft. Outside, harbor chains creaked and gulls screamed at nothing noble. When Chinren set the brush down, Suwon took the page first. She read it once, then again slower. Yin held out her hand. Suwon passed it over. The swordswoman's eyes tracked the lines without visible expression until the sentence about walking away. There her jaw tightened. Still just paper, she said. Yes, Chinren said. Still weak against force. Yes. Still better than silence. That last line she said to the wall, not him. It mattered anyway. Suwon folded the page with care and tucked it into the inner wrap of her robe before Chinren could object. If you're going to make promises, she said, someone responsible should hold a copy. Responsible? Yin muttered. Compared to him? Easily. Their eyes met over the lamplight. Something moved there that was not simple warmth and not simple challenge either. Jealousy did not come through the bond as one clean feeling. It came in ugly little sparks, Suwon resenting Yan's bluntness because it made her own uncertainty look too tender. Yan resenting the effortless way Suwon already occupied space beside Chinren without asking permission. Neither woman hid from Chinren through the bond. Neither liked that they could not. Good. Bad. Complicated. Real. The moment might have tilted somewhere more intimate if a knock had not hammered on the lower door, followed by warehouse boots and a voice calling. Mistress Mu says now or never. Mu Qingli swept into the loft 10 breaths later with 3 manifests, 2 stamped notices, and no patience at all. Cloud Banner Sect filed an emergency harbor claim, she said. Every forged arrival permit issued in the last 3 days is being audited. If we do not shift your identities before dawn, all 6 girls below become recoverable labor assets, and one of you becomes an example. Yin raised a hand lazily. Which one? Mu's gaze slid to Chinren. The one whose face now appears on a debt warning posted near the East Quay under the title Seductive Corrupter of Female Talents. The humiliation was so specific Chinren nearly laughed. Suwon did not. Fire pricked across the bond. Cloud Banner wrote that? She asked. Mu set down the stamp notice. Not them directly. Too inelegant. Someone hired the harbor morality registrars. Yin whistled once. That city move is filthier than an ambush. Mu Qingli's eyes sharpened at the folded vow still in Suwon's hand. She did not comment. She did, however, take in the room's mood and file it away with merchant efficiency. There is more, she said. The stolen spirit grain I mentioned has resurfaced at River Lantern Auction under false customs numbers. If we can prove the consortium loss and the sect morality filing are linked, we may force Cloud Banner to retreat before they get legal claws into your women. Chinren stood. Then we go to the auction. Mu held up one finger. No, we go to the records first. Brute force will make them martyrs to commerce. Yin muttered. I continue to hate her usefully. Suwon rose too, tucking the vow out of sight. What do you need from us? Mu Qingli met Chinren's eyes. Discipline, which may be beyond your bloodline. Chinren almost smiled. Humiliation received. Plan forming. Try me, he said. Chapter 24 Ning Wanshan introduced himself with tea and a city seal. That alone made Chinren dislike him before the man spoke. The meeting took place in Gray Harbor Registry Hall, a building constructed by people who thought damp stone and expensive would deserve to be smuggled together. Rain drummed lightly on the tiled roof outside. Inside, clerks moved through aisles of bamboo files and hanging permit plaques in soft shoes, carrying ink trays like acolytes at some bureaucratic temple. Every sound felt cushioned by cost. Mu Qingli stood at Chinren's right in formal merchant robes the color of pale celadon. Su-Wan wore the borrowed widow gray she'd used on arrival because it made officials underestimate the force of her stare. Qin Ren himself wore a porter's clean jacket, false permit tied at the belt, and the face of a man determined not to break furniture until it proved necessary. Across the table sat Ning Wanshan. He did not look like an enemy meant for stories. No scar, no sacred weapon displayed, no young master arrogance dripping from his sleeves. He was lean, perhaps 30, with scholar's fingers and a voice that never had to rise because rooms rearranged around his certainty. The city seal beside his teacup marked him as adjunct registrar for sect commercial mediation. Cloud Banner sect's way of saying extortion could wear government colors. Master Qin, Ning said pleasantly, though nobody in the room had used Qin Ren's real name aloud. Or would you prefer Xiaoxian this morning? Mu Qingli set her cup down with a click. Registrar Ning, we came to challenge a slander filing, not admire your access to confidential docs paperwork. And I came, Ning replied, to prevent this city from becoming a haven for stolen persons, forged permits, and sect property disputes imported from less civilized markets. There it was. Property again, but laundered through civic concern. Qinren kept his hands flat on his knees. If he moved too quickly here, Mu lost the field before the first stamp hit paper. Ning unfolded a document and slid it across the lacquer table. On it, in perfectly elegant script, were the names Lin K and Hyan beside annotations. Probable coerced companions of resonance deviant male. Social contamination risk high. Su-Wan's pulse flared hot through the bond. Yin, waiting outside with warehouse escorts because Mu had insisted only fewer liabilities enter the hall, could not hear the words. Qinren was suddenly grateful. Social contamination, Su-Wan repeated, voice cool enough to frost the tea surface. Ning offered a sympathetic tilt of the head. Harbor Morality Code is old. I did not write it. I merely apply it. Mu Qingli smiled with no softness in it. And who filed the concern? Interested citizens. Names. Protected. Qinren finally spoke. So a sect strategist uses anonymous filers to brand women compromised, then claims he is only obeying old paper. Ning's gaze settled on him for the first time, as one might regard a dog that had correctly identified the butcher's hand. You mistake scale for malice, he said. Harbor order depends on classification. A woman tied by demonic or irregular methods to a fugitive male cannot simply step into inheritance, command, or contractual autonomy without review. If she could, every lineage compact in the city would become contestable. Su-Wan leaned forward. You are not protecting order. You are making us untouchable by design. Those are not mutually exclusive aims. For 1 second Qin-Ren admired the purity of the villainy. Not loud. Not stupid. Institutional. This was a man who could kill futures without drawing blood. Mu Qingli changed posture almost imperceptibly. Qin-Ren recognized it now as the stance she took when moving from conversation to transaction warfare. Then let us discuss order, she said. My consortium lost a registered spirit grain shipment under routes your mediation office recently reassigned to Cloud Banner Security Review. 2 days later, anonymous morality filings appeared targeting my temporary warehouse guests. I suspect coercive linkage. Ning lifted his cup. Suspicion is not evidence. Nor is morality code proof of possession. The code is older than both of us. Rot ofteness. Qinren felt something almost like delight move through Su-Wan at that line. Mu Qingli had a different verbal blade than Yin or Su-Wan. Less immediate. More expensive. Ning set down the cup. Very well. Since we are speaking plainly, allow me to do the courtesy. Gray Harbor cannot permit a resonance carrier to gather unstable female talents under merchant protection. It will distort contract markets, inheritance claims, and sect recruitment. If you leave quietly now, Mistress Mu keeps her reputation. If you stay, every woman beside you becomes legally difficult. Humiliation again, aimed not only at Qin-Ren, but at any woman who chose proximity to him. The pressure of it sat heavy in the room. This was exactly the kind of attack brute force could not answer without proving him right. So Qin-Ren answered with the weapon the room respected. Procedure. Then let's review, he said. Ning's brow moved slightly. Not surprise. Attention. You say these women are compromised because of coercive irregular bonds. Fine. Bring in testimony. Not yours. Theirs. Ask whether they remain by force. Ask whether they have been denied movement, speech, money, or choice since arrival. Ask in writing, under city witness. If your morality code protects women, let women speak under it. Silence followed. The nearest clerk actually stopped moving. Ning Wanshan looked at him for 3 breaths. Then smiled. Interesting. Mu Qingli did not look at Qin-Ren. That restraint told him she approved more than any open reaction would have. Ning tapped one finger on the table. Ordinarily, out-of-city sect matters do not require direct female testimony. Ordinarily convenient for men like you, Suwon said. Yet, Ning continued as if she had not spoken. Gray Harbor prides itself on procedural flexibility where trade confidence is concerned. I could permit testimony. There was a hook coming. Chinrin heard it before it landed. On one condition, Ning said. The girls presently sheltered under Mistress Mu's temporary seals must be registered first. Permanently. Unclaimed labor cannot testify. Registered dependents can. Mu Qingli's eyes went hard. To whom registered? Ning spread his hands. A neutral custodian, of course. Cloud Banner sect has already filed interest in taking responsibility. There it was. Take the women first. Then let them speak from inside a cage renamed guardianship. Chinren's hands closed under the table. Mu rose before he could answer. This meeting is finished. Ning did not move. Mistress Mu, do be careful. Trade houses that shelter irregular elements often find audits breeding in their rafters. Chinren stood too. And men who hide behind old codes often find people start reading the codes aloud. Ning's gaze cooled. You are not in Dustgrave, Chinren. Public chaos is vulgar here. We prefer exhaustion. That line Chinren would remember. Outside the hall, Yin pushed off a stone lion and read their faces in one glance. How much murder are we scheduling? Mu Qingli started walking without waiting for them. None yet. First we steal his records. Suwon fell into step at her side. You already have a route. 3. I was hoping he would be less predictable and save me some paperwork. Chinren followed, feeling the city shift around him. Ning Wanshan had shown his hand. Not in fury. In structures. That meant he could be fought where he lived. Chapter 25. Mu Qingli's family house looked less like a home than a ledger that had learned architecture. The Jade Abacus residence rose over one of Gray Harbor's inner canals behind carved stone screens and ironwood gates. Lanterns floated in the water below the balconies. Account glyphs were etched into the paving stones so subtly that Chinren noticed them only when Meridian opening let him feel the faint spirit pulse underfoot. Security disguised as elegance. Merchant style. Mu led them through the side court, not the main hall. My father is receiving Cloud Banner guests tonight, she said. That means the servants will pretend not to see us if they want to keep employment and plausible innocence. Yin glanced at the gilt eaves. Your wealthy people are more exhausting than sect people. Wealthy people pay longer. Mu did not slow. The archive vault lies under the East Counting Wing. Ning Wanshan moved his review files there because my father thinks housing sect mediators looks respectable. Chinren took in the house's rhythm as they walked. Servants flowing along outer routes. Inner guards at choke points. One musician's court where a pipa sounded bright enough to make intrusion feel vulgar by comparison. Suwon, moving beside him under a borrowed servant shawl, said quietly, You're limping. Observant. Annoying. The bond between them had steadied through the day, but not eased. The morality filing had done damage neither swords nor sect beasts could touch. It made every future feel notarized by someone hostile. And under that, another uglier feeling glimmered whenever Mu Qingli came close. Not romantic. Not yet. Jealousy turned inward. Suwon hated how swiftly Mu grasped the city's machinery. Mu, for her part, did not orbit Chinren at all. She moved on intersecting lines. Her problem was her house, her consortium, the stolen grain, her father's submission to Cloud Banner. Chinren was useful because he complicated the same enemy. That independence made her more trustworthy. It also made her more dangerous to everyone else's expectations. At the East Counting Wing, Mu stopped before a carved panel showing river barges under moonlight. Behind this screen is the archive stair. One guard inside. 2 farther down. My father's private seal opens the last door. She held up a jade pendant on a silk cord. I can get us through the seal. After that, we have whatever time the guests spend toasting one another upstairs. Chinren looked at her. You stole your father's seal. Borrowed. Her mouth sharpened. He still believes my highest function is marriage leverage. Consider this filial correction. That told Chinren more than the pendant did. The house was not neutral ground. Mu Qingli wanted something from this raid beyond their survival. Good. People fought harder for their own futures than for gratitude. Once inside, she said, we take 3 things only. Harbor claim drafts tying the morality filing to Cloud Banner. Reroute orders for the grain shipment. Debt schedules proving sect pressure on our warehouses. Yin, lounging with calculated disrespect against a pillar, said, You forgot treasure. I never forget treasure. I prioritize leverage. Chinren almost smiled. Then a female servant rounded the corridor at speed, saw them, and stopped dead. Young, frightened, tray in hand, eyes flicking from Mu's borrowed key pendant to Chinren's obvious non-servant shoulders to Yan's openly murderous boredom. She opened her mouth. Trap or accident, Qinren could not know. What he did know was that the girl was shaking and one shout would bring the whole wing down. Mu Qingli's expression hardened. She took one step forward. Qinren moved first. Fatal flaw, right on time. He caught the servant's wrist before the tray could crash and put his back between her and Yan's instinctively predatory stillness. Easy, he said. The girl stared up at him, breath rabbit fast. If they find me with you, then they won't. Mu hissed under her breath. We do not have time for this. The servant looked between them, terror sharpening toward decision. Qinren felt it. That same old impossible intersection where mercy and strategy stopped agreeing. He could knock her out. Quick. Clean enough. He could let Mu decide, which likely meant threats or silver. Instead he asked, do they hurt you here? Mu made a sound like paper tearing. Yin muttered, there it is. The servant's lower lip trembled once. Then she swallowed it down. They'll sell me with the winter dowry staff if the accounts go bad. Not immediate violence. The quieter kind. The house version of a cage. Qinren looked at Mu. Can you protect her if she helps? Mu Qingli's eyes flashed. Not anger at the question. Anger that he had inserted one more life into an already sharp plan. If she helps and we succeed, yes, Mu said. If she helps and you fail because your conscience is a flooding dock, then no. Fair again. Qinren turned back to the girl. What's your name? Pei. Pei. If you shout, Cloud Banner keeps choking this house, and you get sold by winter anyway. If you help us, I won't promise safety I haven't earned. But I will remember your name at the end of this. He did not ask for trust. He asked for a wager. The servant girl's breathing slowed by a fraction. Then she nodded toward the carved panel. Guard inside drinks plum wine from the left sleeve flask. He'll check the front hall first if he hears ceramic break there. Mu stared at Pei. Not kindly. Appraisingly. Can you arrange it? She asked. Pei swallowed. Yes. There. Cost and gain in the same breath. Mu stepped close enough that only Qinren could hear her next words. If this unplanned rescue collapses my house operation, I will make you sort harbor tax ledgers by hand while bleeding. Qinren murmured back. Romance sounds different in merchant families. For the first time since he met her, Mu Qingli nearly laughed. Pei slipped away with the tray. 3 breaths later, a porcelain crash rang from the front corridor, followed by a male guard cursing plum wine all over imported tile. Mu moved at once, pressing the jade pendant into the carved river panel. The screen clicked open. Stairs descended into archive dark. Qinren followed her down with Su Wan at his back, and Yin already melting into the side shadows as if the house had grown a blade line of its own. Behind them, the panel slid shut. Ahead lay records, traps, and Ning Wanshan's paper-throated war. And Qinren knew with a clarity he did not enjoy that his choice to stop for one frightened servant had just made the whole operation more fragile. Also more human. The two things, in his life, were rarely different. Chapter 26. The archive vault smelled of cedar, wax, and old fraud. Mu Qingli led them down the hidden stair into a chamber cut beneath the counting wing, where shelves rose from floor to ceiling behind latticed bronze grills. Each section bore jade tabs, dead instruments, customs revisions, family bonds, emergency seals. The labels alone made Qinren's teeth itch. Your people tax breathing too? Yin murmured. Only in winters of poor policy, Mu said. Qinren went still one step into the room. Meridian opening caught more than body heat down here. The vault's warding had been woven through the shelves themselves. Faint currents slid under the floor and up the bronze grills in patient loops. Not aggressive. Observant. A place designed to remember being entered. Mu touched his sleeve lightly. The records we want are in the mediation cabinet. Third bay. They had nearly reached it when footsteps sounded above the stair. Too early. Pei's distraction had bought less time than hoped. Or someone had counted servants more carefully than Mu expected. Yin vanished into the side shadows without waiting. Su Wan turned the lamp wick down to a pin. Mu took the lead at the cabinet and pressed the jade seal pendant into the lock plate. Nothing. Her expression changed by half a degree. He changed the seal, she whispered. Ning Wanshan. Of course he had. The footsteps above paused. A man's voice said, Mistress Mu? The east panel reads open. Trap within the archive. Qinren's pulse steadied instead of rising. Good. The city was teaching him a new flavor of danger. Can you break it? He asked. Mu glanced at the lock, then at Su Wan. Maybe. If I had an hour. They had seconds. Qinren laid his palm on the cabinet face. The ward listened through legal authority. Ownership, access, rank. Those things all had structure. He could not read the whole knot at once, but he could feel where Ning's new seal argued with Mu's old family authority. Not brute force. Contradiction. He held up the stolen harbor mediation notice from his belt. Your city loves paper, he murmured. Mu's eyes flashed understanding. You absurd man. Useful absurd. He slid the stamped notice between the lock plates and then pressed the jade pendant over it. Family authority overlaid by urgent mediation access. The ward stuttered, trying to decide which hierarchy outranked the other. Suwon drove one phoenix needle into the seam. Heat ran down the crack, not to burn, to widen the moment of indecision. The cabinet clicked. Mu exhaled once through her nose. Open. Inside sat exactly what they needed and far more than Shinrin liked. Route revision orders. Grain movement permits. Debt calls against the Jade Abacus warehouses. Anonymous morality filings traced through proxy seals. And at the back, a thin red folder marked Special Coordination, Ning Wanshan. Mu reached for the grain orders first. Shinrin took the morality filings. Suwon read over his shoulder and went still. These aren't only about us. She was right. Dozens of women. Widows, merchants, sect defectors, even Doc Foreman's daughters. Each marked socially compromised for one reason or another. Most reasons led, by the end of the file, to loss of property rights or labor reassignment. Ning Wanshan did not merely hate Shinrin's sort of bond. He weaponized shame as inventory. The stair door above opened. Now, Mu said. They stuffed what they could into hidden sleeves and inner wraps. Too much paper to take everything. Shinrin chose pattern over completeness. Enough to prove linkage. Enough to expose method. As they withdrew, a muffled cry sounded from behind the final shelf stack. Shinrin turned. Mu grabbed his arm. No. There it was. The flaw and its witness. Someone's back there. And we are already over time. Another cry. Smaller. Choked off quickly. Hey. Another servant? A trap? All equally possible. Suwon closed her eyes briefly. Yan's voice drifted from the dark near the stair. 2 guards. 1 clerk. If we fight, this becomes an inheritance scandal by dawn. Shinrin heard all of them. Then he heard the second truth inside the muffled sound. Gag. Pin breath. Real fear. 3 breaths, he said. Mu's face hardened. If this costs me the vault exit, then charge it to my account. Your account is blood and improvisation. Still paying. He moved. Behind the shelf stack, he found not pay but a girl in house linen, maybe 14 years old, wrists tied to a support post, mouth bound with ledger cloth. She stared at him with eyes so wide the lantern pinlight reflected in 2 bright coins. Beside her on the floor sat a drop tray and 3 ink tablets. Witness buried until the raid passed. Maybe by Ning. Maybe by a house steward. Either way, the same result. Shinrin cut her free. The cost arrived instantly. Above, the clerk shouted. They're in the vault. Yen swore with vivid creativity. Shinrin shoved the girl towards Suwon. Take her. Mu snapped. This is why rich families drink. Then she turned and, without further argument, hurled a bronze file rack into the first guard coming down the stair. Chapter 27. The vault fight lasted less than a minute and ruined 3 months of Mu Qingli's domestic credibility. Yen met the first guard before he hit the floor. Her half-guard sword slipped between the joints of his scale coat and out again so fast the man did not know he had been cut until his knees folded. The second guard had time to draw breath for an alarm. Suwon put a phoenix needle through his sleeve and pinned him to the stair rail by the cloth. When he tore free, half his shoulder came with the fabric and his shout turned into an animal sound. Mu Qingli did not fight like a cultivator. She fought like a woman accustomed to rooms full of men, assuming she would not. The bronze file rack hit the clerk first. When he went down shrieking under spilled ink and splintered wood, she stepped over him, seized the dropped emergency gong cord, and wrapped it twice around the banister so the alarm hammer above jammed when struck. Out, she snapped. The east culvert. Now. Shinrin drove the bleeding guard back up the stair with one violent meridian step. The new realm made short bursts of decisive movement intoxicating if he let it. He did not simply run faster. He entered openings before other bodies completed them. A shoulder shift became a route. A half-raised weapon became a ladder of force up the opponent's own arm. He slammed his palm into the guard's chest and threaded Phoenix heat through the contact. Not fully borrowed healing fire. Something mixed now with Yan's blade-line presence and Blood Furnace's raw combustion. The guard's breath seized as if his lungs had been struck from inside. Shinrin saw, for one impossible moment, 3 ways the man's balance could fail at once. Composite resonance. Phoenix precision. Swallow acceleration. Furnace pressure. The insight flashed and was gone. Not enough control yet. The cost hit before he could savor it. His own chest spasmed in answer. The force he sent out echoed back through the still unsteady dual bonds. Shinrin coughed blood onto the stair and nearly lost his footing. Suwon felt it and swore. Yen felt it and swore differently. Stop inventing techniques in hallways. Yen snapped as she cut the pinned guard's spear shaft in half. Do it somewhere private like a sane person. They took the culvert route under the east wing and came up into a refuse alley behind the canal kitchens. Rain had started while they were below. Not heavy, fine and cold, needling across the water. Grey Harbor's cooks were dumping old eel bones into the current. The smell hit hard enough to make the rescued servant girl gag. Mu Qingli caught the girl before she slipped on the wet stones. Name? Mu asked sharply, already thinking beyond the escape. Lian, the girl whispered. Mu assessed her in one sweep. You work East Wing. Night tray rotation. Whose order bound you? Lian swallowed. House steward things. He said I had seen too much in the account hall. Mu's face went very still. Good. Useful. The girl blinked, frightened by the word. Mu put one hand on her shoulder, not gentle, but grounding. Useful means alive tonight, if you obey. Go with pay. Say nothing else. That, Qinren noticed, was how Mu did mercy, as logistics. Back at the warehouse loft, the stolen records spread across the table like surgical trays. Mu sorted them with terrifying speed. Suwon made bandages and tea and ordered everyone to sit at least once before they died theatrically. Yin perched on the window beam and sharpened her sword with a fishbone whetstone she'd found somewhere unacceptable. Qinren stood over the papers despite Suwon's repeated glare. The shipment wasn't stolen at random, Mu said at last, tapping 3 route orders. Cloud Banner redirected my grain under emergency flood authority, then listed it lost before it ever reached the river choke point. Qinren traced the path. So the thieves were cover. Not thieves, Yin said from the window. Hired river gangs. I know the marks. North Bank crews use blue salt wax on contraband barrels. Mu looked up sharply. You know river gangs too? Yin shrugged. I know everyone who buys women or grain when law wants clean hands. Again Qinren was reminded how much life lay behind the people around him that had nothing to do with him at all. Good. The world did not revolve around his rescuing. It only kept colliding with it. Suwon slid a cup into his hand. Drink. He obeyed mostly because the look in her eyes suggested refusal would be educational. The tea was bitterroot and sea mint. It cooled the blood taste from his throat. Mu arranged 3 papers side by side. The grain now sits at River Lantern Auction under Shell ownership. If I reclaim it openly, Ning Wanshan claims forged dispute and freezes every warehouse lane I have. If I steal it quietly, he frames me as the thief and wins faster. So we do neither quietly nor openly, Qinren said. Mu looked at him. Yin groaned. That tone means he has an idea. Everybody check your exits. Qinren ignored her. We take proof from the gangs. Something tying the grain to Cloud Banner before auction day. Then your arbitration isn't theft defense. It's fraud prosecution. Mu's fingers drummed once on the table. The gangs will not keep written confessions. Yin spoke into the pause. No, but they keep ledgers for payment. River crews stab each other over coin. They track silver better than sects track disciples. Mu's eyes lit not with admiration but tactical hunger. Where? Yin met Qinren's gaze first, because she knew exactly what came next. The river gangs lived in the drowned warehouse quarter. A knife maze. Smuggler water. Background. And full of women used as bargaining stock. I can get us in, Yin said. 2 people, maybe 3. More, and we become visible. Suwon set down her own cup too carefully. Then you and I go. Qinren looked at her. She looked back. No, he said. You are a wanted man with the subtlety of falling masonry. And you are the only healer here. I am also the only one who can identify whether their medicine stock is spirit grain cover or actual famine stock. Mu Qingli spoke before the argument could curdle. Both of you are wrong. Qin run and Yin go in. Suwon stays with me and the records. If we recover enough proof tonight, I file for arbitration at dawn before Ning can scrub the lanes. Qinren opened his mouth to object to Suwon staying back in danger that wasn't visible. Suwon beat him to it. No, I am not staying in a loft while you 2 disappear into gang water. There. Support characters with their own wills. Blessing and nuisance together. Qinren set the cup down. Then we split jobs by what the field needs, not by who hates being left out more. That got everyone's attention. Suwon, he said. Ning's next move will be paper, not knives. Mu needs someone who can read people and stop panic if this place gets pressed. Yin can get me into the gangs. I need the route. You need the records. Suwon's jaw tightened. And if the gangs have caged women? There it was. The flaw reaching forward into the next chapter before it began. Qinren answered honestly, because lying would only poison the bond. Then I will make the wrong decision at least once, he said. Yin laughed outright. Mu rubbed at one temple. I despise how self-aware that was. Suwon stared at him for 2 full breaths. Then, to his surprise, she nodded. Fine, she said. But if you come back with more people than ledgers, I reserve the right to be cruel first and affectionate never. Affectionate. Yan's gaze slid between them like a knife, finding an interesting seam. Qin Ren pretended not to notice. Chapter 28. The harbor slums trusted medicine faster than they trusted names. That was how Su Wan chose to fight Ning Wanshan, while Qin Ren and Yin vanished into River Dark. Mu had expected her to stay hidden with the records, but hiding let the morality filing breathe on its own. So Su Wan did the thing Shui Rui never would have understood and Mu Qingli had not planned for. She set up a free clinic in the Lantern Row fish market under a stolen sailcloth awning and treated whoever came without asking what faction owned their suffering. By midday, the queue stretched past 2 shrimp tables and a basket seller. Old Doc cough. Hook wounds. Spirit rash from cheap lamp oil. 1 child with fever. 1 courtesan with knife slices disguised as kitchen accidents. A shipwright whose left hand had gone numb after bad chi strain. Su Wan treated all of them with the same cold efficiency and the same refusal to be pitted for doing it one-handed. Mu Qingli sat behind a side table registering names and witness marks. Not as charity, as evidence. Every patient who left healthy enough to stand carried away 2 things: medicine and a first-hand answer to the whisper spreading through Gray Harbor that Qin Ren enslaved women with irregular bonds. They had seen Su Wan argue with him in public 3 times before noon. They had seen her pocket the payment bowl before he could and refused to let him carry water because his side wound was reopening. They had seen her say, in front of a fishmonger and his mother, "If I wanted to leave him, I'd go. The problem is your city keeps trying to sell exits." That line traveled. Mu heard it repeated by the 3rd row of patients before sunset and made a note beside the name of every witness. "You are dangerously effective," she said during the brief gap between a rope burn and a chest chill. Su Wan did not look up from packing a wound with herb paste. "You're welcome." That wasn't praise. Merchant women must starve on compliments. Mu's mouth twitched. Not if we bill correctly. The clinic became more than treatment by late afternoon. It became a referendum. A doc wife whose daughter had been morality flagged after refusing a sect marriage came to stare at Su Wan and left with medicine and anger. A widow from the salt houses asked whether the filing against Lin K meant the city could seize her own dead husband's birth shares if she took a lover before mourning year ended. Mu answered from the code, line and clause, while Su Wan stitched the woman's palm. People gathered not because they loved scandal, because the scandal named a machine already grinding their ankles. The first sect observer arrived in the shape of 2 polite boys in cloud banner sashes pretending to buy dried fish. Su Wan watched them over the rim of a wash basin. "Tell your registrar," she said without raising her voice, "that if he wants to call me compromised, he can come bleed in line like everyone else." The boys fled with more dignity than speed. By dusk, Qin Ren returned from the river quarters soaked to the bone, reeking of marsh rot, and carrying 2 ledger slips in an oilskin wrap. Yin walked beside him with someone else's knife at her belt and a split lip she seemed pleased about. Mu took one look at their faces. "You found trouble." Yin dropped the oilskin onto the table. "No. Trouble found us with bookkeeping." Qin Ren's pulse was ragged through the bond. Su Wan felt the cuts before she saw them. "Sit," she said. "Later." "Now." He sat because the word came with enough heat to count as treatment. While Su Wan cleaned river gang grime and blood off his knuckles, Mu opened the ledger slips. The pages were warped from damp and written in a cipher of gang marks, boat symbols, and half-sealed payment chops. "Can you read it?" Qin Ren asked. Mu looked offended. "Of course." She traced the columns with 1 polished nail. Blue Salt Crew. Payment from front broker under Lantern Company cover. Weight matches the missing grain. Delivery date. Her eyes sharpened. Tomorrow night. River Lantern auction. Yin leaned against a fish barrel. Their hold also has 6 women inside rooms waiting for resale once the grain clears. He found them. Su Wan's bandaging hand stilled on Qin Ren's wrist. Mu looked up at once. And Qin Ren did not answer immediately. Because here was the cost, freshly delivered. He had not freed them. Not because he had not wanted to. Because doing so with only Yin at his side would have blown the gang warehouse before they secured the grain ledgers or routes. And the women themselves had told him through barred slats that if he started a fight without escape boats ready, the gang would burn the river, hold with all of them in it. He had walked away. Strategically correct. Emotionally filthy. "I left them," he said. Su Wan's eyes met his. No condemnation there. Only the recognition of what it had cost him. Yin spoke into the silence, blunt as ever. He listened for once. "You should mark the date." Mu exhaled. "Good. Then we can build the rescue and the public theft exposure together." Qin Ren nodded, but the knot under his ribs remained. The women in the river hold had names. 2 of them had looked at him with the flat calculation of people deciding whether hope was worth dying over. He had promised nothing. Still, the memory sat in him like a splinter. Su Wan tied off the bandage and said quietly, so only he could hear, You can hate the choice and still keep making the next right one. He looked at her. The evening market lanterns painted gold along her cheekbones and made the tiredness under her eyes look like war paint. Can I? He asked. You'd better, she said. We need you useful tomorrow. Chapter 29. Ning Wanshan struck before dawn with a proclamation nailed to 6 harbor posts and read aloud by 3 morality clerks. By mid-morning, Gray Harbor knew that any woman under irregular spiritual influence from Qin Run, also listed under his aliases Xiao Shun and the Widowmaker's heir, faced provisional suspension of inheritance, command, warehouse authority, and sect candidacy, pending rectification. Rectification. The word spread like mold. One warehouse Annie spat on the notice and got fined for obstructing civic text. A dock foreman quietly removed his niece from Mu Qingli's witness list out of fear her apprenticeship rights would be frozen. 2 of the rescued Dustgrave girls burst into tears because they had just begun to imagine futures wider than survival and now saw those futures shrinking under cleaner handwriting. That was Ning's genius. He did not stab the body. He made tomorrow narrower. Qin Ren read the proclamation in Lantern Row with rain dripping from the awning edge onto the paper. Every sentence named women through him, not by what they did, by what he might have done to them. Humiliation curdled into a colder feeling than rage. Investigation. Pattern hunger. A need to understand exactly where to cut. Mu Qingli stood beside him with 2 copies already marked in red brush. He filed under Ancestral Morality Code, Emergency Commercial Stability Act, and Widow Protection Ordinances, she said. A beautiful piece of layered extortion. Can we break it? Not all at once. But we can force him to defend it publicly. Su Wan, who had come from the clinic table with herb stains on her cuffs, read one clause and gave a short, ugly laugh. He says I'm ineligible to supervise apothecary property because bonded women may suffer judgment distortion in the presence of their resonance source. Yan, perched on a crate nearby sharpening yet another borrowed blade, said, Do they have a code for men whose judgment distorts in the presence of money? Mu replied without missing a beat. That code is called commerce. Despite himself, Qin Ren smiled. Then he saw the next line. Any woman who testifies in defense of said irregular male may forfeit familial protections pending review. Ning was aiming straight at the heart of their evidence. Speak for Qin Ren and lose your legal standing. Stay silent and let the filing become truth. He understood now why Shui Rui had been dangerous and why Ning was worse in a different way. Shui drew blood and made her cruelty honest. Ning made people police themselves. Qin Ren folded the proclamation and tucked it inside his belt. No more reacting, he said. We choose the field. Mu looked at him sidelong. At last. What? You've spent 2 days learning that not every battle improves when you bleed in the middle of it. Fair. Again, he said. Teach me the room where he can be hurt. That was how they arrived at arbitration. Gray Harbor commercial law allowed emergency public review when a sect filing threatened registered trade routes or labor stability across multiple houses. It was meant for grain tariffs and ship seizures. Mu Qingli intended to use it as a spear. The hearing hall stood inside the Merchant Way House, a long open building where brass scales hung from the rafters and every bench creaked under people who had come because commerce and scandal were kin close enough to share food. Ning Wanshan arrived in neat gray and blue with cloud banner scribes at his back and the expression of a man tolerating weather beneath him. Qin Ren came with Mu, Su Wan, Yin, 3 warehouse witnesses, 2 dockwives from the clinic, and exactly none of the rescued Dustgrave girls. That was the first move. Deny Ning the direct leverage he expected. He noticed at once. No central witnesses, he asked as they took opposite tables. Mu arranged her brushes. Only the relevant ones. So you concede the women involved are too compromised for procedure. Suwon smiled thinly. No, we concede you're the sort of man who mistakes fear for legal clarity. Murmurs rippled through the benches. Good. Ning preferred quiet rooms. The presiding arbitrator, a jolly salt merchant with cultivation rings on 4 fingers and no visible love for anyone present, banged the brass weight at his side. Proceed. Mu stood first. She did not begin with Qin Ren. She began with grain. Jade Abacus Consortium petitions emergency review on the grounds that Cloud Banner sect manipulated Harbor Morality Code to interfere with witness testimony in an active trade fraud dispute involving a missing famine shipment. She laid out route revisions, the River Gang payment cipher, and Ning's proxy filing trail in clean sequence. Not dramatic. Damning. Ning responded smoothly. Unrelated matters. Grain theft by river criminals. Morality review by concerned registrars. Consortium instability by poor stewardship. Mistress Mu is young and sentimental enough to imagine patterns where chaos suffices. That line drew a few chuckles from men who liked women clever only when profitable and quiet. Mu's face did not change. Qinren felt Su Wan's anger spark. He kept his own hand still. No reacting. Choose the field. When Mu finished, it was Qinren's turn to stand. He had expected to speak as accused. Instead, he followed the plan. I request independent female testimony under the exact morality clauses Registrar Ning invoked. The hall shifted. Ning said, improper. The women directly concerned are absent. Then here the women you're filing also harms, Qinren said. He gestured to the dockwife from the clinic. She stood slowly, hands rough from salt work, and held up the copy of Ning's proclamation Mu had given her. My daughter was flagged last winter for rejecting a sect marriage bond, she said. No resonance man in sight. Lost her apprenticeship. Lost her share claim. Registrar Ning's office said social concern requires patience. Is that also unrelated? Ning's eyes cooled. Qinren brought up the second witness. Then the warehouse Andy. Then the widow from the salt houses asking under public seal whether harbor code meant a woman lost property every time a man with paper disliked her choices. The room changed one testimony at a time. Ning had expected to make the question narrow. Instead it widened until half the benches could see their own households in it. That was the wisdom beat. Not brilliance. Just forcing the hidden mechanism into common sight. Ning recognized the shift and adapted fast. Even if these grievances hold merit, he said, they do not prove the resonance issue false. The women around Qinren still may be compromised. There it was. Direct enough now. Su Wan stood before anyone invited her. Then ask me, she said. Mu's fingers tightened once around her brush. Qinren did not move. This had to be hers. Do you remain beside Qinren under coercion? The arbitrator asked. Su Wan looked at Qinren only once before answering. No. Have you been denied movement, money, speech, or refusal? No. I've denied him speech several times and recommend the practice. Laughter cracked across the hall. Real this time. Ning cut in before the room could warm too much. And yet your judgment may still be altered by irregular spiritual proximity. Su Wan tilted her head. Registrar Ning, if proximity alters my judgment so badly, why did I spend yesterday calling him an idiot in public for 3 hours? Even the arbitrator laughed at that one. Ning's mouth thinned by 1 degree. Not enough. Not yet. But the field had moved. Chapter 30. The arbitration became war when Mu Qingli submitted the marriage draft. Until that moment, Ning Wanshan had still believed he could contain the matter. Delay. Deflect. Narrow. Make Qinren a problem of irregular male influence, and Mu an overreaching daughter with shipping losses. Then Mu stood, smoothed one palm over the lacquer table, and said, since Registrar Ning insists morality and commerce are separable, I would like the hall to review the forced marriage contingency papers cloud banner sent to my father last week as collateral for warehouse debt relief. She placed the folded silk contract before the arbitrator. The entire hall leaned. Ning's face did not change. That was how dangerous men looked when hurt. Forgery, he said at once. Excellent, Mu replied. Then let us compare seals. Her voice had changed. Less measured now. More personal. This was no longer just trade leverage. This was her father's hand pressed towards selling her future under sect pressure. The arbitrator broke the seal. Inside lay not only a proposed alliance marriage between Mu Qingli and a Cloud Banner elder's nephew, but attached debt terms transferring majority authority over the Jade Abacus grain lanes upon consummation of stabilizing familial integration. The phrasing alone got half the room muttering. Mu turned to the benches, not to Ning. Cloud Banner steals famine grain, then strangles my house with debt, then files morality claims to strip my witnesses and force my marriage under the excuse of stability. If this is order, then the harbor has mistaken a leash for a pier. That line struck. Ning rose too. Mistress Mu performs outrage because she has no answer for mismanaged routes, criminal associates, and her own compromised judgment around dangerous irregulars. He turned then and aimed directly for Qinren. A man like him changes incentives merely by entering a city. Women take risks they would not otherwise take. Contracts distort. Households destabilize. My filings were defensive, not predatory. Humiliation. Again. Public. Refined. Qinren stood and let the room look at him. Not dramatic. Not saintly. Just steady. Then let's test that, he said. He turned not to Su Wan or Mu but to the women sitting in the benches. The dockwife. The widow. The auntie. 2 warehouse girls. 3 fish sellers. And, unexpectedly, Pei and Lian at the back under servant shawls, having come on their own. If any woman here has done anything for me because she feared me, say it now, Qinren said. If any woman here has been trapped by my bond or denied her own road, say it now. If not, Then stop letting men like him tell your choices back to you in cleaner words. Silence. Then pasted first. Small. Trembling. Unimportant by every normal measure in the room. Which made it land harder. I helped them break the archive, she said, voice shaking. Not because he asked. Because House Steward Feng bound Lien in the vault, and Mistress Mu was right to call it rot. Lien rose too. And because if people like Registrar Ning keep calling women protected while selling us by season, then I would rather be implicated than safe. There. Unpredictable from the premise alone. Not another bonded beauty at Qinrin's side. A house servant deciding the legal machine had overreached and placing herself into consequence anyway. Ning's scribes moved to object. The benches turned on them before the objection finished. Voices rose. Not a riot yet, but close enough that the Weihouse rafters caught the sound and threw it back thicker. Mu seized the opening. Emergency motion, she said sharply to the arbitrator. Suspend all morality filings originating from Cloud Banner Mediation Office, pending fraud review. Freeze the grain auction under Anti-Monopoly Code. And record public testimony that bonded women may speak for themselves under harbor law. The arbitrator looked out over the room. Over the mood. Over the marriage draft, the gang ledgers, the witness chain, and Ning Wanshan's first real silence. He banged the brass weight. Provisional suspension granted pending review. Noise detonated. Not triumph alone. Release. Mu Qingli sat down very carefully, as if her knees had only just remembered bone. Qinrin felt through the room, not by cultivation but by consequence. Harbor clerks already recalculating. Sect scribes panicking over procedure. Witnesses tasting the dangerous sweetness of public victory. Ning leaned across the table. His voice stayed quiet enough that only their side heard. You won one room. Mu answered before Qinrin could. No, I won the next week. Which is how cities die or live. Ning's gaze shifted to Qinrin last. You remained the contagion at the center. Qinrin met it. Then stop building systems so weak they collapse when women choose badly for your comfort. Ning smiled thinly. You think this makes you protector. It makes you precedent. That word followed Qinrin all the way out of the hall. Precedent. Not compliment. Warning. Outside, Grey Harbor's lower market had already heard enough to begin distorting truth into something larger. News moved faster than boats in a city like this. By the time Qinrin stepped onto the quay, boys were shouting that Cloud Banner's debt books had been dragged naked through the Weihouse. Fishwives laughed openly at morality clerks. A pair of dock girls bowed to Su Wan in mock sect etiquette and called her Lady Complication. Yin emerged from a side alley where she'd been keeping alternate exits clear and took one look at their faces. From the expression, either we won or we're all marrying accountants. Mo actually laughed then, brief and sharp. Temporary win. Su Wan exhaled for what felt like the first time all day. Ning will strike back. Yes, Mu said. How? Mu looked toward the harbor lanes where the consortium warehouses stood under evening haze. By fire or debt, whichever he thinks we prepared for less. Qinrin followed her gaze and saw, near the far grain wharves, a sliver of colored flag cloth between ordinary vendor banners. Formation flags, hidden among crowd awnings. Not ready yet, but being placed. He felt the next disaster begin to gather shape, like weather organizing over water. No time to enjoy the hearing. Good. Enjoyment had never been his cleanest talent. Then we move first, Qinrin said. Mu turned to him, eyes bright with fatigue and fresh strategy both. Tonight. Su Wan touched the proclamation still tucked at his belt, then took her hand back before anyone else saw. Fine, she said. But if this city burns because you make another rescue-shaped decision without warning me, I will resurrect you myself just to argue louder. Yin snorted. That almost sounded affectionate. Su Wan looked deadly. Don't spread rumors. The harbor bells began tolling sunset over Grey Harbor. Qinrin listened to them and, against his will, thought of the silent bell that had haunted Su Wan since Dustgrave. Different sound. Same unease. Arc 2 was not done drawing blood. Chapter 31 The witness broke before she finished her own name. Her name was Rin Xiaomei. She stood in the side chamber off the Merchant Weihouse with both hands clenched in her skirt and tried 3 times to lift her chin the way she'd managed at the clinic yesterday. Today her eyes would not leave the floor. Mu Qingli sat at the record table with 2 harbor scribes. Su Wan stood near the shuttered window. Qinrin stayed by the door because men near frightened women either became walls or threats, and he had spent too much of his life seeing the wrong version chosen for them. You can speak plainly, Mu said. Xiaomei swallowed. I accused the warehouse clerk of extortion 2 years ago. Registrar Ning said I could file if I signed a protection declaration. I signed. Her voice shook. And? Qinrin asked gently. She flinched at the sound of a male question and hated herself for flinching. that came through in the room even before it came through his bond-trained instincts. Suwon took over at once. And what did the protection declaration cost? Xiaomei's mouth twisted. Nothing then. A debt later. My brother got work on a river team after. Then my mother's medicine came through faster. Then they said if I spoke against Ning publicly, the old protection might be reviewed. My brother's license too. There it was. No dramatic knife at the throat. Just the quiet machinery of leverage laid over time until betrayal felt like the safest corner. Mu's brush scratched over the paper. Who told you this? Xiaomei looked smaller by the breath. A clerk from Cloud Banner Mediation. I don't know his family name. He said if I help now, my household can survive this season. If I don't. She laughed once, and it broke in the middle. If I don't, they'll ask why a widow's family needs peer shares at all. Qinren understood the shape of the trap before she said the next line. I already signed the counter-statement, Xiaomei whispered. Silence hit the chamber. Suwon's fingers tightened around the windowsill hard enough for the knuckles to pale. Mu did not stop writing. That, Qinren realized, was how she kept fury from owning her. By turning rage into ink. Read it aloud, Mu said. Xiaomei pulled the paper from her sleeve with both hands shaking. I, Rin Xiaomei, attest that Qinren and his associated women use irregular emotional influence to manufacture false witness confidence and commercial unrest. The words kept going. Qinren stopped hearing them after manufacture. Not because they hurt. Because they were so exactly written to sound plausible that outrage felt less useful than anatomy. Who drafted it? Who carried it? Which stamps had been used? Which households had been approached besides hers? Those questions stacked themselves in his head automatically. Response to humiliation. Plan, not brooding. When Xiaomei lowered the page, crying now in furious little silent shakes, Mu finally looked up. Did you mean any of it? She asked. No. Will you testify to the coercion instead? Xiaomei's answer took long enough to hurt. Not today. There it was. Concrete cost. Their strongest public witness had just broken in the room. Suwon's voice stayed level only by force. Because of your brother. Xiaomei nodded. Qinren could have condemned her. The room might even have supported it. But he saw the extortion chain clear as a harbor map now. Ning Wanshan wanted that reaction. Shame the weak woman, and the next three would flee before entering the room. So Qinren crouched instead, putting himself low enough that Xiaomei had to look down at him. Who carried the paper? He asked. She blinked through tears. What? The counter-statement. Who brought it? Which office? Which seal on the ribbon? Mu looked at him sharply. Good. Let her see the line too. Xiaomei sniffed once, confused into honesty. Harbor Mediation Annex. East Ledger Court. Blue wax. Carp seal, not crane. Mu was already writing. Clerk's sleeve. Qinren pressed. Mended at the cuff. Ink stain on the right thumb. He said his name was only June. Qinren rose. Then you still helped. Xiaomei stared. I betrayed you. You gave me the hand that moved the paper. He stood fully. That's worth something. She began to cry harder for that than she had for accusation. After Mu dismissed her through the side door under escort, Suwon rounded on Qinren. You should have been angry. I was. Then why do you always sound calm when you get dangerous? He thought about that. Because anger in him liked direction more than volume. Because Ning wasn't trying to buy her beliefs, Qinren said. He was buying her fear. That's different. Mu tapped the page she'd filled. And now I have an extortion chain, a sub-office, a proxy clerk, and a falsified witness pipeline. So yes, different. Suwon exhaled sharply and looked away. Through the bond, he could feel her still wanting permission to be crueler than the city allowed. It was one of the things he liked and feared in her. Mu rolled the pages and tied them off. We proceed. With fewer clean witnesses and more dirt. Qinren nodded. But even as they turned back to the next steps, he knew Xiaomei's break would cost them beyond one statement. Ning had shown every frightened household in Grey Harbor that he could reach blood relatives through paper. And paper, unlike knives, could be made to look respectable. Chapter 32, Yin Zixiao got herself arrested on purpose. She did not inform anyone first because, according to her later, warning people only gives them time to become moral about it. The city bell for second watch had barely finished when Qinren felt the bond snap, taut, with a sensation unlike pain. Decision, cold and sharp, and already halfway completed. He was on the warehouse roof before Suwon finished saying his name. Below, in a lane lit by blue dock lanterns, 3 harbor enforcers in Cloud Banner auxiliary colors had boxed Yin between a fishmonger wall and a stair to the upper walkways. The lead officer held a writ tube. The other 2 held chain hooks. Yin, naturally, leaned against the wall like a woman late to her own entertainment. Read slower, she was saying. I enjoy the part where bad handwriting pretends to be authority. Qinren crouched on the roof beam and stopped himself from jumping. First look. Always first look. The writ seal bore harbor steel, not sect wax. Legal arrest on the surface. Ning had adjusted after the arbitration. He was now reaching through an older charge from Yan's past, not their current politics alone. Su-wan came up beside Qin Run, breath tight from the climb. Don't. I know. You looked like you were about to. He had been. Below, the officer finished reading. Yin Zixiao, formerly registered under Red Fan sect disciplinary censure for the murder of Elder Chao Liren and theft of sect-grade blades. You are to be held pending identity verification and inter-sect transfer. Yin yawned. Transfer to who? Cloud Banner mediation until Red Fan retrieval. There it was. Ning again, using an old honest crime to reach a present inconvenient woman. Yin rolled one shoulder. I did kill him. The officer blinked. You what? Killed him. Slow enough to teach a point. She flashed teeth, without humor. You should put that in the neat part of the record too. The two auxiliary guards tightened on the chain hooks. Qinren felt Su-wan's alarm spike. Not because of the arrest itself. Because she knew Yin well enough after only days to understand that admission meant something worse than surrender. Trap. Not from Ning. From Yin. She wants to go, Qinren said. Su-wan stared at him. Why? Below, Yin finally lifted both hands as if offering easy compliance. One wrist still bore faint old manacle scars. The sight of them against the harbor chains made something ugly turn in Qinren's chest. Then Yin flicked two fingers against her own thigh in a gesture so quick most people would miss it. The signal she'd used once already in the ravine when asking whether he could see the real target instead of the obvious one. Qinren forced himself to think. If Ning had escalated to an arrest, he expected Qinren or Su-wan to intervene. Unless Yin had decided the jail itself was where the records or the route mattered most. Su-wan breathed out slowly. She wants inside. Yes. And if they hurt her? That question hit harder because the bond gave no answer. Yan's pulse below remained all edges and appetite for risk. She had chosen this because it served her own need too. Old sect charge. Cloud Banner transfer. A route to the machinery that kept trying to redefine her as cargo. Named characters. Own agendas. He had to honor that, or he was lying about the vow already. The auxiliary guards shackled Yan's wrists. She let them. Then she looked, not at the men, but up once toward the roofline where she could not possibly see clearly through shadow. Qinren lifted one hand 2 inches off the beam. Not rescue. Acknowledgement. Yan's mouth tipped once, barely. Then she went with the enforcers. Su-wan did not speak until the lane was empty. I hate this. So do I. You would have jumped if I hadn't been here. Qinren did not answer. That was answer enough. She grabbed his jaw and turned his face toward hers. Not gentle. Not tender. Honest. Listen carefully. If she chose this, and you rip the city open trying to save her before she signals, then you are not protecting her. You are making her plan decorative. He hated how right she was. He hated more that every muscle in him still wanted to run down those stairs and tear the writ tube through the officer's throat. Fatal flaw did not vanish when named. It only got more embarrassing. Then what do we do? He asked. Su-wan let go of his face and stepped back into the lantern gloom. We wait 1 hour. Then we move on the records vault Ning thinks is safe because he arrested the blade. Qinren looked down the lane where Yin had vanished and made himself stay. The hour cost him. Every tick of it. He spent half the time mapping likely detention houses and half imagining all the ways chains could become excuses for violence in rooms without witnesses. Through the bond, he felt only flashes from Yin. Annoyance. Motion. One bright burst of satisfaction when somebody screamed. Then the signal came. Not from the bond. From the harbor watchtower. 3 short bells. 1 long. Smuggler code, not city code. Captain Luo Fun's network. Mu Qingli, already rolling up route charts when it rang, said, now. Qinren moved before anyone else finished the word. Chapter 33 The record vault under East Ledger Court was built to survive fire, flood, and honest inquiry. Dishonest inquiry had fewer structural considerations. Yan's signal had bought them a window because she had apparently started a knife fight in processing and redirected half the court guards toward the holding cells. Qinren did not ask how. He intended to enjoy the explanation later if they all survived the chapter. East Ledger Court sat on pilings above the inner canal, its lower floors crowded with confiscated goods and pending legal storage. By the time Qinren, Su-wan, Mu Qingli, and Elder he slipped in through the tax barge sluice, the place already smelled of panic under a layer of cedar wax. Boots hammered overhead. Somewhere far left a man was shouting about a missing key and his dignity in the same breath. Mu guided them through a counting annex into the sub-vault corridor. Ning stores active leverage here before moving it to the main registry. She whispered. Arrest writs, witness recants, sect notices. Qinren's skin prickled. Not fear. Recognition. The air itself felt wrong in the hall ahead, old and dry and ink-heavy. But under that lay a pressure he had tasted once already in Shui Rui's camp files. There, Suwon said softly. On the end door, half hidden beneath fresh legal strips, was a seal marked scorched black around the edges. Not harbor work. Older. Widow Sky. The title from the burned page in Shui's wagon stirred in Qin Ren's memory like a nail under skin. Elder, he swore under his breath. They're still shelving it under different names. What? Mu asked. Nothing. I wanted near children. They did not have time for better answers. Qin Ren set both palms against the vault door and felt the layered seals. Harbor permission. Sect transfer. Witness suspension. Beneath all of it, a quieter band of script with a colder intention. Not regulation. Purge. A hidden second law written under the first. Ning isn't only hiding witness files, he said. He's collecting old resonance records. Mu looked sharply at him. Can you open it? He could feel how. Not with brute force alone. The door listened for legal hierarchy the way Shui's cages had. But meridian opening and the dual bonds had sharpened his sense for structures pretending to be neutral. He found the point where harbor law ended and the buried sect seal began, then felt Suwon move up on his left, and Yan's absent knife-line flickered distantly through the bond from wherever she was bleeding usefully. He almost turned toward that distant signal. Almost let urgency about one woman in danger derail the room in front of him. Again, he gritted his teeth and focused. Stay with this door, he muttered to himself more than anyone else. Suwon heard anyway. Good. She pressed one hand beside his and let Phoenix fire travel lightly through the seam. Not a flood. A thread. Enough to show the hidden layer. Qin Ren drove his perception through the revealed gap and understood the knot at last. The vault recognized testimony as property once suspended. That was the hidden turn. Witnesses did not merely become unreliable under Ning's system. They became storable. He hated the elegance of it. And because he hated it, he knew exactly where to cut. He did not challenge the harbor lock. He challenged the assumption that speech, once marked doubtful, could be owned. The instant he pushed meridian force through that contradiction, the door boomed like a struck gong. Script flared up the frame in green, white, and one thin line of widow black. The floor trembled, and inside the room beyond, hundreds of suspended testimony scrolls began rattling on their shelves as if a wind had found them. The door opened. What lay inside was worse than Qin Ren had expected. Not treasure. Archives of controlled futures. Witness recants tied by household. Morality cases by female lineage. Sealed records on vanished resonance infants. One entire shelf labeled Widow Sky purges in tiny neat script as though naming atrocity carefully made it reasonable. Mu's breath caught once. Then she moved like a woman whose father had finally run out of excuses she was willing to inherit. Take only what burns him, she said. Qin Ren reached for the Widow Sky shelf at the same time Suwon grabbed witness files, and Mu seized debt chains linked to harbor houses. Elder, he took everything mentioning vanished male infants and stuffed them under his robe with hands that had begun to shake. Then the corridor outside screamed. A voice Qin Ren knew without needing the bond. Yen. Not pain. Challenge. The choice hit all at once. Stay. Finish the extraction. Escape clean. Or go because she was in danger and some parts of him still treated that as law above all others. Suwon turned, saw it on his face, and closed her eyes for a heartbeat that looked almost like grief. If you go now, she said, Ning gets the room. He knew. He also knew the scream outside had not been theater. Because layered under the challenge came iron. Blood. Restraint. Real. His flaw stepped forward wearing Yan's voice. 3 breaths, he said. Mu did not even bother hiding her fury now. Every time. 3. She answered through clenched teeth. Then if you ruin this, I will bill your descendants. Qin Ren ran for the corridor. The cost met him before he reached the stair. Ning Wanshan stood there with 4 law formation guards and Yin Zixiao on her knees in chain-bright restraints. Blood at one corner of her mouth and a smile that suggested the current arrangement had offended her more aesthetically than practically. There he is, Ning said. Predictable as tide. Chapter 34. Ning Wanshan had baited the corridor exactly the way Shui Rui would have baited an open road. Different weapons. Same faith in Qin Ren's flaw. Yin knelt inside a square of law-light chains etched into the floor, wrists behind her, sword gone. One cheek darkening toward purple. She looked up as Qin Ren came around the turn and had the nerve to sigh. I was hoping for 5 more breaths, she said. I considered it. Liar. Ning smiled faintly. It's comforting when enemies cooperate with their reputations. He raised one hand. The 4 guards moved as one, formation strips snapping open from their belts and sticking to the corridor walls. White script flashed. The air thickened not with pressure, but with designation. Legal space. restricted movement, contestable bodies. Shinrin felt the trap closing and, for one clean beat, despised himself with unusual efficiency. Mu had been right. Suwon had been right. Every time. He had left the room because a woman he cared about was in danger, and in doing so he had likely cut their escape window in half. Good. Name the failure fast. Use it. Ning stepped over the chain square's edge and rested one hand lightly on Yan's shoulder. The touch was not intimate, which made it worse. Administrative possession. Casual. Entitled. Yan's jaw flexed once. Her voice stayed dry. If you keep leaning, clerk, I'll bite through your hand just to improve the records. Ning ignored her and spoke to Shinrin instead. The old murder writ brought her inside. The holding disturbance brought your attention. The hidden archive brought your allies out of position. I admit, I expected more gratitude. Shinrin stood very still. Behind him, from deeper in the vault room, came the soft sounds of Mu and Suwon moving papers at impossible speed. Good. Keep going. What do you want? Shinrin asked. Compliance. Simplicity. The usual things cities require to remain legible. Ning's eyes flicked to the chain square. Hand over the resonance files. Publicly withdraw from Grey Harbor. Leave the women under neutral custodial review, and I will process this one through formal sect transfer instead of expedited disposal. Yin spat blood onto the floor between his shoes. You make every sentence sound like bad burial cloth. Ning looked down at the spit, then back up. See? Instability. Shinrin's hands curled. He could feel both active bonds at once now more clearly than ever. Suwon behind him, flame-thin and furious. Yin in front of him, all sharp angles and refusal. Holding both fully still strained his body like keeping two drawn bows bent with one set of arms. Question held for several chapters. Could he learn to regulate multiple resonances without tearing himself apart? The corridor demanded the answer now, not as a power-up from training, as a survival requirement. He inhaled once, deep enough to hurt his ribs. Meridian opening had shown him roads. Spirit seed, elder he had said in theory once, meant building a stable core that could choose what traveled those roads and what did not. Shinrin was not there yet, but under pressure, theory often lost the right to wait. He looked at Yin. Can you still cut if I break the chain square? He asked. Her grin was sudden and ugly. Try me. Ning snapped his fingers. The guard sent the first law chains at Shinrin's knees. He moved with the swallow line first, not borrowing Yan's speed blindly, choosing it. A half-step angled through the legal strike zone before the script fully wrote itself in air. Then Phoenix precision to trace the chain's active knot and blood furnace pressure to hit the exact link in the law force where momentum and inscription met. Composite resonance again. This time not accidental. Chosen sequence. The chain shattered across his forearm in a burst of white sparks. The cost slammed into him immediately. All three force types tore through the same open meridians at once. His vision blurred at the edges. Blood ran warm from his nose. The swallow line in the bond with Yin flashed too bright and cut pain across her own shoulders where the chain square reacted to the shared surge. Regulation, not abundance. He understood the missing piece in the next half-breath. He could not hold both women's full force at once. He had to pulse it. Alternate. One then the other. Never both at max depth unless he wanted to die educationally. New understanding. He let Suwon's heat recede, drew harder on Yan's line for movement, and drove straight through the second guard's center. Not stronger. Sharper. His hand hit the man's chest seal. Palm. Twist. Redirect. The guard's own law script folded inward and locked his elbows to his sides like a bound criminal. Behind Shinrin, Suwon took the opening and sent a phoenix needle over his shoulder into the wall strip anchoring the corridor formation. The paper burned blue-white and curled off the stone. One whole side of the trap destabilized. Ning's composure thinned. Now, Shinrin shouted. Yin rose inside the chain square before the word finished. He had not broken the square. He had changed the timing of one anchor through the corridor's destabilized law pulse. For 3 heartbeats, the restraints on her wrists lagged behind the floor bindings. 3 beats were enough for Yen Zixiao. She rolled her shoulders, slipped one hand free, skinning half the flesh off her knuckles, caught the fallen guard's side dagger with her toes, flicked it into her grip, and cut the throat of the nearest man from her knees. The corridor became honest violence. Ning stepped back at once, not panicking, just recalculating. Retreat the side archives, he snapped to someone farther up the stair. There. A clue wrapped inside a command. Side archives. More than one cache. Shinrin filed it away even as he met the third guard staff and slid under it with a swallow-driven burst that made the world smear at the edges. His dantian twisted. Pain. Not random. Spiral. Something in the center of him was trying to condense the pulsed resonance into a seed shape and failing for lack of control. He was close to a real spirit seed and nowhere near safe enough for it. Not tonight. So he used what he had and no more. Yin came up beside him, breathing hard, one wrist still ringed in law burn. You took too long, she said. You look decorative. Rude. Ning was already backing up the stair with his remaining clerk and 2 reserve guards, abandoning the corridor rather than dying over one room. A strategist again, not a duelist. Shinrin could chase him. Should chase him. Humiliation answered with reversal. That was his pattern. Then Mu's voice cut from the vault room behind him, sharp enough to halt blood. Shinrin, move now or we lose everything. Paper before pride. He hated that lesson. He obeyed it. They ran. Chapter 35. Mu Qingli's father disowned her before the sun finished setting. Not privately. Merchant houses preferred witnesses when cutting away daughters. It made cruelty look like procedure. The confrontation happened in the Jade Abacus Central Hall, because there was no point pretending things could be kept indoors once East Ledger Court started screaming about raided archives and missing witness suspensions. The hall itself was all polished wood, hanging lanterns and ancestral tablets set above account shelves like the dead were expected to audit the living. Mu Qingli stood alone at the foot of the main accounting dais in travel robes, not House Jade. Qinrun, Su Wan, Yan, an elder he waited in the side gallery because she had ordered it so. This one is mine, she had said on the way in. Supporting characters with their own roads. Qinrun knew better than to steal the wheel every time. Master Mu Qinghe descended from the rear stair with 3 family elders and 1 Cloud Banner representative in attendance purely to make the room fouler. He was a handsome older man gone narrow with anxiety, beard lacquered neat, robe sleeves weighted with house seals heavy enough to sound when he moved. He looked first at the scattered copied debt sheets on the central table, then at his daughter, only then at the side gallery where Qinrun stood. His mouth tightened. So the rumors were stingy, he said. You really did bring the harbor plague home. Mu Qingli's posture did not shift. I brought proof. You brought scandal. Because scandal was already living here. One elder cleared his throat in warning. Master Mu raised a hand. Cloud Banner offered stability, he said. Debt restructuring. Defensive alliance. Respectable marriage. Yin muttered from the gallery. If he says respectable one more time, I may improve him with a knife. Suwon did not take her eyes off the hall. Wait your turn. Below, Mu Qingli laughed once. It was the first time Qinrun had heard true hurt in the sound. You would have sold my routes, then my name, then my body, and called it stability because the contract font was elegant. Master Mu's face hardened. I would have preserved this house. By kneeling to men who stole famine grain and filed women as unstable inventory. By choosing the arrangement that keeps 500 workers fed instead of the one that flatters a daughter's pride. That line landed because it came from a real wound. Qinrun could hear the sincerity in it. Not goodness. Fear wearing pragmatic clothes. Mu knew it too. Her next words came softer, which made them cut deeper. You keep saying house as if it does not include me. Silence. Master Mu looked away first. And in that movement the decision was made. Mu Qingli, he said formally, by authority of acting patriarch under ancestral emergency debt powers, I remove you from all warehouse signatures, trade negotiation rights, and household claim until such time as you submit to restorative arrangement. The Cloud Banner representative exhaled, as if something expensive had finally settled. Mu Qingli stood very still. No tears. No dramatic collapse. Just one small visible pulse in the throat. Then she reached into her sleeve and placed her own house seal on the floor between them. Then hear me just as formally, she said. I reject the arrangement, expose the coercion, and leave this hall with every debt copy you hope to hide beneath my marriage bed. One elder sputtered. Master Mu's hand shook. You leave this hall, he said, voice breaking at last into anger, with nothing. Mu Qingli looked him in the eye. No, I leave with the accounts. She turned before he could answer. That was the moment the Cloud Banner representative signaled the side guards. Bad choice. Very bad. Qinrun moved from the gallery. Not because Mu needed rescue from the center of her own scene. Because the man reaching for her arm had changed the field from declaration to seizure. He caught the guard's wrist before contact landed and folded it back over the man's own elbow with a clean meridian burst. The cracks sounded sharp in the polished hall. Suwon and Yin were already moving. Suwon burned the second guard's sleeve ties to stop the sword draw. Yin kicked the third man's knee out from under him and took his spear in the same motion. Master Mu recoiled as if violence offended him more than the contract coercion that had summoned it. Mu Qingli did not flinch. She only looked at Qinrun once, furious and grateful in proportions she would likely deny later. I said this was mine, she snapped. It was, Qinrun said, holding the representative at spear point with the newly stolen shaft. Now it's ours because they got greedy. The representative sneered. You prove every filing right. Qinren smiled without warmth. Good. Then your loss will be educational. He took one step forward and felt it happen. Not a breakthrough. A recognition. Mu Qingli stood in the center of a hall that had just stripped her name, her signatures, her claim, and still she did not fold. The threads in the room changed around her. Promises, obligations, house ties, debt links. Qinren, through his still-forming resonance senses, caught the briefest shimmer of them in the air like pale lotus roots under clear water. Not his power. Potential. Her future arc brushing the edge of his perception before either of them understood it. He filed that away. No time now. Go, Suwon said to Mu. Mu gathered the copied debt folios from the central table with hands that were steady again. Pei and Lian are already in the South Lane. Warehouse sisters too. Of course she'd arranged her own extraction before confronting her father. Again Qinren was reminded that capable women did not begin existing at the moment he entered their story. Outside, the harbor had shifted. Cloud banner men were moving toward the grain quays in numbers too organized for coincidence. Ning Wanshan's response to the Weihouse hearing and the archive raid had arrived together. Not mere debt now. Consolidation by force. Mu took one look at the flags moving between awnings and made the next plan before any of them spoke. The famine grain warehouses, she said. If Ning burns them or relocates them tonight, every public wind turns to smoke. Yin twirled the stolen spear once and tossed it aside. Finally, a straightforward crisis. Suwon adjusted her medicine satchel and gave Mu a long look. You have somewhere else to go now? Mu's smile was thin and bloodless. Not with walls I intend to trust. Qinren stepped beside her. Then come with us. She looked at him. Really looked this time. Through the house ruin, the family cut, the fresh practical disaster waiting at the quays. Offer pity, she said, and I will throw you into the canal. I was offering logistics. Better. She took one of the debt folios, tore out the final page, and handed it to Qinren. This, she said, is the leverage that breaks Cloud Banner's grain monopoly if we survive the night. Do not bleed on it unless the blood is spectacularly well aimed. Behind them, Jade Abacus servants were already pretending not to see their former mistress leave under accusation. Ahead, the harbor bells were ringing emergency dock calls, and the lower quays glowed with torchlight. Qinren tucked the page inside his inner wrap. The next field had chosen itself. And as they ran toward the grain warehouses, he understood that Ning Wanshan had finally made the mistake Shui Rui never had. He had turned too many separate women into one shared enemy's witness. Chapter 36. The marriage banquet began with lacquered smiles and ended with three nobles wearing soup. That was not the plan. It was, as Yan Zixiao later observed, an improvement. The banquet occupied the Sky Ledger Pavilion, an upper-tier hall built over Gray Harbor's inner canal, where merchants fed one another. Silk lies under floating lanterns shaped like gold coins. Tonight Cloud Banner sect had chosen it for a reconciliation supper between the Jade Abacus Patriarch, select harbor elders, and the nephew Master Mu had intended to sell Mu Qingli to under the name of Stabilizing Alliance. Mu Qingli accepted the invitation. That shocked everyone except Qinren, who had by now learned that if Mu smiled politely while wearing someone else's future on her sleeve, she was usually preparing an execution with paperwork. Qinren entered the pavilion as a wine servant. Yin went as a musician's porter with a qin case that held no instrument any decent city would license. Suwon moved through the rear treatment room under Widow Gray, carrying anti-drunk herbs for the old men and antidotes for everyone else. Elder he remained below at the canal mouth because somebody needed to control retreat routes, and because, in his words, you children keep mistaking roofs for strategy. The hall smelled of sandalwood, roast duck fat, plum wine, and ambition. Silk screens painted with cranes divided the tables. Harbor elders sat beneath heat bloom lanterns, every sleeve cut to show either sect favor or commercial independence. Cloud Banner's young groom-to-be, Wei Dajin, wore blue robes embroidered with silver clouds and the expression of a man who believed breeding rights were a kind of scholarship. He had been describing Mu Qingli's spirited value to the table when she arrived. Not escorted, not veiled. Walking in on her own in pale green, with no family seal at her waist and no apology anywhere on her face. The room changed around that. Master Mu rose halfway, then stopped when he saw how many eyes were watching. Qingli, he said, voice strained into civility. I thought you had left the city to preserve what remains of your dignity. Mu took the seat that would have been hers before Disonal and poured herself wine without waiting to be permitted. If my dignity had depended on your contracts, father, it would have drowned last week. Soft laughter moved through the far table and then stopped when Wei Dajin smiled. Lady Mu speaks sharply for a woman under house censure. Qin, moving behind the second screen with a wine tray, memorized the man's posture on sight. Shoulders back, soft hands, sword at the belt for decoration and inheritance, not use. One of only 2 young master types the story was allowed. Good. Use him efficiently. Mu lifted her cup. And young Master Wei speaks boldly for a man whose marriage contract needed hidden debt annexes to make him interesting. That turned the air brittle. Master Mu's chopsticks clicked once against his bowl. Ning Wanshan, seated 3 places down in dark gray, did not react outwardly at all. That told Qin exactly where the real mind in the room still sat. This is neither court nor counting house, Ning said mildly. If Lady Mu came to create noise, perhaps the lower docks suit her better. Mu smiled at him and reached into her sleeve. Qin felt Su Wan's pulse spike from the treatment room behind the wall. Yin, hidden somewhere above the rafters, sent down one thin thread of anticipation through the bond that now tied her to him. The room had that precious stillness right before something expensive shattered. Mu Qingli laid the copied debt annexes on the tablecloth between the dishes. No, she said. I came to provide reading material. Wei Dajin's smile faltered first. Master Mu made a sound like a man tasting his own liver. One harbor elder leaned forward, spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. What is this? Mu tapped the top page. The true marriage terms. Warehouse control transfer upon consummation. Harbor route rights attached to womb outcomes. Famine grain leverage tied to filial obedience. Since Cloud Banner and my father wished to call this a stabilizing arrangement, I thought the room deserved the full structure. There were rooms that collapsed from shouted threats. This one collapsed from literacy. Chopsticks halted. Cup stopped halfway to mouths. 2 old merchants lunged for the papers with all the appetite of men who smelled someone else's vulnerability. Ning Wanshan still did not rise. Instead, he said, forgery distributed in public is still forgery, no matter how theatrically served. That was Qin's cue. He stepped forward, bowed as a servant, and poured wine for the nearest harbor elder without spilling a drop. Then compare the seals, honored elder, he said in the deferential tone of a house runner who absolutely should not be speaking. Cloud Banner's annex stamp uses 3 pressure ridges in the inner carp scale. The copy and the filed original match. My lowly eyes would never insult your own by pretending otherwise. The room turned. Ning Wanshan's gaze found him through the servant headcloth and knew him anyway. You, he said softly. Qin straightened. No point playing dumb when the cut had already landed. Me. Wei Dajin surged to his feet. How dare a registry fugitive enter this hall? Yan's voice drifted down from somewhere above the lantern lattice. Through the door, apparently. 3 nobles startled hard enough to knock bowls. Then Su Wan came through the side screen with a tray of anti-drunk herbs and calmly poured the entire pot into the warming vessel at Wei Dajin's place setting. The vessel hissed and turned the exact shade of poison vanity. Su Wan looked at him coolly. You've been dosing old men to soften debt signatures all night. Your brewer uses night vine too heavily. That did it. Chaos did not erupt. It redistributed. Harbor elders recoiled from their cups. Master Mu shouted for guards. Wei Dajin called Mu Qingli a corrupted woman in exactly the tone Qin had been waiting to break. Corrupted? Mu said, rising now. By what exactly? Refusing to be collateral? Ning Wanshan moved then, finally, signaling 2 hidden attendants at the side wall. Qin saw the formation strips come before they snapped open. Lossiel trap in a banquet hall. Of course. He kicked the wine brazier over. Hot coals spilled across the lacquer floor. A servant screamed. A nobleman jumped backward into a tray of fish soup. The first formation strip missed its ideal anchor point by inches because the room stopped behaving like a diagram. That was all Yin needed. She dropped from the rafters into the musician's aisle and sliced the second strip in half before it could bind the center dais. Wei Dajin reached for his ornamental sword. Mu Qingli slapped the hilt back into its sheath. Sit down, she said. Men who borrow power should not draw steel in crowded rooms. He sat, not because of force, because humiliation in front of peers struck deeper than a bruise. Ning Wanshan took one look at the room, escaping script control, and stepped away instead of deeper in. Again, never mistake restraint for weakness with him. Qin tracked the retreat and understood the next move before it arrived. This banquet was decoy pressure. The real strike would already be hitting the grain keys. Mu, he barked. She was there before the word finished. Yes, she said, because she'd read the same chain. No more speech needed. They ran. Chapter 37. Gray Harbor's grain keys were already on fire when they arrived. Not the warehouses themselves. The alleys. Ning Wanshan had not sent his people to burn the grain first. He sent them to burn everything around it, forcing workers, families, and petty traders into the open where panic would do half the work of any sect troop. Fish oil shops, rope sheds, a widow's tea shack, 2 empty cart yards, all burning in hard orange strips that turned the canal smoke greasy and low. People shouted from every direction. Dock bells hammered the emergency pattern until the sound was just another form of violence. And across the square before the central grain vault stood cloud banner men with formation flags tucked behind market banners exactly where Qin Ren had first seen them. Not trying to win a fair fight, trying to make a riot look natural. Mu Qingli stopped dead one stride into the smoke and looked once over the whole field. Then she started issuing orders so fast Qin Ren barely had time to admire the precision. Yen, left roofline. Cut the banner anchors before they complete the containment box. Finally, Yen said, vanishing into smoke with predatory joy. Suwan, triage by the canal mouth. If the workers start dying in heaps, we lose the crowd. Suwan did not argue. Qin Ren with me. No, Mu snapped. Qin Ren to the central vault. He reads pressure better than anyone here. The riot formation will focus on him once he enters. Good. I need to see where its heart is. Qin Ren barked a short laugh despite the heat. Using me as bait now? You say that like you haven't been volunteering. Fair enough. He ran. The quay stones were slick with canal water and ash. Smoke clawed at the throat. Every few steps someone slammed into him carrying a child, a ledger box, a sack of rice, one shoe, one handkerchief, some tiny piece of the world they refused to leave behind. Gray Harbor and Panic still thought like merchants. People saved what could count. That, Qin Ren realized, was one reason Ning had set the fire this way. Not just terror. Distraction through value. At the central vault doors, 3 cloud banner auxiliaries were driving warehouse women away with hooked poles while pretending to preserve order. One pole struck Pei across the collarbone hard enough to spin her. Qin Ren saw red before he saw thought. Fatal flaw, reflexive and visible. He hit the first auxiliary shoulder first and drove both of them through a stack of empty grain bins. Wood exploded. The man's breath burst out hot against Qin Ren's neck. Qin Ren's fist followed without elegance and found the bridge of the nose. The second auxiliary swung a hook for his ribs. Meridian routes answered. Qin Ren stepped inside the arc and let swallow line acceleration carry his elbow into the man's sternum. Blood furnace followed the contact. Not to ignite. To drop pressure into the heart rhythm and ruin the next move before it formed. The man collapsed gagging. The third had enough sense to blow a whistle. Bad. Qin Ren grabbed the hook shaft, twisted, and drove the butt into the whistle hand. Bones cracked. Pei, pale and shaking, still managed to spit at the man's boots. Good, Qin Ren said. Keep that habit. Then the square answered the whistle. Formation flags lit. Not 1 or 2. A dozen. Hidden under fish awnings, grain company signs, mourning cloth, even a line of laundry strung between poles. The riot formation was never intended merely to trap the warehouse. It was meant to infect the whole quay with directional panic. Qin Ren felt it come alive as a pattern of incentives, fear routes, and choke points. People were being herded without touching them. One alley made to look safer than another. One firebreak left open only because it funneled civilians straight toward the grain vault mouth, where Cloud Banner could later say they had defended supplies from looters. Wisdom beat. He saw the trick. Now he had to break it while half the city screamed. Moo, he shouted over the smoke. Across the quay she stood atop an overturned cart with 2 warehouse sisters beside her and a route chalkboard under one arm, somehow turning a riot into logistics by force of nerve. See it, she shouted back. 3 anchors. Not banners. Payment points. The insight hit him because of her, because of the way she had taught him to think like a merchant and not just a fighter. The formation flags mattered, but they were not the true heart. Each panic corridor ended near a specific grain marker, tally station, or credit table. Places where value changed hands. Places the crowd already believed important. Contract points, not spell points. Mu grinned, fierce and quick through the smoke. Good. Break the receipts. That sentence would have made no sense to the man he had been in Dustgrave. Now it was obvious. The riot wasn't anchored in banners. It was anchored in ownership. Qin Ren tore into the quay like a man chasing ghosts through a market. Chapter 38 The Treasury Vault fell because Mu Qingli went back for paper. That was the chapter's truth and the chapter's wound. Qin Ren had broken the first panic anchor by ripping down the tally board where the grain shares were being protected. The moment the board splintered, one whole alley of fleeing workers stopped running toward Cloud Banner's guided choke and veered back toward the canal instead. Yin cut 2 banner lines and sent burning cloth down on a sect clerk trying to restore order. Suwan turned the Tea Widow's shack into a field treatment station and started yelling people back to thaw one bandage at a time. For 3 breaths the quay nearly belonged to them. Then Shinrin realized Mu was gone from the cart. He found her in the subsidiary treasury vault on the east quay. The room was half below street level, built of old river stone and iron braces, and lined with stacked strongboxes the consortium used to hold debt ledgers, emergency silver script, and bonded warehouse claims. Right now smoke from the alley fires curled through the vent slits, turning the lamp light murky gold. 2 warehouse sisters were throwing account bundles into waterproof sacks while Mu knelt at the far shelf pulling long folios from a locked chest. "What are you doing?" Shinrin demanded from the door. Mu did not look up. "Saving the house. The quay's collapsing. If I lose these ledgers, Ning wins even if we hold the grain tonight." That was the conflict in one sentence. Shinrin's instincts said drag her out. Her own said not without the future. He hated when capable women forced him to recognize that rescue and respect sometimes pointed in opposite directions. The warehouse sisters flinched as something heavy hit the ceiling above. Dust rained down. One of the iron braces gave a low groan. Bad sound. Shinrin felt the structure before he fully heard it. Meridian opening and blood furnace had sharpened his reading of impact through ground and support. Fire had eaten through the stair hall beam outside. The riot formation, now destabilizing, had driven bodies and weight over the east quay in all the wrong places. The treasury room had minutes at best. Maybe less. "Mu," he said, sharper now. "Now." She yanked one last folio free. One breath. The breath cost them. The ceiling cracked. Not a dramatic rupture. A precise one. One stone block shifted, then the beam above it slid. Then the whole front corner of the vault folded inward with a roar of timber, dust, and ledger rain. One warehouse sister leapt clear. The other did not. Mu shoved her and took the falling brace across the back and shoulder instead. The sound she made was small, much smaller than the impact deserved. Shinrin was moving before it finished. He hit the fallen stone with both hands and tried to lift. Wrong. Not because it was too heavy, though it was. Because a collapse was not one weight. It was a chain. He forced himself to stop heaving and read. The brace pinning Mu's left side was not the real load. The real load ran through the angled ledger shelf behind her, into the cracked box chest, into the stair beam. If he shifted the wrong point, the whole roof would flatten. Mu, half buried in dust and paper, still had the nerve to glare at him. "If you say keep breathing right now," she coughed, "I will haunt you with invoices." Good. Talking meant alive. The warehouse sister Mu had shoved clear was already trying to drag boxes away from the broken shelf with both hands, and a sob she kept swallowing down. Suwon burst through the smoke behind Shinrin, took one look, and snapped, "Don't pull until I say." She dropped to her knees beside Mu, one hand already probing under the trapped shoulder for blood flow, the other pressing a phoenix-heated needle into a numb point near the clavicle. Mu hissed and bit down on the rest. "Can she move?" Shinrin asked. Suwon's face hardened. "If I numb the arm and she doesn't scream, yes. If the load shifts wrong, no." Shinrin looked around the collapsing room. Boxes. Wet sacks. Chain braces. Bent lock bar. One ledger chest jammed under the secondary shelf at exactly the right angle to become leverage if placed 3 feet closer. He saw it. The sequence. Not raw strength. Coordination. Roads again. But this time not meridian roads inside a body. Structural roads through a space. "The chest," he said. The warehouse sister blinked through tears. "What?" "There. Jam it under the brace root. Not the middle. The root." Suwon looked once and understood immediately. "On my count." Mu coughed dust and somehow managed. "If we die under debt records, I reserve the right to mock all of you." Yin dropped through the half-broken stair mouth in a shower of ash, saw the scene, and did not waste a single line of dialogue. She kicked the chest into place at the exact moment Suwon counted 1. Shinrin hit the fallen brace with a swallow-line burst, not lifting the whole load, but shifting the balance through the new fulcrum. The world sharpened. He felt the path of force through wood, stone, chest, floor. Felt where Mu's trapped body lay between those lines, and where one finger's width of wrongness would crush ribs flat. He moved the load by breathing with it. One pulse of blood furnace for pressure. One thread of phoenix precision to keep the shift clean. One swallow line cut through the dead angle to turn the brace instead of just pushing it. Composite technique. Not yet a named art, but real. The brace rolled. Mu came free. And in that exact instant the floor under the ledger chest cracked too. The cost of the rescue. The last surviving stack of debt folios slid into the widening gap along with 2 sacks of silver scripts and half the evidence bundle they had come to save. Mu saw it go. Something in her face went still enough to frighten Shinrin more than the collapse had. Then the whole room gave a second warning groan. "Out!" Suwon shouted. Rin scooped Mu under the knees and shoulders before she could argue and ran for the stair. She tried anyway. Put me down, you, later. They burst into the smoke-choked alley as the East Treasury Vault folded in on itself behind them with a sound like a giant closing its fist around a counting board. Mu went rigid in his arms, staring at the hole where her family's leverage had just gone underground in a storm of dust and sparks. That was when the bond struck. Not with Su-wan. Not with Yin. With Mu. No mortal wound. Not yet. But a moment of total threatened ruin. Name gone. House gone. Ledgers falling into earth. Body trapped under collapse while the only remaining road out ran through Rin's arms and his refusal to let her be buried with a future she was still cursing. The pale lotus root threads he had once glimpsed around her blazed visible for one heartbeat. Then they plunged into him. Mu gasped, not delicate, not pretty, just shocked enough to sound truly young. And a spirit image opened behind her like petals cut from contracts and moonlight. A lotus of translucent ledgers, seals, and binding roots spun once, then slammed into Ren's chest. Third bond. The impact nearly stopped his heart. Promises flooded his senses. Not emotions alone. Structures. Every shouted claim in the quay. Every panicked ownership tie. Every warehouse debt line. Every oath between the women and men running with sacks on their backs. They all flashed around him as luminous threads, some tight, some fraying, some false. The new capability hit all at once. He could see promises. Not metaphorically. Actually. And the overload almost killed him. His knees buckled in the alley. Blood burst from his mouth onto Mu's shoulder. Su-wan caught one side of him as Yin seized the other before he hit the stones. Again, Yin snapped. Su-wan's fear came white-hot through the bond. Too much. He took too much. Mu, still half in his arms, stared at him in outrage and dawning comprehension both. What? She said hoarsely. Did your life just do to mine? Rin tried to answer and only managed, complicated it. Chapter 39. The riot formation's heart was not the flags. It was the contracts. Mu's bond made that visible enough for Rin to nearly choke on the city. Everywhere he looked as they staggered back toward the central quay, threads swam through smoke and torchlight. Bright ones bound dock families to pier licenses. Rotten ones tied workers to debt sheets that should have died seasons ago. Cloud Banner's panic formation was not merely steering fear by banners and fire. It had anchored itself to obligation points across the market. Leaseholds, protection fees, advance wage tallies, things people already believed they owed. That was why breaking flags alone had not stopped it. The city was doing half the sex work for free. Rin leaned one hand on a rain barrel and fought nausea while this new sense sorted itself. Mu stood beside him, one arm hanging wrong, dust and blood striping her face, looking less astonished than offended by the existence of mystical intimacy. Do not, she said between breaths. Interpret this as permission to become sentimental. Rin wiped blood from his chin. I was going to interpret it as a bookkeeping disaster. Good. Her mouth almost moved. Then the quay screamed again, and whatever fragile humor existed died under urgency. Ning Wanshan had used the East collapse well. Word was already spreading that Mu's house records had failed under her own sabotage. Cloud Banner auxiliaries were shouting at workers that the Jade Abacus route bonds were void and new emergency grain protection contracts would now be issued under sect supervision. In other words, panic plus debt vacuum equaled voluntary surrender. Mu saw the same thing through ordinary experience while Rin saw it through luminous threads. He wants signatures in the confusion, she said. He's already getting them. Across the quay, under an awning lit by blue formation fire, clerks were forcing thumbprints on a hastily unrolled debt slips, while families pushed forward to secure grain access before the fires spread farther. The riot was not cover anymore. It was sales pressure. Rin straightened despite the dizziness. Then we sever the sail. Su-wan grabbed his sleeve. You can barely stand. I can see it. That is not the same as surviving it. She was right. He did it anyway. Not because of bravado. Because the new sense was too specific to ignore. Every forged obligation Ning had planted showed as a darker thread, barbed and hungry, tied not to mutual agreement, but to coercion points. If Rin could cut the anchor ledger or void the promise physically, the corresponding formation line dimmed. He pointed through the smoke. 3 tables. Blue awning first. Then the salt scale. Then the fish tax board by the canal stairs. Mu's eyes narrowed. You can tell. Yes. Yin rolled her shoulders once and drew the stolen spear she'd kept after all. Wonderful. Give the accountant eyes. Let the rest of us do something respectable. They moved as one broken, furious unit. Su-wan went to the families, not the clerks. She shouted over the chaos, voice carrying harder than the fire crackle. Don't sign under smoke. Any contract taken under panic is challengeable. Back away from the awning unless you enjoy starvation clauses. People hesitated. That mattered. Ning's whole machine required fear to outrun thought. Mu took the second front. She grabbed a slate board, wrote 3 debt code references in massive brushstrokes, and held it above her head while standing on a grain barrel. Jade Abacus pledges existing credit honor under old rates, she shouted. Any new contract tonight is fraud review bait. Old warehouse workers recognized her voice before they trusted the promise. One by one, then in knots, they stopped pushing toward the cloud banner tables and started yelling questions back instead. Questions were poisoned to a panic sale. Qin Ren and Yin went for the anchors. At the blue awning, 2 cloud banner bruisers stepped in front of the contract desk with cudgels ready. Qin Ren did not waste time on speeches. He meridian stepped through the gap between them and hit the desk itself. Not the men. The stack of emergency contracts. His palm landed on the bound ledger block, and Mu's bond lit every false obligation at once. He saw where Ning's proxy seals tied the crowd's fear into the broader formation web. He drove blood furnace pressure through the binding twine. Not to burn, to rupture the false promise knots. Paper exploded upward in a cyclone of glowing scraps. Every person who had been half-signed to that desk reeled as the coercive thread snapped. One bruiser swung late. Yan's spear but cracked his temple before the cudgel reached full arc. The second went for Qin Ren's kidney with a knife. Qin Ren saw the line in the man's intent before the blade cleared cloth and turned half a step, letting swallow acceleration carry his elbow into the wrist. Knife down, heel to knee, palm to mouth. Not elegant. Effective. The cost of the new bond hit on the second desk. At the salt scale, Qin Ren cut 2 forged obligation anchors in quick succession, and the recoil of that promise-breaking ran back up Mu's still-fresh resonance into both of them. He felt her gasp somewhere across the quay, though he couldn't see her. She, in turn, felt the spike of pain in his newly opened meridians and nearly dropped the public slate. Shared cost again. More social than physical now, but no less real. Yin noticed before he did. Stop doing 2 at once, she snapped as they vaulted the fish tax board. Your heart sounds wrong. He didn't answer because she was right, and because the board in front of them held the brightest cluster of false threads yet. This was the core. Ning Wanshan stood there personally now, robes ash-streaked, hairpin askew, one hand resting on the tax lectern while clerks and auxiliaries fought to preserve the last stable contract point. He saw Qin Ren coming and, maddeningly, still looked calm. You've learned to see the shape, he said over the uproar. You've built a city that mistakes hunger for consent. I've built a city that survives appetite. Ning's eyes flicked once to the families huddled behind the fish stalls. You break my contracts and what replaces them? Your good intentions. The question landed because it was not empty. People did need grain tomorrow. Qin Ren knew it. Mu knew it. Suwan knew it. That was why Ning kept sounding almost reasonable inside his own filth. Qin Ren answered by pulling the last torn debt page Mu had given him from his inner wrap. This, he said, holding it high, replaces your lie. It was the monopoly ledger break. Proof of cloud banners' hidden chokehold over the grain routes. Not a promise of heaven, just a fact sharp enough to cut the illusion of necessity. Mu saw the page from across the smoke and understood at once. She changed her public shout. Read the route numbers, she yelled. Cloud banner raised famine prices before the fires. Workers, fishwives, dock boys, all the people Ning counted on to panic, turned toward the page in Qin Ren's hand. Ning's calm finally cracked. Take it, he snapped. 3 auxiliaries lunged. Qin Ren did not fight them head-on. He slammed the page onto the fish tax lectern and drove Mu's new resonance through it. Every obligation tied to that board lit visible to him in white and black threads. Then he pulled. Not physically, conceptually. Void the premise. False monopoly. Coerced scarcity. Fraudulent necessity. The lectern split down the middle with a report like dry timber under winter strain. Ledger pages, seals, and tax weights flew. The core contract web snapped across half the quay. The riot formation died. Not elegantly. Messily. Flags guttered out. Panic corridors dissolved. People simply stopped running in the directions Ning had chosen and began choosing their own. That was enough. More than enough. Ning took one backward step. Then another. Retreat again. He was too good to die in a broken market when the city still held a dozen quieter ways to hurt them. Qin Ren could have chased. He saw the path. He also saw 3 children trapped behind a fallen fish cart as fire caught the tarred roof above them. Fatal flaw. Concrete. No debate. He broke for the children. Ning escaped the quay because of it. Qin Ren knew that as he tore the cart beam free and shoved the smallest child into Su Wan's waiting arms while the older 2 coughed black smoke. He knew it, and still could not regret the rescue. That was the real curse. Chapter 40. By midnight, Gray Harbor belonged to rumor again. Cloud Banner's grain seizure had failed. The monopoly ledger had been read aloud at 3 keys. The emergency contracts lay ripped and muddy in the canal. Mu Qingli, disowned daughter and newly homeless merchant, had somehow become the woman half the dock district now credited with preventing famine pricing by sheer refusal to marry quietly. And Qin Ren had acquired a new title, the Widowmaker's heir. Someone shouted it first as mockery from a tea stall. By the second repetition, it had become admiration in one alley and fear in the next. By the fifth, children were using it as if he'd been born with the name. Qin Ren hated it on sight, which meant it would probably survive. They regrouped on the roof of Mu's old South Warehouse Annex because the ground level had become too public to think in. The night air tasted of wet soot and sea salt. Below, workers, smugglers, and consortium women were still reorganizing grain under lantern light, while Su Wan ran a treatment table near the winch post. Yin sat on the roof ridge cleaning her sword with a scrap of contract silk and making disdain look restful. Mu Qingli stood near the parapet with ledgers spread across a crate, one arm in a sling, writing emergency route assignments with her offhand and worse temper. Elder He arrived carrying a royal dispatch tube. Nobody liked that on sight. Found it tied to a hawk that died of overwork and poor politics, he said, tossing the tube onto the crate. Mu broke the seal. Her face, already sharpened by exhaustion, went blank in the dangerous way of competent people reading truly inconvenient information. Well, Qinren asked. She handed him the parchment. Imperial Azure Kingdom Directive. All identified women in irregular or extraordinary spiritual bond relation are to be surrendered for examination and registration under the 4 ministries, pending threat assessment. Failure to comply constitutes obstruction of sovereign security review and may be prosecuted as treason. At the bottom sat the sponsor's red-stamped mark. Prince Zhao Tianjue. Su Wan came up the ladder while Qin Ren was still reading and took one look at his face. Worse. Political, Yin said from the roof ridge. Which in cities means yes. Qin Ren handed Su Wan the parchment. She read to the end and laughed once in disbelief. Examination. How delicately they say confiscation. Mu kept writing route notes while she spoke. Not confiscation. Sorting. If the prince is clever, he'll dress it as state service. Offer titles to the obedient. Sells to the rest. Elder He spat over the parapet into the dark. I said the great sex would come. Looks like the throne wants its turn first. Qin Ren looked east without seeing the harbor anymore. Azure Kingdom. For ministries. Official scrutiny on every bonded woman near him. Ning Wanshan had lost the room in the quay, so the war was already climbing. The social costs spread with the parchment. Pei and Lien could not stay under Mu's shrinking legal shelter now without dragging the whole warehouse quarter under imperial suspicion. The rescued girls from Dust Grave would have to choose routes again. Every woman who stood publicly near Qin Ren tonight had just become state interest material. He felt the weight of that in the bonds, especially Su Wan's. Not regret. Recognition. This life kept escalating around proximity to him, no matter how noble his intentions sounded in clean moments. Mu tied off her final route order and looked up. We have one night before the harbor offices make copies, she said. After that, every lawful road east of here watches for bonded women and the man they're blamed on. Yin slid her sword home. So we leave by unlawful roads. Eventually, Mu said. First I must decide which of my people can still survive under local aliases and which are now tied to your precedent strongly enough to need removal. Again that word. Precedent. Qin Ren was beginning to hate it almost as much as arithmetic. Below, a dock boy shouted up that 3 women from the salt houses had come to volunteer cart space for grain redistribution tomorrow, if Lady Mu and Lady Complication require it. Su Wan grimaced. Please tell me that title dies by sunrise. Yin grinned. Not a chance, Lady Complication. Su Wan pointed at her without taking her eyes off the harbor. One more line like that, and I test all new poison on your tea. Your flirting remains violent, Yin observed. Mu, astonishingly, barked a tired laugh. Then the laugh vanished as a pulse of pain hit through the newest bond between her and Qin Ren. Not injury. Emotional backlash. House loss finally arriving through the quiet after crisis. He felt it. A doorway closed. A father's face turned into procedure. A ledger line cutting family into assets and liabilities. He crossed to her before thinking. Stopped himself one step short. Good. Let the woman choose the distance. Mu noticed both the move and the halt. Say the wrong comforting thing, she said softly. And I will push you off the roof myself. I wasn't going to comfort you. Good. I was going to say you can still break him. That earned him a real look. Moonlight and lantern spill crossed her face in alternating bands. For the first time since the bond formed, he could feel through the luminous contract lotus inside her that grief and calculation were not separate in her. They were braided roots. Yes, she said. That is better. She handed him a fresh route strip. Gray Harbor is no longer a place to hide. It's a place to exit from with receipts. Elder, he settled on a crate with a groan. And after that, the answer came from none of them for a moment. Then Suwon folded the imperial order once, precise as a wound dressing, and said, "The capital wants an examination. Let them examine our backs after we're gone." Yin laughed. Mu nodded once. Shinrin looked at the parchment, then at the city below, then at the cracked bronze mirror in his hand. It had fallen from his shirt during the Kuei battle again. He had picked it up without thinking. Now, under moonlight, its dull face reflected not the roof but 3 threads burning from him into the women beside him. 3. And in the glass behind them, for one impossible blink, Gray Harbor's lights looked like 1,000 watching eyes. Not threat. Witness. Shinrin closed his fingers over the mirror. "Then we run tonight," he said, "and make the prince late to his own examination." Chapter 41. The Spirit Hall inspectors were already waiting at the river checkpoint when Shinrin opened his eyes. Wrong story. Wrong world. Then the deck pitched under him, salt spray hit his face, and Gray Harbor's smoke lay behind the stern like a torn bruise on the horizon. Not Spirit Hall. Imperial Patrol. Still wrong enough. Captain Luo Fun's junk cut through Dawn Shop under a patched black sail, while 2 Azure Kingdom custom skiffs drifted near the checkpoint boom ahead. Blue-armored river soldiers stood on the skiffs with registration poles. Beside them, ministry clerks in pale lacquer hats held ink tablets ready. Shinrin pushed off the grain sack he'd been half sleeping against. His body protested in 3 distinct dialects. Suwon's phoenix line came hot and sharp from the lower hold, where she was tending seasick children and pretending not to worry. Yan's sword swallow thread sat cool and alert near the bow, pacing the rhythm of patrol routes without needing words. Mu Qingli's contract lotus pulse came from the chart table beside Captain Luo, where she had apparently spent the last 2 hours turning exile into inventory. 3 bonds. 3 different ways to be pulled apart. Elder he, sitting on a barrel with a fishing hat pulled over one eye, opened the visible one and grunted. "Good. If you died on a smuggler junk after all that noise, I'd have had to lie in the obituary." Shinrin wiped salt off his cheek. "How close?" Captain Luo did not turn from the wheel. "Close enough that if one clerk writes too carefully, you lot become an imperial courtesy execution." Mu Qingli, leaning over a route map with one arm still bound to her sling, slid 3 thin bamboo slips across the chart table toward him. "Read your name before someone else says it wrong," she said. Shinrin took the slips. Xiao Shun was dead. Good. The harbor had used him up. Now he was Shun Xiao, licensed caravan outrider under River Salt Charter. Suwon had become Madame Lin of the morning herb trade. Yan, to her visible disgust, was listed as one-eyed deck scout He Jiao, which would have been more convincing if she were willing to stop insulting everyone with both eyes. "These won't survive a hard question," Shinrin said. "Then avoid hard answers," Mu replied. Below deck, a child cried out in her sleep. Suwon's attention flared through the bond, then steadied into practiced care. Shinrin looked toward the lower hatch. The little ones. Federal drugged lightly for the checkpoint. Mu's tone did not invite moral reaction. If they wake screaming about sect cages while ministry clerks listen, we're not getting a second chance. He hated the necessity. He hated that he understood it. From the bow, Yin called without looking back, 3 pole hooks on the left skiff. That means inspection boarding, not just document checking. Captain Luo spat into the water. Today improves by the minute. The checkpoint boom loomed nearer. Thick chain logs reinforced by spirit iron hoops. A blue kingdom flag snapped wetly over the center watch post. Beyond it the river widened toward the inner kingdom routes, and, somewhere far enough east to sound like politics even in thought, the capital that wanted every bonded woman examined like contraband. Shinren's hand went unconsciously to the cracked bronze mirror under his robe. The thing had been silent all morning. That worried him more than if it had burned. "What story are we selling?" he asked. Mu answered without hesitation. "You are salt outriders from the coast escorting widow trade medicine under emergency exemption. Captain Luo is delivering river permits to Gray Ridge. The children below are bereaved relatives with fever and no paperwork because bureaucracy is slower than plague." Yin snorted. That sounds so miserable it may pass on mood alone. Elder he tugged his hat lower. "If questions deepen, I'm the grandfather. That always buys 2 extra lies." The first warning gong rang from the checkpoint. Captain Luo eased the junk toward the inspection lane and bellowed, "Salt Charter. Widow medicine. If your clerks delay us, you can explain the corpse count upriver yourselves." That got attention. One of the ministry men at the boom exchanged a tired look with the soldier beside him. Good. Officials hated logistics touching death if they had not budgeted for it. Then a second figure stepped from the checkpoint hut. No armor. No clerk hat. A young man in dark blue travel silks with a sword at the hip and a ring seal at the waist. He should not have been at a river checkpoint before breakfast. Which meant he mattered. Xianxia felt Mu register the same thing. Her contract lotus pulse tightened once. Trouble, he murmured. Possibly sponsored trouble, she murmured back. The young man took the inspection tablet from the nearest clerk and began reading the approaching manifest himself. Not bored. Not ceremonial. Focused. Prince, Xianxia thought at once. Not from face. From behavior. Only men raised close enough to power believed it natural that routine systems should bend around their curiosity. The man looked up. His gaze passed over Captain Luo, over the cargo tarp, over Elder He's hat, over Xianxia's shoulders, then stopped on the lower hold hatch. Suwan was still below. The bond between them tightened in warning before sight confirmed why. 2 river soldiers had already moved toward the hatch. Inspection, called the blue silked man. All passengers. Wrong. If they opened the lower hold, the children, the women, the healing supplies, all of it became a conversation with ministry law. Xianxia's instincts surged up hot and ugly. Move first, break the boarding hooks, get Su Wan and the children into the river fog, deal with the consequences afterward. Fatal Flaw loved checkpoints. It let him mistake immediate bodies for the larger slaughter waiting 3 steps down the chain. Mu's hand closed once on his wrist under the chart table. Not gentle. No, she said without moving her mouth. He held still because she was right, and because that hurt worse than the patrol skiffs. Captain Luo spread her hands theatrically. My lord, the widow trade below carries fever lungs and women who scream at men out of practice. Kindly spare your soldiers. The blue-silked man did not smile. State review spares no one. His voice was younger than Xianxia expected. Not cruel. Controlled. That somehow made him more dangerous. He stepped onto the boarding plank himself. Not a prince then. No prince did his own wet work. Or maybe exactly a prince. He reached the junk deck in 6 measured strides and looked straight at Xianxia. You stand like a guard, not a salt outrider, he said. Xianxia answered with equal calm. Salt gets stolen when men stand like widows. One soldier snorted before catching himself. The young man's mouth moved at one corner. Interest, not amusement. Name. Xianxiao. Occupation. What the permit says until somebody richer pays otherwise. The answer was vulgar enough to sound true. The man flicked his attention to Mu. And you? Mu lowered her eyes exactly as much as a widow merchant might before a state officer, and no more. Lin House medicinal carriage. These children are under my temporary protection. Temporary, he repeated, as if cataloging the word. Then the lower hatch opened. Su Wan rose into the morning light carrying a fever-slicked child in both arms, widow-gray robe damp with medicinal steam, hair escaping its tie, expression already sharpened for combat. One look at the boarding party and she did not flinch. She turned the child's face outward so the rash along the cheeks showed clearly and said to the nearest soldier, if you insist on touching him, use gloves. If you don't have gloves, send for a priest. The soldier recoiled on instinct. The blue-silked man's gaze stayed on her. Not lust. Assessment again. Always assessment with the dangerous ones. Your patients are unregistered, he said. So are most of the dead until someone gets bored enough to count them. Captain Luo nearly choked on a laugh. The silence that followed could have cut reeds. Then the young man handed the tablet back to the clerk. Wave them through, he said. The soldiers blinked. But, Your Highness, there it was. Prince Zhao Tianjue. Xianxia felt the name like a cold metal edge sliding into the story. Tianjue stepped back onto the plank without looking away from Su Wan first, and then Xianxia. Wave them through, he repeated. And send their descriptions ahead. The boom lifted. Captain Luo snapped the sail line, and the junk surged past the checkpoint before anybody wiser changed their mind. Only when the skiffs fell fully behind did Su Wan let out the breath she'd been holding. Xianxia looked back once over the wake. Prince Zhao Tianjue stood at the river post in dark blue, one hand on the rail, watching them go with the expression of a man who had just seen a weapon he was not yet certain whether to arrest or recruit. That was worse than immediate pursuit. It meant the state had become curious. Chapter 42 The Four Prefectures Trial City was built like a challenge issued by an architect with too much imperial funding. Terraced walls climbed from the river plain in 7 bright tiers. Training towers rose above tiled roofs like polished spearheads. Banners from 8 provinces snapped around the central arena ring where thousands would soon gather to decide whose talent deserved imperial blessing and whose deserved polite containment. Xianxia hated it instantly. Good, Yin said beside him from under the hood of her scout cloak. You look healthiest when irritated. They stood in the crowd outside the outer registration gate beneath a sky washed white-blue by late spring heat. Dust from 100 arriving carts clung to the sweat on everyone's necks. Horses snorted. Sect entourages glittered past in orderly contempt. Street sellers hawked skewered fish, anti-fatigue pills, and miniature arena maps with the speed of men who knew patriotism always sold better when packaged as snacks. Mu Qingli kept them just short of the formal entrant lanes and just far enough from the common pilgrim line that guards would not think to notice the contradiction. The prince's checkpoint notice will have reached the city before us, she said. That means his people are watching for a bonded cluster, not specific faces. We enter separated, not as one camp. Suwan adjusted the medicine satchel at her hip. And the children? Already placed with widow caravans on the western lane. Safe enough for now. Safe enough. Qinren had learned to hate that phrase because it was usually the truest one available. The city was not merely hosting contests. It was sorting the empire's future under legal ceremony. That had been visible from the first outer checkpoint tower, but here at the gate it became unavoidable. Every lane bore a different carved slogan: civil merit, martial rank, sect recommendation, border service, special dispensation, tournament, yes. Also intake machine. Prince Zhao Tianjue's style written in stone. Qinren's I snagged on a girl in armor too large for her shoulders haggling with a registrar over missing border stamps. Behind her, a pair of noble sons tried to buy a better queue position. Farther left, a widow from the plague caravans argued that healing service should count as military merit even if she'd done it with herbs and not spears. Everything here had the shape of opportunity and the scent of extraction. There, Mu said quietly. Qinren followed her gaze. In the military entrance yard, a tall young woman in pale blue winter silk, despite the heat, was directing 3 battered soldiers around a wagon of cracked formation plates. Her hair was bound high and plain. Her expression was the sort worn by people who had expected for competent subordinates and received a famine instead. She moved the plates herself when her men failed to lift them cleanly. No ornamental princess style. No sect peacock habits. Practical. Who? Qinren asked. Mu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Luo Meiyun. Border array prodigy. Northern Frost Line. She petitioned the trial committee for war resources and was nearly denied for lacking a noble sponsor. As they watched, one of the formation plates slipped from the wagon bed. The soldier underneath it froze. Qinren was already moving before the rest of the field caught up. Of course he was. No, Suwan hissed. Too late. He hit the training yard rope, vaulted it, and got his shoulder under the edge of the falling plate with half a heartbeat to spare. Iron and spirit glass slammed weight through his knees. Meridian routes flared up both legs in protest. The soldier beneath scrambled clear, eyes wide and useless with shock. Luo Meiyun turned, one hand already reaching for the short command rod at her belt. Then she saw Qinren was not attacking, or at least not attacking her. Lift on my count, she snapped, voice cold enough to frost thought. If you drop it again, I'll feed your pay to the horses. She put her own shoulder to the plate beside his. Together they shoved it back onto the wagon. Qinren stepped away at once because soldiers with command rods and unknown loyalties were exactly the kind of women his flaw liked to complicate. Too late for the clean version. Luo Meiyun looked him over. Fast. Efficient. Not flirtation. Assessment through military scarcity. You're not registered to this yard, she said. Neither was the plate of breath from your man's spine. Fair. She glanced at the freed soldier with open contempt. You. Back to hauling until you learn shame can strengthen the knees. The man saluted miserably and obeyed. Luo turned back to Qinren. Name. Mu arrived at the rope line before he could answer and spoke first. Xianxia, caravan outrider. Good at lifting disasters that don't belong to him. Luo Meiyun's gaze flicked from Mu to Su Wan to Yin lingering at the crowd edge, and then back to Qinren. Something in her eyes sharpened. She noticed patterns quickly. Good. Dangerous. If your outrider talent extends to carrying formation plates without breaking the inlays, she said. I need temporary labor until sunset. Mu answered before Qinren could do something helpful and inconvenient. For what pay? Luo's mouth almost moved. You negotiate immediately after volunteering men? Always. Useful. Luo reached into her sleeve, produced a half-token stamped with border frost script, and tossed it to Qinren. Bring it to the quartermaster tent afternoon if you want honest silver. She turned away before thanks could become social obligation. Yin leaned close enough for only their group to hear. Border women are attractive when they threaten payroll. Suwan's expression turned flat. You make every observation sound like a crime. Qinren looked at the half-token in his palm. New city. New rival. New line opening that had nothing to do with the plan and might still matter later. The The flaw had cost them some stealth just now. Several registration clerks had looked up when he vaulted the rope. One already whispered with a palace runner. Two visible again. He pocketed the token anyway. Then Mu Qingli's hand closed briefly on his sleeve. "Stop rescuing useful strangers in front of officials," she murmured. "You say that like there are private strangers. I say it like I intend to keep us alive long enough for your habits to become somebody else's problem." Before Qinren could answer, a fresh disturbance rolled through the registration hall from the central dais. Trumpets. Imperial announcement. Prince Zhao Tianjue had arrived. Chapter 43. Prince Zhao Tianjue did not enter like a vain man. That made him worse. No pedal rain. No spear display. No procession of pampered nobles chanting borrowed titles. He rode through the registration court in dark blue armor with only 8 guards and a clerk corps behind him, dismounting before the dais rather than at it, as if he preferred the extra few steps where he could look people in the eye. The crowd quieted anyway. Power did not need fireworks when enough of the world already agreed to bend. Qinren stood half-hidden between a herb cellar and a mule cart and watched Tianjue mount the dais with the same measured control he'd shown at the river checkpoint. Close enough now, the prince looked younger than his authority felt. Broad-shouldered, long-faced, eyes the color of storm water, and just as interested in what they reflected. A sword hung at his waist, plain hilt, honest wear. That too made him more dangerous. Decorative men advertised incompetence. Practical men hid it until you wanted proof too late. The herald unrolled a lacquered decree and began. Tianjue raised one hand. "Save my throat," he said. The herald obeyed instantly. Then the prince spoke for himself. "The northern beast tides have shattered 3 fortresses. 2 granary belts are operating on military ration. The eastern road governors are stealing each other's reserve iron while writing poems about duty. In this condition, the realm cannot afford to leave talent inside private grudges, petty inheritances, or sect vanity." His voice carried because it was built for command, not performance. Every sentence came stripped of softness. No wasted silk. "The 4 prefectures trial begins tomorrow," he continued. "Not as entertainment. As triumph. Those who prove useful to the realm will be ranked, placed, and given responsibility. Those who seek only fame may return home with their applause and rot there." That line split the courtyard. Some loved it at once. Border officers. Hungry aspirants. People whose whole lives had been measured by whether anybody in power noticed they existed before war consumed them. Others stiffened. Noble sons. Sect peacocks. Merchants who preferred the state weak enough to purchase. Qinren hated how much truth lived inside the prince's brutality. Tianjue was not inventing the crisis. That made opposition harder. He went on. "Extraordinary talents, irregular methods, and unconventional formations will be reviewed under emergency authority. I care less where you were born than whether you can hold ground when men begin dying in numbers." There, the political center of the arc in one sentence. Extraordinary talents, irregular methods, emergency authority. Every path in their recent life bent toward those 3 terms. Suwan's bond pulsed hot with contained contempt. Mu's contract lotus thread tightened with pure calculation. Yan's line ran sharp and amused, as if she found it delightful when powerful men declared the moral excuse for whatever they had already planned. Tianjue's gaze moved across the crowd once, methodically. When it touched Qinren, it did not pause. But the prince had seen him. Qinren knew it. Later, when the speech ended and the registration court broke back into layered noise, they retreated to a tea stall under the gate wall where the awning snapped in the dry wind and the kettle smelled faintly of copper. Yin dropped into a stool backwards. "I approve of him only as an enemy." Suwan took the cup the stall woman handed her and did not drink. "He's clever enough to sound like a necessary wound." Mu rolled the trial token between her fingers. "Because he is one. Or believes he is." Qinren watched teams of entrants reorganize beyond the awning. A group of border girls in mismatched armor. 3 merchant sons arguing over housing seals. Luo Meiyun dragging a broken array frame by herself because the soldiers assigned to her had decided exhaustion was a profession. "He wants me," Qinren said. No one insulted him for ego. They all knew it. Yin glanced over the rim of her cup. "He wants all of us, technically. You're just the oddest package." Mu nodded once. If he identifies the bond structure openly, he does not arrest first. He institutionalizes. Military utility with legal collars. Harder to refuse without looking treasonous. Suwon finally drank, grimaced at the tea, and said, "Then we don't refuse yet." Qinren turned to her. She met his gaze squarely. "You heard the speech. The trial is sorting more than sect vanity. If we vanish now, he defines us in our absence. If we enter under our own terms, we make him react to facts instead of rumors." Mu's eyes flicked between them, interested. That is either good strategy, she said, or the beginning of a very expensive catastrophe. Both are allowed, Yin muttered. Qinren waited. He hated trials in principle. Too much spectacle around too much hidden intake machinery. But Suwan was right. Running blindly east would only move them across a map Prince Zhao Tianjua already had reason to study. Entering the trial gave them one thing fugitive roads would not. Legibility under chosen conditions. He said slowly. If we enter split. No one presents as my camp. Mu nodded. Already intended. Yin stretched her arms overhead. Wonderful. I always wanted state recognition to arrive, disguised as a knife bracket. Suwan's mouth twitched despite herself. Then the bond between them all jerked hard. Not from Qinren this time. From the square below. Pain. Cold. White. Disciplined. Not one of theirs. Qinren's head snapped up before reason could object. Across the registration yard, Luo Meiyun had gone to one knee beside her array wagon, while a brass-edged formation plate slid from its rack and pinned a soldier's leg at the ankle. The soldier's scream cut through the crowd. Nobody nearby moved fast enough because the plate was still humming with unstable frost script and looked ready to shatter if touched badly. Trap? No, just a crisis. And a woman in it. Mu saw Qinren's posture change and closed her eyes briefly. If you jump into that yard, she said, every watcher on the prince's payroll gets another mark beside your name. He knew. He also knew the soldier's femoral line would freeze and burst if the plate's script inverted under pressure. Meridian opening and contract sight and simple experience all said the same thing. Luo looked up once across the square, searching the crowd not for rescue but for hands that understood weight. Qinren was already moving. The flaw had entered the new arc before the chapter ended, and it cost them precisely what Mu predicted. By the time he slid under the plate and barked, tilt left, not lift. 3 imperial clerks on the upper balcony were already writing. Chapter 44. The first trial chamber was an illusion city built from betrayal. That was the official description. The unofficial one, according to Yin after reading the board twice and insulting the calligraphy once, was that the prince had spent state silver constructing a maze where ambition could embarrass itself under supervision. Qinren stood at the threshold arch with a brass entrant token tied at his wrist and watched the first team vanish into shifting streets of light. The illusion city occupied the central arena's inner basin, sealed under a dome of translucent spirit glass. Inside, districts reconfigured every few minutes according to hidden historical templates drawn from famous civil collapses, merchant coups, famine uprisings, sect betrayals, frontier retreats. Teams did not advance by beating opponents flat. They advanced by identifying false alliances, manipulating resource corridors, and surviving enough treachery to reach the signal tower at the heart of the city. Intellectual arc, just as promised. Qinren hated it less than he expected, which probably meant it was dangerous. Mu Qingli adjusted the wrist ribbon that marked their temporary team registration. Remember, the city scores route control, witness retention, and stable command decisions. Random heroics gain applause, and then expulsion. Yin looked at Qinren when she said random heroics. He ignored her on principle. Suwan checked the satchel of low-grade medical talismans and herb powder at her belt. What happens if a team gets split? Mu's smile was thin. Then the trial staff learns whether those separated make rational choices or romantic ones. Again that glance at Qinren. Again justified. Their team registration read as a merchant protection unit with mixed backgrounds. No one had used real names. Luo Meiyun stood 2 groups over in border blue with a proper military team and 1 underfed scout who looked near collapse. She had given Qinren no more than a curt nod since the registration yard rescue yesterday. Good. Better. Anything warmer would have invited speculation. The horn sounded. Their token flashed. The gate opened. Inside, the illusion city smelled faintly wrong. Not fake. Over-curated. Fresh rain on stone, market incense, horse dung, river silt. All layered just slightly too cleanly, as though memory had washed the filth but preserved the category. Gray streets spread in 4 directions beneath a sky that never quite settled on dawn or dusk. A woman in magistrate robes ran past the entry square screaming that the East Granary had turned traitor. Yin watched her go. That seems healthy. Mu caught Qinren's sleeve before he could follow the obvious crisis. No. Too loud. The first bait in any civil collapse is always the fire you can hear. He stopped. Good. Learning. Slowly. With witnesses. They took the alley behind the false magistrate court instead and emerged into a small barter lane where half the stalls were abandoned and the other half sold contradictions. Cheap grain next to premium armor lacquer. Prayer strips next to forged military tags. Mu crouched beside a dropped transport crate and ran her fingers over the wheel marks in the illusion dust. Two teams already moved through here. One noble, one sect. Both chased the granary bell. Xianxia looked up at the rooftops. Meridian opening and the strengthened bonds sharpened his perception in strange ways inside the illusion. Real bodies cast false shadows. Intentions bent the light. He could not see through walls, but he could feel hesitation in how the city arranged its noise around nearby choice points. The bell isn't only bait, he said. It's cover for another move. Yin grinned. There he is. The ugly talent for suspicion. Suwon pointed toward a side street where 3 illusion civilians were dragging grain sacks, not toward the granary, but away from it. There. Mu followed the line and nodded once. If the visible disaster is theater, the real win is logistics. We take the west route and see who is stealing food under the panic. They moved. The west route narrowed through a district of shuttered counting houses and dry wells. Twice they saw other trial teams choose loudly moral interventions in the wrong streets and disappear into sealed traps disguised as grateful crowds. Xianxia's skin crawled each time. He could feel how easy it would have been to run at the first cries and lose the thread of the whole city. At the third square they found the real theft. 2 sect teams and 1 noble team had reached a convoy of illusion grain carts and were currently arguing over escort jurisdiction while the actual cart drivers slipped away into side lanes with the best sacks. Human nature rendered into exam format. Mu's mouth curved without warmth. Predictable. Xianxia did not charge. He stepped onto the fountain rim, cupped his hands, and shouted into the square with market carrier lungs honed by dust grave hauling work. They're stealing behind your backs. Every team turned at once. Not toward the accusation. Toward each other. That half-breath of mutual suspicion was enough. Yin shot into the side lane after the vanishing drivers. Xianxia followed the second route, while Suwon seized the unattended lead cart and physically turned the ox team away from the bickering entrance. Mu climbed the rear wheel and tore the false escort plaques off both sides of the wagon, stripping everyone else's claim to it. Wisdom through noise. The other team shouted. One noble youth in white actually tried to stop Suwon by citing emergency chain of command law. She threw a powder packet into his face. He doubled over coughing pepper ash. Medical intervention, she said coldly, and kept turning the wagon. Xianxia caught the first illusion driver at the mouth of a collapsing alley and realized too late the man wasn't merely an illusion civilian. He was a trial puppet carrying a witness token at the belt. The puppet slashed for Xianxia's thigh with a hidden hook knife. Xianxia let swallow acceleration carry him offline and caught the wrist. The puppet broke apart into paper birds. The token hit the stones. At once the whole alley changed. Doorways opened. Hidden routes lit. The illusion city had not been asking only whether they chased bait. It had been asking whether they protected testimony. New understanding. Not bigger force. A different lens on the trial. Xianxia grabbed the token and felt the city reconfigure itself around witness retention. Voices clarified. False cries dimmed. Real information pathways brightened in pale gold lines. He shouted back toward the square. Witness markers. Keep the drivers alive. Yan's answering laugh rang from a roofline. That would have been nice 3 breaths earlier. Still, she adapted instantly. He could feel it through the bond. Her pursuit turned from killing line to disabling line. Sword cuts at sleeves, tendons, pathing, not throats. By the time they regrouped in the West District Tower Yard, they held 2 grain carts, 3 witness tokens, and 1 furious noble heir still sneezing pepper ash behind them. Suwon looked at Xianxia over the cart rail. You see it now. The city doesn't score good intentions, he said. No, Mu replied, dropping down beside him. It scores whether good intentions preserve systems instead of merely interrupting them. That line would stay, because it was true, and because it was the kind of truth that made his life harder. Chapter 45 Princess Zhao Lingshu wore no visible crown and still looked like a woman born with people stepping half a pace aside. Xianxia met her over a bleeding stranger in a shattered signal court. The first trial had split in its final phase when the illusion city turned the central districts into a maze of collapsing civic buildings. Teams that had hoarded grain but lost witness markers started fighting one another on the tower stairs. Teams that had chased glory found themselves scoring lower than clerks with better route sense. Xianxia's group had taken the west signal lane by keeping 2 witness tokens alive long enough to reach the tower archive and expose the trial's hidden ration routes. They should have pushed the last climb immediately. Then the eastern stairwell exploded. Not with fire. With people. A whole rival team tumbled down under a broken stone lintel as the illusion city punished some failure above. In the middle of the pile, one young woman in crimson trial cloth hit the stairs wrong and went still with blood pouring from under her shoulder blade. The other teams hesitated. Of course they did. Every second spent on a non-teammate now cost rank. Rin was already moving when Su-won cursed his lineage by implication and followed anyway. The wounded stranger was not alone. Kneeling over her with both hands braced on the wound was a woman in plain white combat silk spattered with dust and blood, face set hard enough to cut rope. She looked up once as Rin skidded beside them, and her eyes were not grateful. They were assessing whether he was more useful than the blood loss. "Move if you're helping," she said. Her voice was low and controlled, but command lived in it even under strain. Princess Zhao Lingshu, then. Not because of ornament, because urgency still arranged itself around her. Su-won dropped to the opposite side of the wounded girl before Rin could answer. "Lift her shoulder on my count." "Not before." Lingshu did not object. "Good. Practical." Rin slid his hands under the broken stone pinning the victim's lower body and felt at once that the slab had trapped the cloth, not the pelvis. Easier than it looked. Still heavy enough to ruin someone if lifted wrong. "1," Su-won said. Lingshu glanced at Rin as if measuring whether he understood weight or only enthusiasm. He understood the look because he'd been earning it from women for months. "I know," he muttered. "Good," Su-won snapped. 3. They moved. The stone came up. Lingshu rolled the girl clear. Su-won jammed a heated needle into the torn tissue and clamped the bleeding point with herb cloth. The air smelled of hot iron and illusion dust. Above them, the trial horns sounded final approach. Teams were moving for the tower. Yang Zixiao appeared on the broken landing above, sword red to the wrist. "If this stranger becomes a family member," she called down, "I'm charging consultation fees." Lingshu finally looked at Rin properly then, not startled by the insolence, interested in the fact he tolerated it. "Your people are unusual," she said. Su-won, pressing the bandage tight, replied without looking up, "So are yours. Most noble women let other people panic for them." One corner of Lingshu's mouth moved. "I tried that once. The quality was poor." The wounded girl coughed blood and grabbed Lingshu's sleeve. "You're high." Lingshu covered her mouth gently. "Breathe first. Titles later. No crown." Still confirmed. Rin shifted the broken stone fully aside and felt, through Mu's absent but still linked instructions in his head from earlier, exactly how much time they were losing. Score. Tower. Route. Witness tokens. Then he looked at the bleeding stranger and the princess kneeling in dust with her own trial chances running out one heartbeat at a time. There were moments where politics disguised people so thoroughly you forgot bodies still lived underneath. This wasn't one of them. Lingshu looked at the tower stairs, then at the wounded woman, and made a choice with visible reluctance. "I withdraw," she said. The words hurt her. Not the rank loss. The concession of goal. Rin heard it anyway. "No," he said. Su-won's head snapped up. Rin. Fatal flaw. Again. This time wearing a princess's quiet triage decision. Lingshu's eyes narrowed. "I said I withdraw. That is not an invitation for your honor." "Maybe not. But your team can still place if one of us carries the witness route up while you get her out." Yin dropped from the landing, instantly suspicious. "And which one of us starts volunteering our score to royalty?" Rin did not answer immediately because the answer mattered. "Not me." If he went, the whole pattern confirmed too easily. Rescue man cannot leave any woman behind. Therefore Rescue man carries princess's burden up the stairs too. Mu wasn't here to stop him, so he stopped himself. That was the active choice. He turned to Yen. "You still have the West tokens?" She stared, then barked one short laugh of disbelief. "You are not putting me on a patriotic errand. You're fastest. I know. And if we lose the route because I carry it, everybody in this city writes the same story about why." Yen's expression shifted by a hair. She hated that he was right and liked it just enough to obey. "I continue," she said to Lingshu, snatching the tokens from Rin's belt tie. "If your court thanks me with ceremony, I will burn the banners." Lingshu looked at her as if encountering a dialect she had not yet decided whether to learn. Understood. Then Yin was gone up the stairs, swallow fast, taking Rin's place in a choice he would once have made automatically. Growth. Ugly, reluctant, real. Su-won finished the shoulder bind and looked at Rin once over the wounded girl. Approval there. And relief. Also good. Lingshu rose with the woman half over one shoulder. She moved like someone trained to bear ceremonial weight and battlefield weight without pretending they were the same. "You just cost your team a better ranking," she said. Rin shook his head. "No. I cost myself the bad habit of doing every part alone." The line surprised even him. Maybe because it was new. Lingshu studied him for one final breath. "If my brother speaks to you after the trial," she said, "listen for the part where duty becomes hunger. He hides it well." Then she carried her teammate down the east stairs and out of the illusion city, surrendering rank without spectacle. Qinren watched her go, then looked up toward the tower where Yin had vanished and where, beyond her, Prince Zhao Tianjue was almost certainly already calculating what kind of man delegated witness victory to a sharp-tongued outlaw in order to save a princess's chance at loyalty. Nothing in this trial was isolated. That was the real lesson. Every choice wrote 2 scores. One for the board, one for the future watching it. Chapter 46. The Illusion City did not end when the tower bell rang. It lingered in Qinren's blood for hours afterward like a half-healed bruise on thought. They exited through the east gate into the real arena yard beneath a noon sun sharp enough to make everyone squint. Around them, trial teams stumbled out in knots of triumph, fury, and political self-editing. One noble heir still had ash from Su Wan's pepper powder in his lashes and looked ready to blame his family line for the weather. Border soldiers compared witness token counts with the grim cheer of people who treated ranking as food. Scribes waited at long tables to record names, merits, failures, and anything embarrassing enough to matter later. Qinren should have been studying the results board. Instead, he kept seeing the false city every time a servant shouted, every time a magistrate ran, every time 3 people turned toward the same visible crisis. Where was the route beneath the noise? That was the shift. Meridian opening had changed his body. The first trial was changing how his suspicion worked. Mu Qingli caught him staring at a water cellar instead of the score tablets and put a cup into his hand with more force than courtesy. Drink before your insights become a medical expense. He drank. The water tasted of copper basin, sun heat, and 1 mint leaf too few. How bad, he asked. Mu unfolded the provisional ranking slip they'd been given. Better than I expected, worse than I'd invoiced for. She tapped the columns with 1 clean nail. Witness retention high. Route capture high. Independent command, irregularity flagged. Team cohesion marked unstable. We placed 7th in the merchant military mixed bracket. Yin, lying half-sprawled on a shaded bench with her boots on a rail, snorted. 7th for saving a princess and not kneeling on the way out. The empire grows generous. Su Wan stood nearby rinsing blood and illusion dust from her hands at a barrel. You weren't the one doing patriotic running. Yin grinned. No, I was the one improving the route while you 2 played morality against architecture. The bond with her flicked sharp and pleased. The bond with Su Wan held quieter warmth under the exhaustion. Mu's contract lotus pulse remained all calculations and hidden hurt, even here in the sun. 3 women. 3 ways the world now insisted on entering Qinren's decisions. Luo Meiyun approached before he could dwell on that too long. She still wore the pale blue border cloth, now darkened with sweat between the shoulders and dusted in white grit from shattered formation plates. One of her scouts limped behind carrying their team standard upside down, which seemed less disrespectful than tired. Luo stopped 3 paces away. You cost me 2 points yesterday, she said to Qinren. Yin sat up with visible delight. This is promising already. Qinren looked at Luo. How? My soldiers saw you catch the plate in registration and began assuming the city contained competent strangers. It weakened their self-reliance. Her expression did not shift. Then your interference with Princess Lingshu's crisis changed the staircase distribution and opened the north signal path 10 breaths earlier than the original pattern. One opposing team reached the tower before my rear cell locked it. Qinren absorbed that. 2 unrelated actions. One at the gate, one in the trial. Both with ripple effects he would never have calculated cleanly. Core trait 2 answered at once. Cause, consequence, chain. And yet, Mu said mildly, you came here instead of filing a complaint. Luo's gaze flicked to her and sharpened in recognition. Mu Qingli, Jade Abacus exile. Temporary exile, Mu corrected. Luo ignored the refinement and looked back at Qinren. My border unit needs a 4th hand for the 2nd trial support review. Your healer already proved useful. Your swordswoman is structurally offensive. You. She paused, as if trying to select a noun that would not waste itself. You see intersections unusually. That was the closest thing to praise Qinren expected from her. He might have answered with practical interest if the score crier on the central dais had not chosen that exact moment to announce a special commendation from Prince Zhao Tianjue. Princess Zhao Lingshu and the unnamed entrant who preserved a ministry witness under collapsing hazard were awarded sovereign discretion points for civil utility under combat pressure. Every eye in the yard shifted. Unnamed entrant, which meant the prince knew and was choosing not to say. Worse. Far worse. Open naming could be defied. Implied debt sat under the skin. Su Wan's hand stilled on the wash basin. Yin muttered a curse inventive enough to make the limping scout behind Luo glance up in admiration. Mu's face went expressionless in the dangerous way it did when numbers started bleeding into politics. Luo Meiyun heard the announcement, looked at Shinran once, and said, "Refuse my offer if you want. But standing in the prince's sight line without a secondary route is amateur work." Then she walked off. Yin watched her go. "I like her almost enough to steal from her less." Suwon turned from the basin, water dripping off her fingers. "If Tianjue starts granting us favors without saying our names, every faction will begin guessing why." Mu folded the ranking slip with surgical precision. "Which means by sunset someone will either invite us to dine or try to cut our housing registration." Shinran looked toward the main dais, where Zhao Tianjue was no longer visible. He hated being handled from beyond direct sight. He hated more that it worked. "Then we choose first," he said. "Choose what?" Suwon asked. He looked at the trial grounds, at the score clerks, at the military entrance, at the noble pavilions, at the public board where rankings and commendations quietly became future appointments. "The next conversation," he said. Chapter 47. The invitation came wrapped in silk and blood. Not metaphorical blood. Actual. The page girl sent from the royal side compound reached their rented courtyard just after dusk, with her left forearm sliced to the tendon and a dagger still caught in the outer sleeve. Shinran heard the disturbance before the gate guard shouted. Suwon was already running when he hit the lantern court, medicine satchel bouncing against her hip. Mu came out of the account room with ink on 2 fingers. Yen arrived over the roof wall, because she apparently distrusted stairs on principle. The girl made it 3 steps into the courtyard and collapsed against the rain jar. Her silk sash marked her as a palace runner. Her blood marked her as bait. "Don't touch the paper first," Suwon snapped to no one and everyone. She dropped to her knees, cut the sleeve, and swore softly. The wound had been made by a triangular assassin's blade designed to tear wider when pulled free. Poison shimmered faintly at the edges, green-black under lamplight. The girl was young enough that the court pearl in her ear looked heavier than her judgment should have to be. "Who sent you?" Shinran asked. Her eyes rolled toward him through pain haze. "Princess. Lingshu guest court, invitation." Then she bit down on a cry as Suwon poured boiling spirit wash into the cut. The smell hit sharp and medicinal over the courtyard chrysanthemums. Yin crouched beside the fallen sleeve and extracted the silk tube tucked into the inner hem using the dagger point, and no trust at all. She was attacked after receiving it. 2 knife entries. 1 shallow, 1 meant to finish. Whoever sent this wanted the paper stopped and the girl alive just long enough to accuse the wrong house if she died here. Mu took the tube but did not break the seal, which means the sender may still be genuine. The page girl grabbed Suwon's wrist weakly. She said, "Don't go alone. Princess Zhao Lingshu, then." Or someone wearing her language. Suwon met Shinran's eyes over the girl's shoulder. "Trap. Likely. State trap or anti-state trap?" Mu answered that one. "Does it matter if we're the target either way?" Shinran wanted to say yes. Not because the answer would change the danger. Because it would tell him what kind of blade to expect. Instead, he looked at the wound again. The knife angle. The page runner's route. The timing after Tianjue's public commendation. Whoever struck her wanted to control which royal sibling made contact first. Someone in court was already sorting access. Good. Now it had a scent. Suwon tied off the inner bleed with a pressure needle and forced the girl to drink a chalk-bitter antidote. "She lives if the poison stops at the forearm," Suwon said. "If it crossed the elbow before she reached us, she loses the arm." The page girl's breath hitched. "Please. Not a request for the arm. For survival." Shinran went still because he knew that note. Mortal peril, female body, immediate intervention point. The flaw liked those moments best. They spared it the burden of subtlety. He was already half a decision into promising anything needed when Suwon looked up and caught it on his face. "No," she said quietly. He didn't answer. She knew anyway. "No," she repeated, louder now, while tying the final herb strip. "You do not go hunting the attacker right now because a girl bled at our gate. You let me keep her alive first." Humiliation by truth. Accurate. Necessary. He took it. "Fine," he said. Yin, who had been studying the gate wall, murmured, 3 roof crossings, 1 alley drop, and a left-handed finish attempt. Amateur enough to be hired. Professional enough to run when she reached a lit house. Mu finally broke the silk seal. Inside was not an invitation to dine. It was a hand-drawn map of the western guest compound, 3 guard rotations marked in red, and a single note in tight, precise script. "If you want to know why my brother looked relieved to let you pass the river checkpoint, come before midnight. Bring only those who understand that duty can starve into appetite." No signature. No need. Yin whistled once. Royal family courtship is filthier than harbor trade. Mu looked at Shinran. "She's either helping us or using us to cut her brother's board." "Probably both," he said. Suwon rose from the page girl's side, wiping blood off her fingers. "Then we don't all go." The argument opened immediately. Mu wanted to go because court maps were contract weapons with silk edges, and she did not trust royal siblings discussing appetite where she could not hear. Yin wanted to go because traps without knives bored her only in theory. Suwon wanted Qinren nowhere near a palace woman bleeding at the edge of politics unless she herself was there to stab anyone who tried to define his life for him again. Qinren listened. Actually listened. That too was new. When they paused, he made the decision. Mu and I go. Suwon's face hardened. And before you object, he said, listen to the chain. The map is legal architecture. If it's real, Mu reads it better than any of us. If it's false, she reads the lie pattern first. Mu folded the map once. Correct. Yin stays roofside. If we vanish, you come in ugly. Yin looked offended. Was there another style available? Suwon stays with the page girl and the court seal. If Lingshu asks later what happened, we answer with a living witness and a poison blade, not a guess. Suwon took one step toward him. And if the trap closes on you before Yin decides the roofline is ugly enough? He met her gaze. Then you were right. She hated that answer so much it almost worked. Almost. Then she exhaled and said, bring back the truth or don't come back, quoting philosophy. Fair. Mu tucked the map into her sleeve. Romance in this group continues to sound like contract enforcement. Suwon did not look away from Qinren. You say that like contracts are less intimate. That landed on all four of them differently. Then the courtyard bell rang first watch, and whatever might have followed became irrelevant next to midnight. Chapter 48. The assassin in the western guest compound almost killed by Shuin because she hesitated. Qinren did not know her name when he first saw her. He only saw a shadow woman in black court servant cloth crouched above the tiled moon bridge with one hand on a poisoned garrote and the other trembling hard enough to catch lantern light. That tremor saved Princess Zhao Lingshu's life. Mu and Qinren had made it into the western compound under borrowed steward cloaks and the exact route the map marked. Every turn of the path proved the note's authenticity and deepened the sense that whatever Lingshu was doing, she was doing against someone inside her brother's machine. The compound itself smelled of cedar smoke, lotus ponds, and old stone scrubbed too clean. Courthouses always did that. They acted as if enough washing could make ambition sterile. Qinren and Mu reached the moon bridge just as Lingshu stepped out from the opposite pavilion. No escort. Wrong in a place like this. Qinren saw the bridge shadows first. Mu saw the gate seals. Lingshu saw their empty hands and relaxed 1 degree too early. The shadow woman above the bridge should have dropped the garrote and finished the job in one clean line. Instead, she froze. Lingshu had said something soft into the night before stepping into the open. Qinren would never know if it was memory, mercy, or simple bad timing that shook the assassin's nerve. He only knew the hesitation made the attack messy. The garrote fell crooked. Lingshu twisted. The wire bit her shoulder instead of her throat. Qinren moved. No debate. No counsel. No elegant political restraint. Woman in mortal danger. Body in motion. The flaw smiled like a god at festival. He hit the bridge rail, vaulted it, and slammed into the assassin in mid-drop. They went through a paper lantern stand in a spray of sparks and silk. The woman moved with trained economy, even while surprised. Elbow to throat. Knee to spine. Blade hand already turning under his wrist. Not a common killer. Court-trained. Qinren trapped the wrist and felt, through contact, something strange under the skin. Shadow art circulation woven around old pain. Not sect orthodox. Not quite assassin house standard either. The woman wrenched free, leaving her outer sleeve in his grip, and sprinted across the low wall toward the lotus dark. Mu Qingli was already there. Not in front of the escape line. At the wall latch where the compound's side gate contracts were anchored. She slapped the bronze seal plate with her good hand. The side gate locked a breath early. The assassin hit it and had to turn. That breath gave Qinren enough time to see her face as her hood fell back. Young. Too young for the deadness, trying to settle in her eyes. One scar across the brow. One black cord around the throat with no ornament attached. And guilt. He felt it before he understood it, because their bodies closed again at the fountain edge and meridian opening plus his odd resonant senses had become very good at catching the emotional pressure underneath killing intent. She did not want the princess dead, but she had come to do it anyway. Lingshu, one hand pressed to the bleeding shoulder, shouted from the bridge, alive. That command cost the assassin more than the wound had. She faltered. Trap. Female in danger. Mercy request from another woman. Qinren's bad habits aligned like constellations. He could have taken the opening cleanly, broken the assassin's knee, ended the fight, and waited for court guards to turn the rest into a narrower mess. Instead, he reached with the wrong instinct. Stop, he said. The woman looked at him. That was all the hesitation needed for the hidden second killer. He came from the pond. Not one assassin. 2. The second figure in reed black burst up through the lotus water and drove a needle blade straight toward the first woman's spine, silencing the compromised asset. Shinran saw it too late to speak and exactly in time to move. He shoved the young assassin aside. The needle blade went into his own flank. Cold, not poison like before. Worse, memory-seizing shadow toxin that tried to lock breath and body in the same instant. Shinran's legs almost folded. The first assassin stared in shock. Why? She breathed. Good question. The second killer came on soundlessly for the finish. Moved through the compound lantern pole at his knees. Lingshu, bleeding and royal and very tired of men making decisions around her, ripped the garrote wire from her own shoulder and snapped it across the second killer's sword wrist. That made the line. Shinran seized it. Swallow acceleration. Phoenix control. Contract interruption from Mu's bond, now humming at the edge of his senses. He didn't have time to name the composite. He only acted. The garrote flashed from Lingshu's hands through his and around the second killer's blade arm. Mu hit the gate seal again, this time voiding the escape latch contract. The courtyard doors slammed shut. The killer twisted to disengage and lost the angle. Yin Zixiao dropped from the pavilion roof like a bad habit made elegant and drove her sword through the second killer's calf into the bridge planks. You all start parties without me, she said. The fight ended in 3 breaths after that. The young assassin did not run. She looked at Shinran bleeding from the flank wound she should have taken, and then at the second killer pinned and hissing through broken teeth. Then something in her face broke. Not composure. Doctrine. She sank to her knees beside the lotus fountain and lowered her knife. My name, she said hoarsely, not looking at anyone, is Bai Shuin. Then the shadow toxin in Shinran's flank reached his heart, and the whole courtyard tilted black. Chapter 49. Shinran woke to the smell of burned shadow and rain on carved wood. Someone had dragged the courtyard screens shut against the night wind. A brazier hissed in the corner where black residue still curled from whatever antidote Su-Wan had used to burn the toxin out of his blood. He lay on a lacquer couch too fine for comfort with his outer robe cut open and his left side bandaged, so tight breathing came with legal consequences. Su-Wan sat beside him, elbow on knee, chin on fist, looking exactly like a woman who had spent the last hour arguing with poison and had won on technical grounds only. You're alive, Shinran said. Your observational genius continues to stun me. Relief came through the bond before sarcasm did. Good. Better. Still dangerous. He turned his head. Princess Zhao Lingshu stood near the shutter lattice with the shoulder wound now sealed under fresh silver bandage cloth. Mu Qingli was at the table, reading 3 court dispatches she'd apparently stolen during the crisis, because of course she had. Yin leaned in the doorway, cleaning blood off her sword hilt with a peach blossom handkerchief she had almost certainly not been given permission to own. And on the floor, wrists bound but posture upright, sat Bai Shuin. Not defiant. Not submissive. Something harder to trust than either. You saved her, Su-Wan said before he could ask. Shinran closed his eyes once. Poorly. Consistently. Also fair. Lingshu pushed off the lattice. The second assassin was one of my brother's contracted outer shadows. Not personally loyal. Politically least. He carried orders to kill me only if your meeting produced independent alignment. Mu didn't look up from the documents. Which means the meeting itself was the bait. Not for us. For the person sent to hesitate. All eyes went to Bai Shuin. The young woman took the scrutiny without flinching. I was assigned to watch the princess. To confirm whether she intended to circumvent her brother's review channels. If yes, I was to make it appear as a harbor revenge attack. Yin clicked her tongue. And if no, then I was to keep watching until yes existed. There was no drama in the answer. That made it uglier. Shinran shifted up on one elbow and paid for it with a flare of pain through the bandage. Su-Wan shoved him back down by the sternum. Do that again, she said, and I start charging resurrection fees. Shinran looked past her at Bai. Why hesitate? Bai's eyes, dark enough to swallow lantern light, flicked to Lingshu and then away. Because she remembered my brother's name 10 months after he died. The words came flat, as if polished too often by silence. Because she paid his burial fee without telling the court. Because I am not as empty as they train me to be. Lingshu's jaw tightened. Mu finally set the dispatches aside. And the second killer was there to solve that weakness. Yes. Shinran studied Bai. The resonance between them did not exist. Good. Important. She was not his problem through mystical law yet. Only through choice. Which somehow made the next decision feel heavier. Lingshu said, my brother will call for her execution if he learns she failed and survived. Yin shrugged. Then don't tell him. Mu exhaled through her nose. Political corpses rarely stay hidden. Missing ones, however, can become many different things. Bai looked up sharply at that. The first real flicker of fear crossed her face. Not of death. Of future. Shinrin felt his old instinct rise immediately. Female in danger. Enemy, maybe. Broken doctrine, certainly. Court machine already sharpening knives in silence. His flaw loved such women too. Safe first. Judge later. And this time, because the room was full of women who had started to know his patterns too well, he spoke before acting. If we take her, he said slowly, we take every consequence with her. Court pursuit. Shadow operatives. Lingshu's position gets worse. Tianjue's suspicion sharpens. Suwan watched him with careful eyes. Good. Make the choice visible. Mu said nothing at all, which meant her mind was counting in 30 directions. Lingshu crossed her arms. If you leave her, they kill her before dawn. There. No ambiguity left. Shinrin looked at Bai Shuing. If I cut you loose, do you kill us later because your training tells you to finish old work? Bai answered without delay. I don't know. Yin laughed once, delighted. See? At least she lies like an adult. Shinrin almost smiled. Then he made the choice he had been making since Dustgrave. Only now with more witnesses and less innocence about the cost. Then we take her, he said. Suwan closed her eyes briefly. Not agreement. Acceptance of the incoming trouble. Lingshu nodded once. Relief passing over her face so quickly it almost looked like nothing. Mu pinched the bridge of her nose. Wonderful. Another moving part with murder literacy. Bai stared at Shinrin like she expected the room to revise itself into sanity at any moment. Why? She asked. Shinrin looked at the black stain still drying where the second assassin had bled onto the moon bridge. Because your employers built a system that kills hesitation and calls it discipline, he said. I dislike that kind of arithmetic. That answer did something to Bai he could not yet read. Not trust, not gratitude. But a fracture line had appeared where obedience used to sit unbroken. Lingshu moved to the table and slid one of the stolen dispatches toward Mu. You'll need this if you're entering the military simulation tomorrow. Mu unfolded it. Relief tax diversion schedules. Shinrin looked up. Lingshu's mouth thinned. My brother's trials are fed by more than public glory. Some of the prize funding was siphoned through prefecture relief accounts. He did not order it personally, but he knows it now and has not yet burned the right men for it. Political ally. Useful. Complicated. Exactly as outlined. Mu's eyes flashed cold. Then tomorrow's trial isn't only scoring talent. It's laundering famine silver into imperial legitimacy. Yin whistled softly. This kingdom really can make any room filthy. Lingshu met Shinrin's gaze last. You wanted to know where duty becomes hunger. There. Then she left through the side screen before anyone could thank her and cheapen the risk she'd taken. Outside, somewhere across the trial city, the prince's watch bells changed to the second midnight pattern. Bai Shuing listened to them with a face that had forgotten how to belong anywhere. Shinrin lay back against the lacquer couch and knew the next trial would not be about winning rank. It would be about exposing where the state fed itself. Chapter 50. By the time the second trial banners went up, Shinrin no longer believed the 4 prefectures' trial had ever been merely a competition. The military simulation field sprawled over the southern plain outside the city walls. Earth ramparts, supply depots, false villages, raised signal towers. Enough flags to outfit 3 honest wars and 4 fake ones. The morning sun hit shield lacquer, horse tack, and officer helms until the whole field shimmered. Crowds packed the viewing berms, cheering as if Empire were clean when arranged into lanes. Shinrin stood with his assigned mixed unit team beneath a standard he did not respect and watched relief tax silver become spectacle. Mu Qingli, beside him in neutral merchant support colors rather than contestant silk, had spent dawn cross-checking Lingshu's stolen schedules against the trial procurement ledgers. The match was exact enough to make her physically colder. 3 famine prefectures paid for those practice ballistae, she said under her breath. 2 plague towns paid for the cavalry feed. Suwan looked out across the field where wounded trial beasts from yesterday's sparring were being hidden behind fresh banners. And they'll call the winners defenders of the realm, while feeding the realm's children less to do it. Shinrin watched a line of entrants salute the reviewing dais where Prince Zhao Tianjue sat beneath the imperial canopy. The prince looked as controlled as ever. No visible triumph. No visible guilt. Just a man using a damage system because damaged systems still moved armies. That was what made him hard to hate cleanly. The simulation horn sounded. Orders erupted across the field. This phase was not individual combat. Teams were assigned sectors, supply objectives, and command hierarchies, then expected to maintain fronts against simulated beast-tide pressure while managing food, injury, and morale. Failure to coordinate cost rank faster than losing duels. Shinrin's unit had been intentionally stitched from leftovers. 1 cavalry aspirant with a sprained wrist, 2 merchant guards, a scripture disciple more offended by dust than danger, and a border quartermaster runner so underfed his armor hung loose at the waist. Sabotage by assignment. Tianjua again, perhaps, or some lesser official taking initiative toward the same end. Luo Meiyun's team deployed 2 sectors over with cleaner lines and better pieces. She met Qin Ren's glance across the field and gave a single curt nod. No alliance. Recognition. Good enough. The first hour went exactly the way someone in command had intended for Qin Ren's squad. Mixed orders. Delayed supply carts. Signal flags sent to the wrong ridge. There, beast pressure. Markers hit 3 times faster than the adjacent noble team because the simulation officers had decided irregular entrance should prove resilience under insulting conditions. The scripture disciple broke first. This is impossible, he snapped, dust coating his sleeves and panic thinning his cultured voice. The sector allotment contradicts the issued rations. Yes, Qinren said. Yes, the man repeated. That means the test is not whether the orders are fair. Then what? Qinren looked past him at the supply markers, the relief tax ledgers in Mu's hidden sleeve, the way the whole field was mirroring real shortages under ceremonial excuses. Whether we can see who profits when they aren't. That was the answer. New understanding, not new strength. He stopped treating the simulation as a battle map and started reading it like Gray Harbor contracts and the Illusion City combined. Supply routes glowed in his mind as implied promises. Who gets fed? Who waits? Which delays are incompetence and which are policy disguised as chaos? Mu, not assigned to compete, but moving under support observer clearance, reached him with a requisition tablet and one look. You see the theft pattern? Yes. Then stop trying to win the sector and start tracing the carts. The active decision landed instantly. Qinren delegated front command to the underfed border quartermaster runner instead of the noble aspirant who expected it. The boy blinked in shock. You know rations? Qinren asked. I carry them. Good. Then you know where shortages lie. The noble aspirant bristled. You can't just, Qinren cut him off. I can if you want your horse fed before dusk. That ended the objection by revealing the right stake. He and Mu peeled off toward the rear logistics line, while Su-wan stayed to stabilize the wounded markers and keep the scripture disciple from turning symbolic hardship into a personal religion. The rear line was where the filth lived. Clerks with doubled tablets. Trial quartermasters relabeling flour crates as military premium stock. Tax seals from famine prefectures scraped and replaced under fresh lacquer. Not an abstract crime. A system in motion. Then the simulation's left flank failed for real. Not part of the exercise. A supply tower rope snapped under overloaded grain lift weight, and the whole scaffold pitched toward the medic station below, where 2 women and 1 boy were sorting emergency bandages. The field froze for one impossible breath because drills trained people to wait for authorized crisis classification. Qinren ran before classification arrived. Fatal flaw. Again costly. Because the instant he broke formation, the rear cart he and Mu had nearly traced to the false relief ledger vanished into the confusion. He knew that while running. He ran anyway. The scaffold came down in a screaming rain of poles, rope, and grain sacks. Qinren hit the nearest support beam shoulder first and shoved with every opened route in his legs. Meridian force tore up through him clean and brutal. The world narrowed to balance lines and impact paths. He kicked one falling brace off its descent, caught a medicine chest under the other arm, and felt Mu's contract lotus sense flash through him from somewhere behind, as if the whole structure were one broken agreement trying to choose where to land. He shoved the medic boy clear. One of the women escaped on her own. The other froze under the rain of poles. Of course she did. He went back. Of course he did. The second trip cost the first objective entirely. By the time he dragged her clear, the relabeled cart had rolled past the rear check line and disappeared toward the prince's private quarter route. Mu reached him breathless and furious, hair coming loose from its pins. We lost the cart. Qinren, kneeling in grain dust and splintered rope with the medic woman shaking against his arm, looked up at her and said the only honest thing available. I know. She stared at him, then at the rescued woman, then back at the vanished route. The contract lotus bond between them pulsed once, sharp with exasperation and unwilling understanding. I hate how predictable you are, Mu said. So do I. The medic woman, still gasping, looked between them and said weakly, Are all your arguments like this? Su-wan arrived at a run with bandages and took over the woman before either of them could answer. Worse, she said. Above the field, Prince Zhao Tianjue had risen from the reviewing dais and was watching the collapsed scaffold, the rescued medics, and Qinren kneeling in the wreckage instead of chasing the logistics proof that might have exposed the tax diversion faster. Duty becoming hunger, and hunger becoming curiosity. The trial horn blew sector reassessment. The simulation would continue, but the game beneath it had changed. Chapter 51. Ren still had grain dust in his teeth when the trial steward called his number. The man held a bamboo board with red lacquer marks. Competitor Chen of West Registry. Penalty for unauthorized movement during simulation. 20 merit points deducted. A murmur rolled through the field stands. It sounded like dry reeds rubbing in wind. Some people laughed. Some looked away because they had seen the medic woman cling to Ren's arm with blood on her sleeve. Mu Qingli stood at his left with her ledger strapped to her wrist. Claws before emotion, she said without looking at him. We expected this. Yan Zixiao leaned on her sword and clicked her tongue. You expected this. He expected to get yelled at. Ren wiped rope fibers from his palm. Splinters had gone in under the skin. Every time he flexed, they bit. Good. Pain kept the thoughts lined up. Lost cart. Prince route. Relabeled famine grain. A rescue with witnesses gave him public sympathy. A lost trail gave his enemy another night. The steward read again. Do you accept the deduction? Ren raised his voice so the benches could hear. I accept the deduction. I do not accept a trial where relief logistics vanish when people scream. The murmur changed. Not laughter now. A lower note. From the upper canopy, Prince Zhao Tianjue watched with both hands on the rail. No smile. No anger. Just attention sharp as a hooked blade. The steward's jaw tightened. This is not a petition hearing. Then hold one. Ren said. Mu inhaled once through her nose. A tiny sound of irritation and approval mixed together. Since he has already begun, she said, stepping forward. Jade Abacus submits emergency request under famine transfer law. One collapsed tower cannot erase chain of custody. She snapped open her ledger. Ink tabs fluttered like black feathers. 3 carts were checked into rear station at dawn. 2 reached midline. 1 vanished during confusion that your officers failed to secure. We request immediate seal audit. The steward looked up at the prince, seeking rescue. Princess Zhao Lingshu answered first. She sat 1 tier below her brother, silver hairpin glinting in the noon light. Granted, she said. Audit begins at dusk. Tianjue did not contradict her. He only spoke after a breath. Competitor Qin, you and your registered team may observe. No interference. Qin bowed. Understood. As soon as they stepped away from the center field, Mu grabbed his sleeve hard enough to wrinkle the fabric. You gave up initiative for moral theater, she said. I know. I'm not saying it for drama. I am saying it because the missing cart likely fed a deeper operation and every hour matters. I know, he said again. Mu released him, annoyed by the calm in his voice. Why are you so steady? He looked toward the medic station. The woman he had dragged clear was helping Su Wan fold clean bandages. Her hand still shook, but she was standing. Because I can hate my own pattern and still choose it, he said. Yen barked a laugh. That sounds noble until the knife comes. Then we keep breathing until dawn, Ren said. Su Wan walked up with a cloth bundle that smelled of boiled mint and blood. She unwrapped his right hand. Splinters rose like pale thorns from his palm. Do not clench, she said. Can't help it. You can. You choose not to. She met his eyes. Her voice stayed gentle, but there was iron under it. When you run to save someone, I run too. When you bleed, I pay interest. Don't pretend this is only your flaw. The phoenix thread in his dantian warmed, then stung. Through it, he felt the ache in her shoulders from lifting stretchers all morning. You're right, he said. I know. She plucked the last splinter and wrapped his hand tight. Tonight you do not improvise alone. By dusk, the audit yard smelled of lamp oil and wet hemp rope. Officials lined up carts under hanging lanterns. Clerks scraped lacquer from tax seals while scribes copied results. Mu moved through them like a blade through silk. She asked small questions and harvested big answers. Who handled this axle? Why is this rope from river dock stock, not army stock? Which clerk signed for replacement lacquer? Every answer tied to a name. Every name tied to a pay voucher. Ren stood still, listening. Strategy in his head assembled itself in chains. If the stolen grain fed only one corrupt captain, expose him in public and the prince cuts him loose. If it fed a faction, they would burn records tonight. If it fed an operation under imperial protection, witnesses would start dying before dawn. A runner crashed through the gate, panting. Report. Rear archive fire. 3 clerks froze. Not the old, not the young. The 3 who had signed axle reassignment slips. Mu saw it too. There, she whispered. Ren moved. The archive shed sat beyond a low wall. Smoke pushed from the roof in black ropes. Guards formed a bucket line, but one bucket shattered mid-pass, then another. The water smelled wrong. Lamp oil floated on top. Sabotage. A woman screamed inside. Ren's steps did not slow. Yen cursed and followed. Run, Mu shouted. Documents first. Another scream came, hoarse and wet. He jumped through the door. Heat hit his face like an open forge. Shelves burned in rows, crackling. In the back corner, a young copyist crouched under a fallen beam, robe hem on fire. She clawed at it with raw hands. Xianxia kicked the beam aside and threw his body over her as embers rained down. His wrapped palm burned through cloth. He smelled skin scorch and old ink turning to ash. "Move," he shouted. Yin appeared through smoke, sleeve over her mouth. "You and your cursed habits." She slashed down a burning scroll rack and cleared a path. Mu did not enter. She sprinted to the side wall, counted support posts, and drove a bronze wedge into one seam. "Yin, left cabinet. Second shelf," she yelled. Yin darted, coughing, and came back with a charred lockbox. Xianxia carried the copyist out. She clung to his neck and wept into his shoulder. Outside, officials cheered the rescue. Xianxia ignored them. Mu smashed the lockbox open on a stone. Inside lay wet cloth packets sealed in wax. She peeled one apart. The ink had blurred, but the header was clear enough. Emergency transfer order. Destination, Prince's private training quarter. Commodity line scratched out and rewritten twice. Mu's face went pale in lantern light. "This is not one stolen cart," she said. "This has been running for weeks." Xianxia took the packet. At the bottom sat one stamp he recognized from Grey Harbor disputes. Cloud Banner procurement seal. Ning Wanshan's handwriting lived in the shape of that final hook. Old enemy. New stage. From the gate came measured footsteps. Zhao Tianjue entered with 6 armored attendants. His gaze moved from the burned archive to the rescued copyist to the wet packet in Xianxia's hand. "You entered a restricted fire," the prince said. Xianxia met his eyes. "Your restricted fire was lit to erase your records." The attendants shifted, hands on hilts. Princess Lingshu arrived behind her brother and held up a palm. "Brother," she said quietly, "at least ask what he found before you threaten him." Tianjue's mouth tightened. "What did you find?" Mu answered before Xianxia could. "Proof that famine grain was rerouted to your private quarter under forged seals tied to Cloud Banner intermediaries." She lifted the wet packet. Water dripped from the corner. "We also found whoever ordered this wanted clerks dead, not only papers gone." A silence opened under the lanterns. Tianjue looked at the packet but did not take it. "Bring this to Dawn Court," he said. "Public hearing." "Public," Xianxia repeated. "Public," Tianjue said. When the prince turned to leave, Xianxia spoke again. "If witnesses die tonight, I will stand in your court and say your promise was theater." Tianjue stopped. He did not look back. "Then keep them alive," he said, and walked into the smoke. Chapter 52. Rain started before midnight. It drummed on tile roofs and made the trial compound smell of wet cedar and horse sweat. Mu Qingli spread 12 slips across the table in their borrowed courtyard room. Water from her sleeves dripped onto the stone floor in a steady tick. "Look," she said. Xianxia bent over the slips. "Names. Warehouse numbers. Shift changes." Mu tapped 3 with a brush handle. These guards all moved from rear logistics to Prince Quarter in the same week. Each transfer signed by different officers. That should hide the pattern. It doesn't. Her mouth twisted. They all receive hazard pay from one anonymous fund. Yin sat on the window ledge, sharpening her blade. "Scrape. Scrape. Anonymous money has handwriting too," she said. Mu handed Xianxia the last slip. "Temple Treasury adjunct account. Not Royal Army. No. Religious allotment." Suwan entered with steam rolling off a clay pot. Ginger and bitterroot filled the room. "The rescued copyist is asleep," she said. 2 ribs cracked. She asked if she will be punished for not burning with the records. Xianxia's jaw tightened. "What did you tell her?" "I told her pain means she still has bargaining rights with heaven." Su set bowls down. "Eat while planning your next bad decision." He took the bowl and let the heat warm his fingers. "We're not waiting for Dawn Court." Mu nodded once, already there. "Agreed. If this network reaches Temple Treasury, they will erase the rest before sunrise." Yin sheathed her sword. "So we steal what they plan to burn." Suwan's spoon clicked against ceramic. "And if you meet soldiers on Prince Peril? Then we don't kill first," Xianxia said. Yin snorted. "You always say that until someone points a spear at a throat you like." He looked at her. "Then keep me honest." She held his gaze for a breath, then looked away. Annoying answer. A knock sounded. 3 short taps, 1 long. Mu opened the door with a hidden needle between her fingers. Luo Meiyan stood outside in a travel cloak dark with rain. Her expression was flat as winter water. "I am not here for tea," she said. "Pity," Mu replied. "Our tea is expensive." Luo stepped in and dropped a rolled map on the table. "Your missing grain route intersects my requisition route at North Culvert. My border garrison has not seen promised shipments in 40 days. Children in my camp chew leather straps at night." Her eyes landed on Xianxia. "I watched you break formation to save medics. I cannot decide if that makes you useful or dangerous. Both, Yin said. Luo ignored her. I have scouts at North Culvert. They'll open the outer grate for 1/4 hour. I take half the evidence and all grain fit for travel. Mu lifted a brow. Half the evidence. I need proof in military chain, not your merchant courts. Rin weighed the map with his fingertips. The paper was rough, edges frayed from field use. Real map. Real hunger behind it. You move now. You risk clashing with Prince Guards, he said. My people are already dying by schedule, Luo replied. Your hearings do not feed them. There it was. Not hostility for pride. Conflict for survival. Mu looked at Rin. If we refuse, she raids alone and dies, or burns the trail. Suwon's voice stayed low. If we go with her, we become trespassers before dawn court even opens. Rin set the bowl down. Then we go as thieves who plan to testify. Yin grinned. Now it sounds like us. North Culvert stank of algae and rust. Rainwater poured through carved dragon mouths and slapped the canal black. Luo's scouts had already unbolted the grate. Iron bars lay stacked in mud. Inside, the tunnel narrowed fast. Bricks sweated cold water. Rin could taste salt and old metal. Mu whispered counts under her breath as they passed side passages. 1 guard post every 20 paces in official design. We're at 60 with none. Means hidden sentries farther in. She was right. At the next bend, crossbow strings twanged. Rin shoved Mu down. Bolts sparked off stone where her head had been. Yin slid along the wall and vanished into shadow, then reappeared behind one sentry and struck the man's wrist with her pommel. Bone popped. No killing scream. Good. Luo moved like an array line made flesh. She placed talisman nails into cracks as she advanced. Frost ran from each nail in thin white veins, muffling sound. Left channel sealed, she said. Move. Rin borrowed a sliver of sword swallow intent from Yin. His breathing changed pace. Edges sharpened. He batted a second bolt aside with a broken plank and rammed the shooter into the wall. Who ordered this post? He demanded. The man spat blood. Temple transfer. Which temple? Silence. Mu stepped up and held one wax token to the lantern light. Widow Sky subsidiary, she said quietly. Rin felt Suwon's phoenix thread shiver through his core from 20 paces away. Not fear from her body. Memory fear, older and colder, the same reaction to that nameless silent bell. Not coincidence. A hand had moved from sect politics into temple machinery. They reached the inner vault door. Bronze. Triple lock. Fresh soot around hinges where someone had heated and resealed it. Mu knelt and pressed her ear to the metal. Voices, she whispered. 2. Maybe 3. Luo planted 4 talisman nails in a square and looked to Rin. I freeze the hinges. You break the center seam. We enter hard. No, Mu said. If ledgers burn, we lose chain evidence. We need hands before fire. Yin rolled her shoulder. Then we open quiet, and pray thieves inside have poor reflexes. Rin placed his palm on the wet bronze. Through Mu's bond thread, he sensed promise lines under the door, thin as spider silk. Not words. Commitments. Someone inside had sworn to destroy records if breached. New capability from Mu's spirit, half understood. Enough. Wait, he said. There are oath threads tied to flame triggers. Cut wrong, and the room ignites. Mu stared at him. You can read that now? Not read. Feel. He traced 3 points. Break here, and here together. Luo did not argue. On your mark. 3, 2. They struck. Bronze cracked inward with a wet scream of metal. Rin dove through smoke and grabbed the nearest clerk before he could smash an oil jar. Yin kicked the second man's knee backward. Mu hurled a weighted inkstone that broke the third man's fingers as he reached for a spark wheel. Luo ignored the men and went to the grain manifests stacked by the wall. She tore one open and pressed it to her chest like a soldier finding water. This is enough to move convoys by dawn, she said. Mu was already sorting ledgers. This is enough to hang ministers. Rin pinned the first clerk by the throat and spoke close to his ear. Who pays temple treasury adjunct? The man shook, eyes wide. I only copy numbers. Rin tightened his grip. Suwon stepped in from the doorway, rain dripping from her hood. She put 2 fingers on Rin's wrist. Warmth from her phoenix thread slid into him, steadying the spike of anger. Ask like a man who wants answers, she said. Not like a man who wants to break something. He exhaled. Loosened. Who signs the final release? He asked again. The clerk swallowed. Censor Guadian, he whispered. Mu and Luo spoke at the same time. Court censor. Mu said. Army oversight chief, Luo said. 1 office. 2 chains. Perfect place to starve provinces and feed private forces. Rin rose. Outside, rain hammered harder. Then dawn court won't be a hearing, he said. It will be an execution stage if we walk in blind. Chapter 53. The second trial began at sunrise in a basin carved like a bowl from black stone. Water had been pumped in overnight. Mist hung low over the surface and tasted of iron. A judge's voice rolled from formation speakers above. Scenario 7. Flood breach defense. Teams must secure 3 valve towers while preserving civilian markers. Civilian markers were wooden dolls tied to floating reeds. 50 in total. Painted faces. Child-sized. Qinren looked up at the royal canopy. Zhao Tianjue sat with Censor Guodian at his right hand. Guo looked ordinary on purpose. Thin beard. Plain robe. Soft smile. Men like that signed famine documents and slept well. Mu adjusted the strap on her ledger. He knows we have records. Good, Qinren said. Let him move first. The horn blew. Teams splashed forward. Water hit Qinren's thighs at the first step and climbed to his waist by the 5th. Cold gnawed through cloth and into bone. Yin took point, sword angled low over the surface. Current pulls left, she called. There's a gate under us. Luo and her border unit launched from the opposite lane with tight formation, poles linked by rope. Efficient. No wasted motion. Then the first civilian marker exploded. Not from collision. From below. A spike of air burst from the water and shattered the doll into wet splinters. Mu cursed. Pressure mines. The judge's voice echoed. Civilian loss recorded. Boos rose from stands. Qinren felt pattern in the chaos. Mine sat where no trial designer would place them if this were fair. They were angled to punish the lanes with refugee teams and independent entrants. Royal Academy teams crossed clean routes. Guodian had turned a trial into cleansing theater. Valve 2 first, Qinren said. Mu grabbed his arm. That's not highest score path. It's where the marker cluster drifts. She bared her teeth in frustration. Your flaw again. My choice, he corrected and drove forward. Water closed over his chest as he dove. Under the surface, the world turned green-black and silent except for his pulse. He saw the mine anchors. Iron cages chained to the basin floor, each with a wind peril humming inside. He borrowed Yan's edge sense and Su Wan's heat in one breath. Sword intent traced weak points. Phoenix warmth kept his muscles from cramping in cold. He cut the first chain. The mine floated up and detonated harmlessly in air with a flat crack. Above, spectators shouted. He broke surface, gasped, and yelled, Cut chain, don't hit pearl. Luo heard and adapted in one heartbeat. Second line, dive pattern 9, she barked. Her soldiers obeyed with machine precision. A scream knifed across the basin. One of Luo's younger officers had misjudged a depth pocket. A hidden sluice gate opened under her feet and dragged her down toward iron grates. Qinren saw her vanish in a churn of bubbles. He was 10 paces from Valve 2. If he kept course, he could secure objective and force Gua into open frustration. If he turned, he lost time and likely rank. He turned. Yin shouted behind him, voice full of fury. Run. He dove straight into the pole. Current slammed him into stone hard enough to blur his sight. He groped forward in dark water and found cloth. Wrist. He locked his arm around the officer's chest and kicked against the flow. His lungs burned. Spots flashed behind his eyes. Then a line of cold lit the water beside him. Luo had driven an ice talisman into the sluice seam, slowing the current by a breath. Enough. Qinren shoved the officer upward. Hands grabbed from above. He followed and broke surface, coughing water and blood. Luo hauled her officer onto a platform and slapped her cheek until she spat canal water. Then Luo looked at Qinren. You cost yourself the tower, she said. I know. Why? Because your lieutenant is not a score marker. Luo's jaw worked once. Idiot. She turned and shouted. Third unit, cover Qin Lane. We take Valve 2 together. That choice cost her ranking 2. Across the basin, Academy teams sprinted ahead through mine-free channels. Guodian whispered something to an aide and sipped tea. Qinren felt anger rise again, hot and useless by itself. Think in chains. Guo rigs lanes to make independence fail publicly. Public failure justifies disqualification. Disqualification removes witnesses before dawn court. So he wanted them to lose now. Qinren slammed his palm onto Valve 2 wheel. It resisted, rust grinding under his fingers. Mu, he shouted. She leapt onto the platform and pressed both hands to the wheel housing. Her contract lotus spirit flared, pale green lines crawling over metal. This lock was changed without filing, she said through clenched teeth. Illegal alteration. Can you break it? With a breach penalty. Do it. She twisted. The housing cracked with a shriek. Water roared through open channels and sent foam geysers skyward. Judge voice. Unauthorized mechanism damage. Team Qin penalty, 10 points. Crowd. Mixed cheers and jeers. Mu laughed once, fierce and breathless. They can bill me. They finished with 2 valves and 38 surviving markers. Officially a middle ranking. Politically, not what Gua wanted. As teams exited, Sensor Gua descended from the canopy with his hands folded in his sleeves. Competitor Qin, he said pleasantly. Your instincts are emotional. Unfit for command. Qin dripped basin water onto stone and smiled without warmth. Then your command must be excellent. I hear children at the border are chewing leather while your records show full deliveries. Gua's smile did not change, but one eyelid twitched. Slander before court is a crime, he said. Mu stepped beside Qin and lifted a sealed packet. Good thing we prefer evidence to slander. Gua's gaze moved to the packet, then to Luo Meiyun standing 20 steps away with her rescued lieutenant wrapped in blankets. For the first time, his smile thinned. Dawn Court, he said. Bring your stories. He turned and left. Yin spat into the basin. He'll cut our throats before noon if he can. Su Wan tied fresh cloth around Qin Ren's ribs where the sluice had bruised him deep purple. Her fingers were cool and precise. Then we do not sleep, she said. Qin looked at the canopy where the prince still sat watching, unreadable. No, he said. We make sure he cannot pretend ignorance when the knives come out. Chapter 54 Dawn Court occupied an old music hall where the stage had been replaced with a stone tribunal bench. Bronze bells hung from ceiling beams, silent. No wind moved in the chamber, yet Qin Ren's skin prickled when he looked at them. Su Wan's breath caught. Just once. He felt it through the bond and filed it away. Benches filled with officials, merchants, officers, sect envoys. The room smelled of lacquered wood and damp wool cloaks. Rain had not stopped. Censor Gua stood at the prosecution rail with stacked scrolls tied in red thread. Prince Zhao Tianjue presided from the center bench. Princess Lingshu sat 1 seat lower, officially observer, unofficially knife. Proceed, Tianjue said. Gua bowed. This hearing addresses fabricated accusations against imperial logistics. Competitor Qin and associates stand charged with unlawful entry, evidence tampering, and incitement. Murmurs spread. Mu stepped forward before Qin could speak. Jade Abacus petitions countercharge for famine diversion, witness suppression, and attempted document destruction under temple treasury cover. Lingshu's pen paused over her board. Countercharge accepted. Gua smiled at her, as if at a child interrupting adults. Your Highness is generous with procedure. Lingshu did not smile back. I am generous with boredom. Give me facts. Gua called his first witness, Captain Wei of Rear Logistics. The man swore he had never seen transfer orders to Prince Quarter. Mu asked 3 questions and produced his own signature from a wax token recovered in North Culvert. Captain Wei's ears turned red. Forgery, he said. Mu slid a second token across the rail. Then your forger also copied your left thumb scar from furnace accident 12 years ago. Laughter crackled through the benches. Gua's jaw tightened. Second witness, temple clerk. He claimed the adjunct account funded roof repairs. Luo Meiyun rose from observer row without permission. Roof repairs do not move grain by night convoy, she said. Her voice carried like a drumbeat. My border manifests were replaced with prayer papers while villages starved. Gua snapped. General candidate Luo is not sworn. Swear me, Luo said. Tianjue lifted a hand. Swear her. As officials fussed, Qin Ren watched Gua's sleeves. The man kept touching the same fold near his right wrist. Weapon? Signal talisman? Think. If Gua could not win on records, he would cut the witness chain. Qin shifted half a step towards Su Wan and whispered, watch the side galleries. She did not look at him. Already watching. Luo testified in clipped military cadence. Dates. Missing convoy counts. Unit casualties tied to ration failure. No theatrics. That made it hit harder. Then Gua called the rescued copyist from the fire. The woman walked to the center, trembling in borrowed robes. Her bandaged hand shook over the oath bowl. State your name, Gua said softly. Linyu. Her voice nearly vanished. Tell the court who ordered you to alter transfer headers. Linyu looked at Gua, then at Qin Ren, then down. Qin saw her throat work. Fear-choking words. Gua's tone warmed. Speak without fear. Wrong warmth. Predator warmth. A click sounded from side gallery 3. Qin moved before thought finished. He shoved Linyu sideways as a bolt screamed through the space where her chest had been. It punched into Qin's flank instead. Fire spread under his ribs. The hall exploded into shouts. Yin vaulted the rail and sprinted up the side stairs. Steel rang. A masked shooter dropped his crossbow and drew a hooked knife. Yin met him with a shoulder check that cracked both of them into the wall. Mu slammed her palm on the tribunal floor. Green contract lines flashed under stone, sealing doors. No one leaves. Luo drew short spears from her cloak and pinned 2 fleeing aides through sleeves into a pillar. Qin Ren knelt, hand clamped to his side. Warm blood poured between his fingers. Su Wan hit the floor beside him, and snapped the bolt shaft short. Poison, she said. She put her mouth on the wound and spat black blood onto the tiles. Bitter copper taste. Bell metal alkaloid. Bell. Again. Xianxia stood, voice cutting through panic. Seal the hall. Any guard who opens a gate dies. He looked at Gua. Explain your security failure. Gua looked offended. An assassin in open court shames us all. Lingshu's pin scratched once. It shames whoever hired him more. Yin dragged the masked shooter down the stairs by his hair and threw him at the rail. He had no tongue, she said, breathing hard. Cut clean at old scar. The shooter gurgled blood and laughed through ruined mouth. Qinren forced himself upright despite Su-Wan pushing him down. His vision narrowed. Edges darkening. Lin Yu, he rasped. Look at me. She knelt beside him, crying. I can't. I can't. Keep breathing. He swallowed iron taste. Who signed the headers? She stared at Gua. The man's face remained calm. Then she whispered. Not him. The room went still. Who? Mu demanded. Lin Yu pointed with shaking fingers toward the tribunal bench itself. Not Xianxia. The seat behind and above, usually ceremonial, occupied today by a veiled temple representative in gray. Widow Sky Observer. The woman lifted her veil halfway. Her smile was thin as a cut. Children, she said. You keep mistaking accountants for architects. Before guards reached her, she crushed a bead in her palm. Gray smoke burst. Bells overhead trembled with no sound. Su-Wan screamed and clutched her head, phoenix thread flaring wild inside Qinren's core. He lunged, but his poison leg buckled. By the time smoke cleared, the veiled woman was gone. Only one thing remained where she stood, a bronze token etched with a bell and a widow's knot. Xianxia stared at it, face gone hard. Court adjourned, he said. By emergency authority, this becomes a military investigation. Mu rounded on him. Convenient. You move it from public law to your command the moment temple involvement appears. Xianxia met her fury without flinching. Convenient for survival. Temple operators inside my court means we are beyond normal procedure. Luo slammed her spear, but to the floor. My border still needs grain. And it will have it by dusk, Xianxia said. If Qinren's evidence leads true. Qin coughed, blood flecking his lips. It does. He looked at the silent bells overhead and felt Su-Wan shaking beside him. This was no longer one sensor's theft. It was a hand testing how to steer a kingdom by hunger and fear. Chapter 55. They raided the depot before nightfall. No formal order. No banners. Just 40 soldiers who trusted Luo Meiyun's command more than paperwork. 12 of Mu Qingli's hired carriers with empty wagons. Yin Zixiao stalking the walls like a drawn blade. Su-Wan carrying antitoxin vials in a chest strapped to her back. And Qinren walking with his side bound tight under fresh linen that stuck to the wound with every step. The depot sat under the prince's old training quarter, hidden behind a shrine wall painted with faded war prayers. Incense smoke curled in the damp air, sweet enough to turn the stomach. Front gate is theater, Luo said. Real entry through drainage vault. Again with tunnels, Yin muttered. Mu checked the seal ring she had forged from recovered wax molds. Once inside, we split. Luo takes grain base. I take contract archive. Qin takes control room. Su-Wan grabbed Qin's wrist before he could answer. Her fingers were cold. You are not dying for another room full of strangers tonight, she said. Not planning to die. You never plan it. He held her gaze. Through the bond, pain from his wound pulsed into her, and fear from her chest pulsed into him. Not panic. A hard, old fear with bell-shaped edges. I need you on antidotes, he said softly. Gui used bell metal poison in court. There will be more. She swallowed and nodded once. Then don't make me chase your corpse. They entered through the drainage vault. Water dripped from ceiling chains. Rats skittered ahead of lantern light. At the first iron door, Mu pressed her forged ring into the lock. The mechanism clicked open with a sigh. Inside, rows of grain sacks climbed higher than a man, each stenciled for famine prefectures, each stacked under imperial guard. Luo touched one bag, then slid it. Grain spilled over her boots. Real, she said. Her voice shook for the first time. They kept it here while my line starved. She snapped orders. Soldiers and carriers moved like floodwater, loading wagons. A gong struck somewhere deep below. Not loud. Felt more than heard. Su-Wan flinched and grabbed a pillar. Bellaré, she hissed. Qinren ran. Control room door stood ajar. Inside, Sensor Guadian waited beside a formation dial of black iron rings. 3 temple adepts in gray stood behind him, palms on bell metal rods. I hope poison would keep you in bed, was said. Qin drew a slow breath. You should have aimed straighter. Gua turned one ring on the dial. The floor under Qin's feet flashed with pale sigils. At once, screams erupted from the grain bay corridor. Qin spun. Iron portcullis gates had dropped, sealing 4 side chambers. Through the bars he saw girls inside, maybe 13, maybe younger, wrists chained to wagon yokes. Forced labor stock. Some cried. Some stared in shock. Gua's smile returned. Emergency reserve carriers, he said. Legal under temple exception. Rage hit Qin like fever. If he charged Gua now, Gua would trigger chamber burn lines. If he cut the girls first, Gua would flee and erase network. Choose. His flaw chose for him before strategy settled. He lunged for the nearest chamber lock. Behind him Yin shouted, "Run no." Too late. Gua slammed both palms on the dial. Fire surged through groove lines in the floor, racing toward all 4 chambers. Qin Ren drove Phoenix heat through his injured meridians and shoved his palm against the first bar. Metal glowed red. Flesh on his hand blistered. He forced a gap wide enough for one child. Out, he roared. Girls crawled through, sobbing. Second chamber flared. Flames licked rope bundles above. Luo appeared at Qin's side, frost talismans already between her fingers. "I can seal 2 chambers," she said. "Only 2. Take the far ones. Then this one kills you. Do it." She cursed him and slammed talismans into the far door frames. Ice burst outward with a crack like splitting stone. Steam blasted the corridor. Mu ran in carrying 3 ledgers against her chest. Control archive secured. She saw the burning lines and froze. "No. Mu. Dial pattern." Qin shouted. She looked once at the iron rings in Gua's room, then at the floor sigils. Contract threads flickered in her eyes. "It's not a lock," she yelled back. "It's a debt wheel. It burns whichever chamber has lowest assigned labor value." He priced them as expendable. Qin's vision sharpened around one thought. If value drives target, rewrite value. Could Mu do it at range? No time. Could he? Through their bond, contract lotus intent brushed his core. For weeks he had sensed promises as threads. Never this many. Never this fast. He grabbed the burning line with bare spiritual perception and pushed his will through it the way he pushed breath through meridians. Not mine. Not property. Lives with choice. Threads snapped, rewove, screamed through his skull. The world tilted. Every oath in the corridor lit up at once. Soldier to commander, merchant to caravan, healer to patient, child to breath itself. Something in his dantian cracked open like a second chamber door. Spirit seed walls shattered inward. A palace of echoing halls unfolded in his inner sight. Each hall bearing one bond signature, not as chain, but as room with a door. Spirit Palace. New capability crashed into him with brutal clarity. He could project protection through bonds at distance, not by dragging everyone to his side, but by opening those inner doors and letting their strength stand where needed. He reached. To Suwon, Phoenix fire wrapped the nearest girls without burning cloth. To Yen, sword intent cut 3 falling beams before they crushed carriers. To Mu, contract sight marked the true control ring in Gua's array. To Luo, ice arrays anchored the ceiling as flame pressure built. The cost came at once. Blood burst from Qin Ren's nose and mouth. His wounded flank tore open under the strain. He dropped to one knee, hearing his heartbeat stutter like a drum with split skin. "Run!" Suwon screamed. "Don't pull me out," he shouted back, voice raw. 10 breaths. Mu sprinted into the control room under Yan's cover. Gua tried to rotate the dial again. Mu threw her ledger like a brick. It hit his wrist. Bone cracked. Yan's blade followed and pinned his sleeve to the wall without taking the hand. "Move and lose fingers," Yan said. Luo counted from the corridor. 5 breaths. Ceiling failing. Qin forced the last chamber lock apart and shoved 2 girls through. Heat scorched his hairline. A beam dropped. Yan's projected edge sliced it in half before impact. 9. Luo called. Mu slammed the marked control ring backward. Sigils on the floor winked out one by one. Flames died to smoke. Silence hit like impact. Then coughing. Crying. Boots pounding as soldiers dragged children clear. Qinren tried to stand. His legs gave out. Suwon caught him before his face hit stone. Her hands were shaking as she pressed herbs and phoenix heat into his torn side. "You stupid man," she whispered, furious tears hot on his cheek. "You keep proving the point and breaking my heart in the same breath." He tried to laugh and failed. "Keep breathing," he murmured. "Don't you dare use that line on me right now." Across the room, Woodian knelt with his arm bound behind him, face gray. Mu stood over him holding the seized ledgers. "You like numbers," she said. "Now you can count your charges." Her voice turned razor thin. "And if one page goes missing, I will audit your descendants." Luo entered with soot on her cheek and a rescued girl wrapped in her cloak. "Grain wagons roll in 1 hour," she said. "Half to border, half to city relief wards." She looked at Qinren, then away. "I still think your instincts are dangerous." "Fair," he said through clenched teeth. "I also think they saved my soldiers today." She adjusted the girl's cloak. Do not make me repeat that. Above them, bells in the shrine roof trembled though no hand touched them. Qinren turned his head toward the sound. Through the new spirit palace halls in his core, every bond flickered with warning. Not finished. Never just one layer. A royal messenger crashed into the depot doorway, armor wet with rain. He bowed to no one and read from a lacquer tube. By command of Prince Zhao Tianjue, he shouted. All principal parties in the depot operation are summoned to night audience at once. Attendance mandatory. Refusal treated as treason obstruction. Mu snorted. He waits until we bleed, then asks for conversation. Yin cleaned her blade on Guo's robe. I prefer men who stab first and talk later. Suwan tightened Qin's bandage and looked him in the eyes. Can you walk? He tested his weight. Pain shot up his side like a hot wire, but his legs held. Yes, he said. He looked at the children being let out, at the grain wagons starting to move, Equa captured alive, at Luo issuing crisp deployment orders that had nothing to do with him, at Mu guarding ledgers like sacred blades. Spirit palace halls rang in his chest, doors open, each bond present and distinct. Power that did not require possession. Cost paid in blood, and in the fact that every faction in this kingdom would now smell what he had become. Qinren straightened, wiped blood from his mouth, and nodded toward the rain-dark stairs. Then let's hear what the prince wants, he said, and what he's willing to lose for it. Chapter 56 Night audience was held in a war room that smelled of damp maps, wax smoke, and steel oil. Prince Zhao Tianjue stood before a sand table carved with the northern frontier. Tiny black flags marked broken forts. Red pins marked beast-tied paths. A bowl of melted candle wax sat near his hand, dripping onto 3 sealed dispatches. No musicians. No servants. Just Tianjue, Princess Lingshu, 6 armored guards, Qinren's group, and Censor Guodian on his knees with iron chains around his wrists. Gui kept trying to sit straighter whenever blood ran down his broken arm. Pride had muscle memory. Tianjue did not invite anyone to sit. You raided a restricted depot, he said. You exposed theft in my command. You forced my court into emergency law. Yan Zixiao folded her arms. You forgot, saved your grain from your own people. Lingshu coughed into her sleeve to hide a smile. Tianjue ignored it, his eyes fixed on Qinren. I also witnessed a spirit palace breakthrough inside a burning corridor. He stepped closer. You have become a strategic asset. The words landed in the room like dropped iron. Qinren's sidewound throbbed under tight bandage. Each pulse felt wet and hot. Say the rest, he said. Join my command. Tianjue's voice stayed level. You and your bonded partners receive legal protection, rank, and supply priority. In return, your bond network answers military deployment. Mu Qingli clicked her tongue. A polished leash is still a leash. Luo Meiyan spoke before Qin could. Your Highness, my garrison needs grain now, not another recruitment speech. And it will move, Tianjue said. At dawn, children in my line will still wake hungry. Luo's jaw hardened. I ride in 1 hour. With or without stamped permission. Conflict snapped across the table. Tianjue looked at her like a commander weighing mutiny. Unauthorized movement from inner capital route is treason under siege statute. Then write my name in the treason column, Luo said. Qinren watched the exchange and built the chain in his head. If Luo rode unauthorized, Tianjue would either arrest her and lose border trust or let her go and look weak before court hawks. If Qin accepted command now, all bonded women became military property in practice. If he refused outright, Tianjue could invoke decree and seize them tonight. No clean branch. Choose the branch that opens future moves. Qin stepped to the sand table and placed his blood-stained hand on the frontier map. Counteroffer, he said. Tianjue's brows lifted. This is not a market. Everything is a market when bodies are the currency, Mu said. Qin pointed to the black flags. We form an independent frontier charter under imperial license. We fight beast tides. We keep command over our own people. No forced transfer of bonded women. No marriage law disqualification. No seizure by temple inspectors. Lingshu leaned forward. You ask for state-within-state privileges. I ask for terms that keep us from becoming your next scandal. Qin's voice stayed calm. You saw your own court today. You don't control all hands that stamp your orders. Tianjue's mouth thinned. He hated hearing truth when it sounded like defiance. And what do I receive beyond your participation? Qin tapped Gui's chain. Live testimony.